You have to admit, it is a fairly stunning setting in which to hold the final PTO race of the season. And for the athletes, it's a last chance to write a headline for themselves, the last chance to bank $100,000 and the last chance to wear the crown of Open champion. Singapore translates as the Lion City, and that is about right today, with some of triathlon's biggest cats hungry, prowling and determined to finish as King of the Pride. So it is the last dance of the PTO season, and if the European and US Opens are anything to go by, we should, and we will hopefully be in for a very dramatic afternoon of top triathlon. And it's a real pleasure to welcome alongside two top steppers, a lady who doesn't need too much of an introduction to our audience, Ashley Gentle, queen of all things PTO, well done yesterday, and Jo Schooling, who it's fantastic to have joining us as well as Singapore's sole Olympic gold medalist, beating none other than Michael Phelps in the pool at Rio 2016. And I'd love to start with you first of all. We love getting hometown stars in studio with us. We have Michael Johnson with us in Dallas, lots more to talk to as well. But you, as the only person to have won gold for your country, how big an accolade is that? I can't imagine you've had to buy too many drinks over the last 7 years.
Not too many drinks, but it's a huge honor, to be honest. Coming around, a lot of support, a lot of fans around. They keep spurring us on. So hopefully a lot more Olympic champions from Singapore down the years. Definitely rooting for them. But right now we just try to inspire and pull along as many people as we can. It's a huge honor. Good
stuff. And we've been trying to get you into Tri today. You have been in the water as part of Team Singapore. How have you got on and how much have you enjoyed it?
Honestly, they said I was supposed to swim 1.5 kilometers, but it felt way longer than that one. I might have to bring out the measuring tape again, see what's happening, but it was a good swim. Put myself in the hurt box, got out of my comfort zone, and overall had a lot of fun.
Which is great to hear. And I'm sure you've been to the F1 and probably the Sevens as well, but what have you made of the way that the PTO has put on a party this weekend in triathlon?
I thought the energy was great. I love the vibe over here, the atmosphere. I think PTO should come to Singapore a lot more often, so it's nice to see this kind of energy go around. It's great for the sporting community, great for the sport as well.
Fantastic. Just before we ask you how you're feeling, let's just confirm the race standings from yesterday. It was absolutely fabulous, hot and humid once again, and it was Ashley, of course, who stood on the top step, holding off the challenge of Annie Haug, who unfortunately had a bit of mechanical trouble on the bike ride. I'm not sure it would have made too much difference in the end. Of course, coming in third was a stunning run from Chelsea Sodaro, and then you look at the likes of Imo Simmons, who had an enormous smile on her face as she came home in fourth, and Lucy Charles-Barkley, who did well to finish in fifth, having not got too many miles on the clock of late. But well done again to you. When you pulled back the curtains this morning, were you thinking, thank God it's over, thank God I won, or just get me home?
No, I felt really good when I woke up this morning. I had an amazing day yesterday. It's what we train for. So yeah, feeling good this morning and really looking forward to watching the men this afternoon.
And physically, having left everything out on the course as you did yesterday, today you are feeling how?
Yeah, I'm feeling surprisingly good. I haven't done any strenuous exercise, but yeah, I woke up feeling good and really surprised how I bounced back.
And I do want to ask you about the run in particular, because there was a lot of talk coming into the race about the time distance between you and Annie and what it might mean in terms of race scenarios. But you went out there and you dominated laps 1 and 2. Was there something a bit personal about the run for you yesterday?
Well, I did feel really good. I felt quite in control and I felt really strong all day. So yeah, I just tried to take it out and find my rhythm, and yeah, I felt great. So just really tried to hold that gap.
And tell me about the conditions yesterday. I mean, you're very used to these. For those of us who enjoy 11.5 months of rain every year, it's a little more challenging. But how tricky a course was it, and what were the conditions like, and what are you expecting today for the men?
So to be honest, the water was not as hot as I expected it could be here in Singapore. The bike course was very challenging, and it was relatively mild for Singapore. We were lucky that we had a bit of rain that might have cooled it down, and also we had cloud cover for most of the day, which can create some more humidity, but it'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon if the sun stays out for the men.
We shall see. We will watch and wait. And well done. A third PTO win for you yesterday. Unlike Kristian Blummenfelt, who of course is still looking for his first. He's put in quite a schedule of late. He arrived late last night, but he's told us he is fit and firing and ready to go today.
Just arrived to Singapore a a little late, but yeah, everything came with the luggage and I am ready to go tomorrow. Just been waking up to the footage of the women's race currently, so yeah, the game is on.
Yeah, we mentioned the schedule. It's 3 races across 2 continents over 10 days. He's gone Milwaukee, Paris, and as we said, arrived into Singapore late last night. Horses for courses, but is that the kind of schedule and that the kind of preparation that would work for you?
To be honest, probably not, but Kristian's got other ideas for himself, and yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how it works out.
He arrived with an enormous smile, which is part of the man and the myth and the character. But are you someone, Joe, who liked almost like the water bottles like Rafa Nadal, absolutely everything on point and where it needed to be, or could you just turn up, stick on goggles and do what you do?
I mean, you'd hope for like a perfect situation, but it never happens. Something always goes wrong. So you got to be able to adapt to those situations. I personally like to spend about maybe 5 to 7 days at a new location, acclimatize, chill out, get comfortable with the atmosphere, and then get ready to rock.
Okay, good stuff. Right, we're going to hear from Rachel Stringer in just a moment. But first of all, here is Jack Kelly, who's in the transition zone for us.
We're here with the athletes in T1 where they're just making their final preparations before the race. Gustav Iden, he's just lost his helmet there. Gustav, you only know winning these events. You've never lost a PTO race, and yet coming into this race you said you'd be happy with the top 10. Are you lying to everyone, or do you expect that of yourself, or do you expect to win?
I don't believe in keeping things away from the competition. Like I say what I mean, and I'm feeling I'm pretty honest, and yeah, so top 10 I will be very pleased.
So if we see you at the front of the race, leading the race deep into the run, it's a surprise to you? It wasn't a lie?
Yeah, then I'm extremely surprised. So, but it's a good surprise, and all in for surprises. So yeah, we'll see.
And just tell me this one last thing: do you still want to beat Kristian as badly as ever?
I think, yeah, I'm not quite there yet, but hopefully he will take the victory, and he can also taste how it is like to win a PTO event.
Thanks, mate. Going to move on here. We'll find someone else. Who can we find? We got David McNamee here. He looks a little bit busy. We'll pass him, let him do that. Up here, I think we'll go to Sam Laidlow next. Big favourite for every race he starts, Sam Laidlow. Sam, mate, every race you come into, you're always seen as one of the big favourites, and you seem to be talked about as someone who'll win the race or come second in the race or might not finish the race. How are you feeling for today?
I felt better, to be honest. Yeah, the last 48 hours have been really, and if the race was yesterday, I definitely would have taken to the start line, and yeah, I mean, I'm here now, and I guess we all have our struggles before the race, and yeah, it will be what it will be, you know, but yeah, I'll give it my best and see what I can do.
Can we still expect aggressive racing?
No, I think my only hope is that it could help me, because I'm going to try and race conservatively. You know, I know that even if I finish the race, you know, it could score me better points and eventually keep me up the rankings so I can race here next year. But that's the main reason why I'm taking to the start line.
Thanks, mate. Good luck. We got Ben Canute here. We'll go up to Kristian Blummenfelt though. Kristian Blummenfelt, the big favourite again for a PTO race, despite the fact he hasn't quite won one yet. Kristian, is today the day? You haven't won one of these things?
I feel so. Like we will see. I hope to just have good legs and feel sharp. But yeah, coming straight from Paris yesterday, in the heat, humidity. But yeah, again, like everything can happen under these conditions.
Kristian, everyone saw you at the Athlete Hotel last night. You got in at about 6 p.m. and then close to midnight last night, you were on the treadmill in a full tracksuit doing a run session. The race was only 6 to 12 hours away. What's the go there?
Oh, I just had to flush out the travel, and did like 30 minutes on the treadmill. A little bit overdressed just to get like the sweat going as well, because it is humid. It's going to be like warm out there. So yeah, just trying to get ready as quickly as possible, and I just hope that when I'm jumping on the bike that I'm feeling good, and also in the water that I guess I will feel it quite early in the race whether it's going to go or not.
Good luck, mate. Break the drought, get one. There we go, guys.
Well, pontoon positions are always interesting. Let's take you through a few. Sam Laidlow in 1, Aaron Royal in 2. Fast swimmers, as we just heard though, Laidlow is feeling a bit under the weather. He's coming down here now as well. Then we have number 9 here. I wanted to talk about him, Josh Amberger. Hashtag husbands of triathlon. He said he may not feature, so we might not talk about him, so I'm talking about him right now. 11, Mika Newt. He's one to watch. I just spoke to his mum. He said he's looking for top 3. She smiled. They went, no, top 5. That's because it's his first race. He's been injured. Let's see how he gets on. Training partners then, Kristian Blummenfelt in 12 and Gustav Iden in 13. Cannot wait to see how they go. Then down here, 2 Americans. You've got Jason West in 19. He said he's circled this race on the calendar as the one he wants to win. He likes the conditions, he said to me earlier in the week. Ben Canoe in 20, fast swimmer. Can the Americans work together? They're all coming now for their swim familiarisation, just to warm up. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Day 2 here in Singapore for the PTO Asian Open. We're back for the men's race in the world-famous Marina Bay for the 2-kilometre swim. 28.5 degree temperature waters will be challenging for every athlete. Onto the 80-kilometre bike course, and it's a 10-kilometre lap which we'll do 8 times. The key points on the bike are the climbs up and down the Helix Bridge. These 16 climbs shape the winners and losers of yesterday's women's race, and we expect just the same today. Onto the 18-kilometre run course, and it's 3 times 6 kilometres laps. We're predicting that the brutal heat and humidity compared to yesterday's race in Singapore will cause chaos on the climb to the top of the Marina Barrage at the far end of the run course, which highlights the otherwise flat run course today. Expect absolute chaos due to the conditions today in Singapore.
And a quick check on selected starters as well. We don't often go deep into the hundreds, but just worth picking up Mika Nude and Gustav Iden. Fantastic to see them back on the start line of the 100k race. Sam Laidlow, as we heard, would you believe it, has been laid low with a virus, but is going to give it all he's got. Jason West, one of 3 Americans hoping for a win. And will this be the race that Kristian Blummenfelt finally breaks his PTO duck? Gustav and Mika, I want to ask you about first of all. How difficult is it, after a long absence, to find your groove as quickly as you can in an event like this?
Well, I think these guys, they know what they're doing. They've been doing the sport for a while. So I think the main thing for them is just not to panic and just try and do all those little processes right. And I think they'll be fine. Good,
yeah. I'm trying to hype something that obviously isn't worth hyping, but we've got the first of the athletes coming down here. What I therefore want to ask you, Joe, is the mind games in the holding pen before you do take to the start line. Tell me a little bit about what it was like facing off with Phelps in 2016 before the final.
Yeah, I mean, I was the second youngest in the field. Obviously very respectful to Michael. He's a great guy. I just put my headphones on, sat down, zoned in. There was a bit of drama going on, some shadow boxing, if you guys remember, between 2 of them. But that was all nice and fun to see.
Good stuff. Well, you obviously went and got the job done. We are almost ready for the athletes today to go and do their job as well. Ash, we'll hear more from you in commentary. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you, Joe. We are ready to get the PTO Asian Open underway.
Well, number 20 from Norway, Gustav Iden. Well, number 5, PTO ranked 8 from France, Sam Laidlow. Wearing number 4, PTO ranked 7th from United States of America, Jason West. Wearing number 3, PTO ranked 6th from United States of America, Ben Canoe. Wearing number 2, PTO ranked 3rd from the United States of America, Sam Long. Wearing number 1, PTO ranked number 1, Olympic world and Ironman champion from Norway, Kristian Blummenfelt. It's almost go time, ladies and gentlemen, here at the PTO Asian Open. Here at Marina Bay, what beautiful conditions we have. It's like a swimming pool out there today, shooting some fast swimming at the top. Attention, we're now in the hands of the starter.
are racing in Singapore. 100 kilometres of top swim bike run here for the PTO Asian Open. It's a top class field, all competing for a share of $600,000 as well as lucrative PTO points. The men are in the water. They are tackling a 2 kilometre swim consisting of 2 loops and an Aussie exit. My name's John Gooden. Delighted to be in commentary by 5-time world champion Craig Crowe Alexander. Also on duty today is top podcaster Jack Kelly. We are straight into matters, Crowe. The water temperature 30.8 degrees. The air temperature 31.2 degrees. Not a lot of difference out there. It is stifling, it's oppressive, and it does change things.
Good to be here, John. Thanks for that nice welcome. Yeah, I mean, who would have thought it could get warmer than yesterday? So looks like the water temp's gone up a couple of degrees, and these athletes, they're prepared for it. They've done the swim familiarization, and there's so many questions that need to be answered, and we're going to get answers in the next few hours. But I'm really excited for this one. We already see Ben Canute, who started on the far right. He's making his way over, and he's just tacking into the back there. It looks like Aaron Royal leading the swim.
Josh Amberger as well is up there in the green cap, number 15. And the purple cap is Ben Canute.
John, straight off the bat, we can see Jason West there in the white cap. He's sitting 4th feet. Now, the key for Jason West today is to sort of hold on to this front group for as long as he can in the swim, because we all know how good a runner he is. This is the furthest towards the front we've ever seen him in a PTO swim at this stage of the swim.
We should also look out for the silver cap of Aaron Royal. He is statistically the best swimmer in the water today. Typically leads out in these PTO races. But Josh Amberger, the husband of the queen of the PTO, if you will, Ashley Gentle, who will be joining us very soon, actually. He is out in front early in the Marina Bay.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have Ash with us. We'll get some really good insights straight from the race course yesterday. And Josh has been for a decade one of the best swimmers in triathlon. Interestingly, in a few of his previous PTO races, he's been content to sit 2nd or 3rd in this group, but he's gone straight to the front today, which is good to see. He's a very, very strong swimmer.
So on your screen there, you can see the swim cap colours. Of course, no numbers against those. They are simply just to help us identify who the movers and shakers are in the water. The number 1, the Olympic champion, Kristian Blummenfelt, who's brought himself all the way over from Paris to be here in the last 24 hours. Magnificent efforts. He is in the orange. Ben Canute, who we saw, was out at the front. He's wearing the purple, always a strong swim from him. I've mentioned Aaron Roy, who's wearing the silver. Look out for Gustav Iden. We'll be seeing how he performs today after a long absence.
It was interesting watching that start. Jason West and Ben Canute were far right, and Ben made a beeline right across to get to the inside line onto Josh's feet, and it seems that Jason was able to get onto his feet.
So for the last couple of years, many column inches have been dedicated to the intriguing and successful relationship between Norwegian superstars Kristian Blummenfelt and Gustav Iden. Today, they race as teammates and also as rivals.
Kristian Blummenfelt, he's maybe my biggest friend and rival, which is a really interesting combination. But yeah, we are a really good duo.
The confidence you get by being together, like in the race, on the bike, having someone to work together with.
We are teammates, but we're also competitors. So we try to maximize our own potential. So if he wants to do something on the bike, I would kind of let him go. Or if he wants to, I don't know, start hard on the run, I would kind of help him do that. But I would never let him win or anything like that. It's mostly to try to play on each other's strength and really maximize our performance together.
I probably know every move he's going to do, you know, and it's easier to read for me how he's going to race, and we can help each other until the very end before we sort of try to take the win ourselves.
I think Kristian's greatest threat in triathlon is himself. He's very eager and sometimes don't know when to stop. I basically never get injured because I'm maybe a bit smarter than him in training, but he is maybe too ambitious sometimes and do bite over a bit too much, so maybe himself is his biggest threat.
Fascinating dynamic. Crowe, we were talking about these two before the race. Of course we were. I mean, always going to be big players, but specifically the influence that Gustav has on Kristian, because him being here, in your eyes, will play a major factor in the way that Kristian even approaches this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of questions to be answered about Kristian's performance today, not least of which is he's crossed continents in the last 2 days and raced at the Olympic test event. But I feel that when Gustav's in the race, it holds Kristian a little more accountable with his tactics. I don't want to say he's reckless, but he's a lot more savvy, I feel, tactically when Gustav's in the race. So we'll get to see how that plays out today.
So, Jack, you have eyes on the field. Who's out running front?
So some interesting things here. Kristian Blummenfelt is sitting in 7th in the orange cap, but Gustav Iden, who we just talked about, is actually last feet in this group and struggling.
Nice to see Daniel Beckergaard, who's right up there as well. Crowe, we've had a couple of conversations around Daniel this week. We know he's got the minerals. We know he's got everything there. He just doesn't seem to be hitting the notes that he would like to personally in these PTO races.
Yeah, well, I think consistency is something that every endurance athlete strives for, and we've seen Daniel finish on the podium at the 70.3 World Championship, so I'm sure he feels like he's a podium place finisher. I don't want to say he's had a bad season, but it's probably not up to his own level and his own expectations, and I certainly pick him as definitely an athlete who's capable of getting on the podium. He's always had the consistency across the 3 disciplines. He needs to put them together. He's having a great swim here, but we see that from Daniel often. He is a great swimmer. He's a front pack swimmer. He's tucked in nicely on Josh's feet here. So I think for Daniel today, it's more about the bike and run.
Just a novice eye on this one. Daniel Beckergaard's cap, does that look in the correct position to you, or is he perhaps losing his cap there?
Yeah, sometimes the caps come off. You know, I think, especially when it's hot, often the athletes don't pull them all the way down. You get a lot of cooling through your head, but it definitely looks like Daniel's cap is sitting very, very high on his head there. It's not affecting his swimming at all. He's tucked nicely in on Josh's feet. He's getting a very, very nice draft there. So, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
Another thing that we know will affect all the swimmers in the group, after a conversation we had with Beck Clark after she came out off of the race yesterday, Crowe, is the heat. And she backed off in the swim. A known strong swimmer said it just got so stifling out there that it really did change her tactics.
Yeah, well, Beck's one of the best swimmers in the women's field, and she did mention that. We did chat to a lot of the other women athletes as well, and some didn't really feel it as much as others. So definitely something to keep an eye on. I think, you know, they've done some course familiarization. They've had a practice pool to swim in, and the water temperature's actually been warmer than this water in Marina Bay. So something to keep an eye on. The pace looks like it's pretty solid, though. We are getting strung out into sort of single file. When you see this happen and not the arrowhead, it tends to mean the pace is a little bit quicker.
Beautiful backdrop for a race here in iconic Marina Bay.
Aaron Royal there sitting in 3rd feet, John and Crowe. A lot of us are we just expect Aaron to go straight to the front of the swim. Now, talking to Aaron in transition today, maybe he ate something bad on his travel over or caught a little bit of a bug on the travel over. He has been experiencing some sort of he doesn't have gastro, but some sort of mild sickness throughout the last 3 days. He's not sick, but he's not at 100% either. So that sort of explains why Josh Amberger's had to take responsibility at the front of this swim, and we find Aaron just sort of relaxing a little bit in 3rd.
So currently we have Josh Armberger leading the way here. We've got Daniel Beckergaard sitting 2nd and Aaron Royal in 3rd. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's the curse of traveling, trying to stay healthy. All the athletes have to deal with it. Aaron is still very, very comfortably sitting in this group, but no doubt it's a strategy of his to try and conserve energy, and there's definitely energy savings to be made if you're sitting on the feet and actually not the one at the head of the field breaking the water. Josh has such a beautiful and relaxed stroke. I mean, he's no stranger to the front of triathlon races, particularly this early. Comes from a swimming background. No doubt he's been super inspired by what he saw yesterday with Ash getting up, winning a race, and we saw Josh on course cheering Ash all day, and he was down on site down here at the venue until very, very late.
He was fastest in the water in Kona 2017. He's been swimming since he was just 6 years of age, so very familiar in the water. And he actually, you might have caught Rachel having some fun with something that Josh had said this week, where we might not be talking about him in this race, but he's made himself a big factor already.
Oh, we always talk about him. I mean, he's one of the best swim bikers we've seen for a long time in our sport. He's always shaping the race. If he's not on the front in the swim, he's close to the swim, and Josh Amberg will play a big part in this race. No doubt he's got a tactic and a plan to play out. He and Ashley, after the bike course recce, I think they had very particular ideas about tactics that will play out and a strategy to employ. So Josh will be at the front of this race for quite a bit of time.
And those that follow his socials will enjoy his post-race recaps, which are always pretty good fun. He was with us in Milwaukee as well. Got 15th. He was happy with the results. He had no expectation, but certainly I would imagine, Jack, a good confidence builder for him coming here in Singapore.
John, just something I'm noticing quickly here in the swim. Everything seems to be staying together much more than we probably anticipated. And it looked hot early, and it looked like, hey, things were really going to string out here, but they haven't quite strung out as much as it sort of looked like was going to happen. Kristian Blummenfelt's still just on the back end of this front little group. The one thing we've got to keep an eye on is Gustav Iden is sitting second last feet now in this group, and just keep an eye on whether he does stick there or whether he does start to fade on the back end of this lap. The Aussie exit's going to be really important in today's race because the group is sort of still together and bunched up. So usually when the Aussie exit happens, that's when the breaks really start.
As we see now, Josh first up, doesn't seem to be in too much of a hurry. It looks like he wants someone else to get in front and take the lead. We just saw him wave Daniel Bakkegaard through, so you don't often see that in the race, but it looks like he wants one or two of the other athletes to share their heavy lifting with him, but they are still compressed together pretty much as one pack.
That Aussie exit was a bit messy, wasn't it, Crow? It's really hard to get out of, and it can lead to some separation. We saw Jason West on the feet of Kristian Blummenfelt, so that's a good position for him to be in. That was about 8th and 9th feet. In 4th place there, we saw it was actually Sam Appleton. Sam Laidlow came out in 5th. So Sam Appleton having a much better swim than he did at the US Open.
Well, I'm delighted to welcome into the commentary booth Ashley Gentle. Ashley, welcome. This is where it all happens, where we say all of these wonderful things about you athletes. First of all, congratulations on yesterday's efforts. And you can give us a little insight into what's going on here in the swim, because of course your partner Josh was out there leading before the Aussie exit, but looks like he wanted someone to take over some of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's really interesting to actually see a wave. Yeah, it's really interesting to see a wave to try and get someone to come through, but am I not on?
While we fix Ashley's mic, we're just going to throw it over to Jack for a second.
I think another person to take note of is Ben Canute, just went up into 5th feet behind Sam Appleton. So we have got all of the strong swimmers who we expected to see at the front of the race finding themselves at the front of the race. What we saw yesterday in the women's race was that the second lap was where everything happened. The first lap, things stayed together, and then on the second lap after the Aussie exit, the strong swimmers really showed themselves. That could be a combination of a couple of things. The Aussie exit does tend to split things up because when you get out of the water, your heart rate is really high, and swimming can be quite hard if you're not the strongest swimmer once you dive back in, because you feel really lactatey and heavy in your arms. The other thing is water temperature here in Singapore. It's actually, we got a measurement just before the men dived in, and the water temperature was about 30 degrees, which is about 2 degrees hotter yesterday than the women. So that's something to keep an eye out for the longer the swim goes.
Terribly sorry about that, Ash. I believe that we've got you live and direct now.
Hello.
Or maybe we haven't.
Another thing, John, while we're just waiting on Ash's audio there, Sam Long lost 1:39 on that first sector, which is actually quite a lot. If he lost 1:39 on that first sector, I think we can actually expect him to lose maybe that again, if not a tiny bit more on the second lap here. That's not a great start there for Sam Long.
Yeah, and I think you've picked out a very good point. Generally with the Aussie exit, the better swimmers tend to hold pace better on that second lap. So I think we can expect to see Sam to lose probably a little bit more than that on his second lap, but that first group is staying together pretty tight. I don't think there's as much separation as we potentially expected to see here.
Ash, you have been in there. You've done it. You've felt the temperature of the water, even hotter still. But can you just give us a sense for the other 99% of the population that don't have to do this, what it's like out there in these kind of conditions with that kind of race field?
Yeah, so I think I was a bit surprised that the water was actually a little bit cooler than it could be here in Singapore, but it's definitely still a very warm water temperature, more warmer than I guess most people are used to, and the sun is out now for the men, so I think that's also going to be another factor kind of adding to that heat stress. But you know, it kind of looks like they're all together, but when you see them, I guess, on each other's feet, you know that these front guys, they can swim at a good pace and just they're not slowing down.
It's interesting they're all still in single file here. Normally you would see a little bit more bunched up, which leads me to think the pace is on, but it's still a very, very big group.
And at the end of that group, Chloe, Kristian Blummenfelt is still there. You can see him in 7th or 8th feet now. So usually if you are there at this point of the race, you're going to stay there until the end of the swim. And maybe even more interestingly is Jason West is there with him. Now keep in mind, Jason West has never made the front pack at the exit of a swim. So this here is the highest up he's been in a swim, the deepest into a swim.
We see now in the swim, tactically something's happened out here. We got Daniel on the front and Josh Amberger on his feet, but we saw Aaron Royal take an exit stage right there. I'm not sure if he's picking a different line. They seem to be going to the right of the swim buoy, whereas Daniel and Josh have just got their heads down.
Always one to watch in the water. Aaron Royal often leads the pack, but today his tactics will need to be on point.
To be honest, like, and you know, Ben and I, we haven't spoken this race yet, but you know, we probably will over the next couple of days before the race. We did in Milwaukee. Like, I really don't care. Like, people sort of think, oh, you know, I've got this ambition to lead out the swim. I don't care about leading out the swim. I just want it to be fast. And so if I can make it fast, great. If someone else can make it fast, brilliant. I can then sit on the feet and it not save a bit of energy. And so it depends a little bit on how you race your tactics, I guess. So, like, for sure, you have to make different tactical decisions. I think, and a lot of people don't understand how much like the water's going to be hot as well, and how much that actually takes out of you. And so, yeah, I think it's not just a case of where most people will feel it is the run. I think it's like playing a smart game the whole way through. So I think you'll see, maybe not at the front because there's still those good swimmers and so they're still going to be together, but I think you're going to see like a few more isolated people as you go down a bit more because, yeah, I mean, 20 people, you just don't have the gap people to fill the gap.
Aaron Royal said he had a tough day in Milwaukee. Hard one for him to swallow, but he's out here, gets an opportunity to reset and go again here in Singapore, Jack.
Ash, can I just ask you a question here? Why do you think Aaron Royal made that really decisive decision? He just went sharp right, let Daniel Bakkegaard go straight with Josh Amberger. Why do you think he did that? Did he do it to try and break up the group to get rid of a few of the swimmers, or is there another reason?
So I know that they're heading for the red buoys at the far end, which they have to turn around, which I do believe Josh is now heading back towards the pack, and Daniel Bakkegaard is still staying left, but they're going to make sure they have to go around those far red buoys before they exit the water. So I think it was more just a question of whether those yellow buoys were siding buoys or not, but Dan will probably have to head right to make sure he can get a smooth exit out of the water and not have to do such a sharp turn around that red buoy to exit.
So does your shoulder have to be on the left-hand side of the red buoy or your right shoulder?
Yeah, so they're heading towards the red buoys and you will have to have the red buoy on your left shoulder. So they're the ones that you can see from quite a far distance, and they're going to have to make sure they get around them before they head for the blue carpet where they can exit. And yeah, they're still, yeah, big group here together.
One thing that I took from Daniel Beckergaard's race recap was just how good Aaron Royal was, not just as a technical swimmer, but he said his navigation of the course is always absolutely spot on. We see that here. Looks like he's taking the tightest line, Chloe.
Yeah, well, Aaron we're well accustomed to seeing him leading the races, but he's smart enough and experienced enough to know that when you're not leading, you're still responsible for your own navigation. So you can put your head down and get on the feet, get on the hip to get that draft, but you still have to navigate, and we just saw Aaron's experience there. We've now seen Daniel come over and join the group. I thought it was interesting what Aaron was talking about, the water temperature, and I guess the men had the advantage of watching the women race yesterday, and it's certainly playing on their minds, the heat and humidity. I don't think there's as much cloud cover at the moment as there was yesterday, and these men are all very, very mindful of that, particularly how difficult the bike course was as well. So I suspect that's one of the reasons we're not seeing as much separation, even though the pace is on. I don't think it's on as much as we would normally see.
And just forecasting the rest of the race, Corey, you're really high on the guys that have had a little bit more time out in the likes of Phuket, doing some good humidity training so that they're more acclimatized to what they're experiencing out there today.
Absolutely, and the athletes who live in these sorts of conditions. Your body makes changes to be able to cope physiologically with the demands of racing in the heat and humidity. So I think the athletes who have prepared specifically for this race and done blocks of training to get that heat acclimation, I think they will really handle these conditions much better.
So Aaron Royal from Australia out in front here at the PTO Asian Open.
John, something I'm noticing that's different in this swim compared to every other PTO men's swim we've ever had is there's some blokes who are there that have never been there before. So their race strategy and tactics suddenly change. They've gone from now they don't have to try and bridge a really big gap, like a 90-second gap to the front swimmers out of T1. So I wonder how they're thinking about that and how that's going to affect race dynamics as we go ahead. People like Mika Newt, as we know, he's sitting about 8th feet by the looks of it there. Kristian Blummenfelt is there right behind him. Gustav Iden is still tucked in this group. Jason West is there. These are 4 guys who either have never made this front group or sometimes make it, sometimes don't. So these are new race dynamics for men's races in the PTO race. So we're about to see things throughout this whole race that we've never seen before.
And of course what you're seeing on your screen there is just an identification of the swim cap colours. Of course, we're very used to seeing Kristian Blummenfelt at the very top, but so far that isn't the case. A long way to go yet. So he will be wearing the orange cap and flying the flag for Norway.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see athletes like Mika Newt and Jason West in this front group. They're in the box seat here. This is a great race situation for them, even though it's very, very early in the race.
And I think that they're kind of, the top men and the top swimmers, I think maybe they're also very cautious of the weather conditions too. I think many of these men raced in Dallas last year, and a few of them didn't have the best of experiences in the heat. So they're kind of cautious to push that pace in the water because there's a high possibility that you can overswim in these kind of conditions.
Talking to everyone in transition before the race, Ash, usually when you talk to the men, they're talking about we've got to create a gap, we want to create separation. Those front group swimmers are all like, let's get aggressive. They're all talking about it. Whereas every single person that's likely to be in that front group that I talked to, they were all talking about how hot it was, how hot the water is, how hard the day's going to be, and they were saying, I just want to be conservative and race within myself. So that is a bit of a funny mind shift in the men's racing that something we've never seen before.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out on the bike because of the nature of the bike course as well is quite tough. So definitely in the water here, I think that they are going quite conservatively because you can see such a big pack. It's nice to see them spreading out now so they can just swim, behind each other's feet. But yeah, it's quite a big group, and as you can see here too, whoever's in second place there, their swim cap has come off. So
it's melted off,
yeah,
the temperature.
And even Daniel Beckergaard, he's in 4th there, his cap has come off too. So yeah, there's a lot of these athletes that are quite hard to identify at the moment.
Sam Appleton there in 2nd, I think it is.
It's interesting to see just the different techniques. Josh Amberger with a very relaxed recovery. Aaron Royal, beautiful technical stroke. Daniel Beckergaard looks more like an open water swimmer, and there's no right or wrong reason, but you can see a lot of these men at the front come from a swimming background. They have swimming pedigree and they have beautiful strokes.
All strung out coming into T1 now.
It'll be interesting to see their reaction too when they look back and see how big this group is. So those top guys might have a bit of a shock seeing how many people are in the front group here.
Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic. This is the biggest lead group that we've seen out of the water on the PTO Tour. And I think it's all because of the conditions, the heat and humidity.
There you saw Aaron actually turning around. You'd see him looking back, and yeah, he's probably quite surprised that there's nearly the whole field in that front group.
And Ashley, can you tell us what it's like when that heart rate's jacked and you're trying to fiddle around with your equipment to get yourself going even before you get up to the bike?
Yeah, definitely. It's all about just getting that swim skin off as fast as possible, but also trying not to rush. Whenever you panic, that's when you're going to make the biggest mistake. So you just got to relax as much as you can and, yeah, try and get everything in the box and out into the bike.
It's interesting to see names like David McNamee in this front group. David, of course, known for 2 podium finishes at the Ironman World Championships. He's good in the heat and humidity. This is the first time I think he's made the front swim group on the PTO Tour, so he's in a really great position as we see the men go through transition now. Kristian's right in the thick of it, as is Sam Laidlow.
A more conservative approach to the swim from Laidlow, Jack, do you think?
I think a combination of maybe not feeling his best. He's one of those men who, when he's feeling great, he races aggressively no matter the conditions, no matter the course. So I think maybe that's the biggest factor, and he's decided just to sit in and race a bit conservatively, sort of like what we saw Aaron Royal do in the first lap before he obviously felt a little bit better and like the pace was a little bit slower.
Ash, you're pointing something out on screen there. Someone's holding something in their suits.
I think that might have been Mika there. He had, and Tom Bishop, you can see, it seems like they've got some sort of bladder, I guess, for extra nutrition, extra water, but also for aerodynamics. I think that a lot of people are testing faster with something down their tri-suit, and you can see Aaron Royal also has one in his tri-suit too, so it's probably not a bad idea when you're actually in these hot and humid conditions too. You've got some extra water on board and you can be more aerodynamic as well.
Aaron Royal, Mika Newt, Tom Bishop, they're all really good friends. They all talk about this regularly and what is fastest down their suit. They're all wearing the exact same Camelback down their suit, sort of like a 1 litre Camelback. They all had it. They were all getting it ready before they got in the swim this morning. So yeah, that's what we can see down the front of their tops. And I noticed on a lot of the other bikes, I saw at least 15 of them sitting on the bikes.
Seems like Aaron Royal's having some trouble with his race kit and just making some adjustments to that Camelback. But it makes sense if you can be more aerodynamic and get access to more water. I mean, hydration's key. Keeping your core body temperature down in these conditions is probably the most important thing that these athletes are thinking about right now, and the best way to do that is to stay right on top of your hydration.
So Blummenfelt, fast time in a swim, comes out with the fastest transition as well. I mean, very well accustomed to fast transition from his short course just this weekend. And Knut, I mean, he's consistently up there as fast through transition. Jason West straight up there too. That's great work from them. And just to set the table for the bike, 80 kilometres, that is 8 10-kilometre loops, starting and finishing in the Marina Bay. And we'll have Ashley weigh in on this in a second, but the athletes will head out past the outstanding Marina Bay Hotel over the Benjamin Shears Bridge. It's a climb that we're really excited to hear from you all about. Then they have a couple of 90-degree corners before they come back out towards that wonderful skyline where they go through transition and do it over and over again until it's time to dismount. Ashley, just how hectic is it going up this hill as you come out of T1?
This hill here, it's actually quite steady. It's not too steep. It's probably the least steep of the climbs that are on this bike course. So it's kind of trying to get into a rhythm, and for these guys, just trying to space out at that 20-metre draft zone.
Someone who's very strong on the bike is Sam Long. He's coming out of the swim now. Jack, how far down is he according to where you might have thought he might come into T1?
4 minutes down is what he just came out of the water. To me, that's probably a minute further down than what I expected. You know, this goes to show that it looked like maybe the pace wasn't as hot as we expected with the big group, but it was still hot enough that it gapped Sam Long by 4 minutes, which is more than what he got gapped by at the PTO US Open from memory. So that's not a great start to the day by Sam.
I guess we have to see here whether it means he plays his own race and things work out okay for him, or whether he's too isolated and it actually ends up being the thing that cost him the race.
Actually, Matt Burton was getting out of the water with Sam there, and they're both very, very strong bikers, so maybe they'll form a little partnership of convenience here, and they do have quite a bit of time to make up. I'm fascinated to see how this bike plays out, because we rarely see a group of this size. I feel this bike course lends itself to certain strengths. Gustav Iden is an athlete who comes to mind, the climbing, the technical elements on this course, but of course we just don't know which Gustav Iden we're getting today. On this PTO tour, he has been unbeaten the times we've seen him. Of course, he's turned his attention to qualifying for the Olympic Games, changed his training, and this is his first PTO tour race this year.
Crowley, we're just seeing a shot here of Kristian Blummenfelt early on the bike. At the PTO US Open 2 weeks ago, early on in the bike, he was super aggressive. He went to the front of the race. He ended up getting a 40-second gap really early at the front of the race in the bike, and that he got caught back up, and then he ended up struggling with cramping, and I think it cost him late in the race. Do you think he will have learnt from that and will sort of race a little bit more conservatively, sit in and play the patient card today?
Well, I think he has to. There's so many unknowns around Kristian's race today. I mean, he's rewriting the rule book in terms of what was considered good recovery, race scheduling. He's done the Olympic test event in Paris 2 days ago, flown across continents to get here and race, and I just feel having Gustav in the race, it tends to hold him more accountable with his tactics. I noticed when Gustav's in a race with Kristian, again, I don't want to say he was reckless in Milwaukee, but there was no need for him to attack on that bike. He was clearly the best runner in the front group in Milwaukee, and I think, you know, that was just a little tactical error on his part. I think the group is big here. It's a lot hotter and humid than it was in Milwaukee, and I think he's just playing a much safer hand.
We just saw Mika Newt make the pass on Kristian Blummenfelt, this group being led by Josh Amberger. Now, a lot of people might not be used to seeing Josh Amberger lead a race of this magnitude, but if you went back 5 to 6 years ago, Josh Amberger would lead a race almost exclusively like this. He was always the guy pushing the pace at the front of the swim. Even at things like the Ironman World Championships, he would be off the front of the race with 90 seconds to everyone else by himself. This is sort of the Josh Amberger of old that we're seeing today, and he is used to racing aggressively off the front of the bike like this.
Yeah, and I think this course suits him with his power to weight on the bike, all the climbing. I mean, he's such a well-rounded athlete. He's won Ironman races. He's won 70.3 races. He was the 70.3 Australian champion. He looks very comfortable. I think he looks completely relaxed. His upper body's completely motionless. Very quiet time trial position, and he's leading the charge.
The one man who spent all of his time focusing on just this race is the man who we've just seen come up into second position. He made the pass on Kristian Blummenfelt literally less than a minute ago, who is about in 8th wheel, and he's rode through about 5-6 athletes. He hasn't ducked in once. That's Mika Newt, and he's just about to come to the front of the race. Mika Newt's strength is the bike. Now, he's a very well-rounded triathlete. He came 4th at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, but his strength really is the bike. I said he prepared specifically for this race. He spent the last month and a half in Thailand in the heat. He's dedicated his life to winning this race. He left home, he went there by himself. He's the only man in the group who dedicated everything to this day.
Yeah, I know you've been high on Mika Newt's chances here. Just his commitment to go and prepare specifically for this race. We did see him finish 4th at the Ironman 70.3 Worlds last year, so we know he's a world-class athlete, and he's showing his intentions very, very early in this bike ride.
He's also a magnificent climber. We saw yesterday in the women's race, we've got Ash with us today, but this bike course suited a slightly different athlete to what many other PTO bike courses have suited. Mika's strength is he's a bit of a lighter weight guy. He's got a really high power to weight ratio. Every time there's a hilly bike course, Mika Newt will tend to have the first or second quickest bike time of the field.
And Jack, you fancied him before this race. We'd had a couple of conversations, and I remember, I think it was last year at the US Open, he made a play, 9th there, but layer that for us. Like, what is it about him and this particular race that you think's got his number?
Mika Newt's the youngest man in this game. He's 22 years old. He came 4th at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships at 21. That's pretty unbelievable. That doesn't really happen in triathlon too much. He's a dedicated athlete. He dedicates his life to this. He doesn't really have much else. His life is triathlon. He seriously dedicates everything to it. He eats well, he sleeps well, he trains hard. He's sort of a really smart guy. So
you know that if he's dedicated everything to a race, he's done everything meticulously and well, and I think this course and these conditions really suit him.
But actually, when you're a young athlete, I'm sure you would have been there, and you put your eyes down the rest of the competition, like the biggest hitters in triathlon. How do you park that those icons, the ones that you look up to being like one day and standing on the step with them? How do you put that aside and get on with your own race?
Yeah, it's interesting because I was surrounded by pretty phenomenal Australian women when I was growing up doing triathlon, but I found it more inspiring than anything, to be honest, and it really motivated me to be the best I could on the race course, and they set a great example for me.
Now, we saw Sam Long coming out of the water a little bit later, but what a month it has been for the popular man who became a father for the first time and raced on home turf for the PTO. But that's not all that's been going on for Sam in the last couple of weeks, as he explains.
It's only been 2 weeks in between the two races. For me, it feels like it's been 2 months or 3 months. I feel like there's just been so much going on from a life standpoint, from a training standpoint, that it's hard to imagine it's only been 2 weeks. I went back and I've spent time with my family, a lot of time with my family, had relatives coming in, but got right to work, put down actually a very big training week and the week in between, and then I actually had a bike accident last week, so I basically got back, I started training. I remember I woke up Thursday morning and I was like, I feel amazing, I'm ready to go, I'm gonna kick ass in this race, and then I got pummeled on the bike that 2 hours later, so then I came back and I was like, oh, I don't think I'm making it to the start line. I thought it was going to be an instance like that, but I was like, okay, I'm just going to be quiet. Let's see how the body feels. So then I missed 2 days of training, but then woke up on Saturday, went out, did some intervals, and I was like, okay, my body feels back to normal. So then back up on an emotional high, like I'm going to be racing. And so it's just been it's been absolutely nonstop, but I think in a good way. And all in all, everything worked out perfect.
Crowe, we were speaking this morning about how many things have to come together for you athletes to have as close to a perfect race as possible. And when a lot of these athletes toe the line, it's not often we really understand what's going on in their personal lives. That's madness, what's been going on for Sam. A lot of good, but a big bike crash, thought he was taken out of the race, then realised actually it wasn't quite as bad as he thought, and then he needs to pack a bag and fly across the world and, go up against the world's best.
Yeah, that's the life of a professional athlete. They learn to manage those sorts of situations. It's not only the good times, there's a lot of adversity. When these athletes train, they're not only training physically, they're training their mindset. I'm kind of liking this move by Mika off the front here, because I don't feel this bike course lends itself to a big pack moving well together. There's a lot of corners. There's going to be that sort of piano accordion effect that we see in and out of the corners, and Mika Newt will just be able to hold his power here and ride very steady. And Sam Long seems to be a fair way off the back, but it might be to his advantage that this pack is so big.
He'll be looking to have a good day today. Someone that had a great day yesterday with Imogen Simmons, she is with Rachel.
Well, she sure did have a great day. Fourth, but Imo, you said it felt like the win. You raised your arms aloft as you crossed that finish line. A lot of athletes still coming in now. Why did it feel such like a win for you?
To be honest, it's been, it's the old usual athlete sub-story, really. Just a bit of the usual ups and downs, sickness and everything. I was quite ill the week before. I got thrown on some antibiotics to try and get rid of an infection, and I guess that's what comes with traveling and racing so much. But I was surprised to make the start line and then finish fourth, let alone finish, was honestly beyond what I anticipated for yesterday.
We've been speaking about Mika Newt a lot as well. Obviously, he's been plagued with injuries. His first race back here. You've actually been out in Phuket where he's been training as well. I believe you've linked up a little bit. Do you feel like Phuket gave you a little bit of advantage as well? And do you think Mika will be hoping for more of what you had yesterday?
Yeah, I think he'll be hoping for that and more, for sure. He's on fine form. I know he's certainly been focused on this race. Yeah, there were a few of us who chose to race 2 weeks ago and then go over to Phuket as a kind of holding space, if you like, and acclimatization. I mean, it's on almost the same time zone, and very similar conditions, although it was more humid than here it is today. It's really hot here and super sunny today, but the boys who have been training there was Aaron, Flo, Daniel and Mika, and I'm sure they're going to appreciate having spent 10 days or so over there.
Yeah, tell me about the conditions today as well. This is so hot. A little bit hotter than what you experienced. Water temperature was over 30 degrees. I believe you had about 28. Would you have still exceeded, do you think, in these temperatures?
I honestly, I mean, you never know until you're racing. But yeah, I think there is a lot more potential for blow-ups today from the boys. Like, you've really got to make sure you never go into that red zone. Once you're there, it is so hard to get back out of it. So they're going to have to be so careful. Oh, there's Mika going very in the front, so he's having a good race. That's nice to see. And yeah, I think you've just got to be so careful. The moment you're over, you're not coming back. So you've got to a certain extent, race your own race and not be too influenced by others. But it's a race, so you're going to be influenced.
The course was quite difficult. A lot of people were saying, especially the bike. Was there any part of the course actually you really relished, or was it quite the grind out there?
The bike course is, there's a couple of steep hills in there. I hope that the camera does them justice, because I was grinding up those. I definitely didn't quite have the right rear cassette, but the boys learned from our mistakes, I believe. I really enjoyed the bike course. It's technical, it varied, and it really means no one can really ride in groups. You've got to follow your own dynamic. That's what I felt in the women's race, and I'm sure it will be somewhat similar in the men's race. It's already looking a lot more broken up than you would expect from 10K into a huge group mass swim exit. So I think it's going to be a really exciting bike course, and a lot can play, and there's a lot of room for bike crashes, but hopefully not. Let's hope everyone rides safe.
Final quick word. Aaron Royal, is he in form, yes or no?
I have no idea. We're about to find out, aren't we?
He was in Phuket as well. That's why I asked you, Imo. Well, athletes still finishing. Maybe you could help give the medals out. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? There we go.
Thanks, Rachel, and congratulations once again to Imogen on a standout performance yesterday. So, Mika Knut still out in front, and we've had a few changes. Peter Himmerich is in second, Kristian Blummenfelt in third, Aaron Royal in fourth, Ben Knut fifth, and Ashley Josh is in sixth. So we're on lap 2 of 8.
Interesting, John, to see so much. Interesting, John, to see so much separation early. Often different patterns develop, and you know, we've seen Mika Knut, and we've talked about him and his specific prep in the heat for this. I want to ask you, Jack, are you surprised to see this sort of breaking up like it is?
I think Mika Knut's move was pretty decisive there. We see Peter Himmerich just move around him there. Two people maybe a lot of others wouldn't have expected to be at the front of the race, but they are really causing a lot of separation here, Crowe. We sort of had a bit of a gap from, like, Jason West is down in 10th. He is 38 seconds back, but then there's sort of another 15-second gap between him and the next person. So we do seem to have got a bit of a gap from the first 10. Now, a couple of big sort of moves early. Sam Laidlow's down over 2 minutes 30 back. Gustav Iden's a long way back as well now, so maybe he wasn't lying. He's 90 seconds back from the lead here. That's not at all where we're used to seeing Gustav Iden. I think Mika Knut's move was maybe a little bit stronger than what it looked there, and he's a very smooth-looking cyclist, but he clearly did sort of put a bit of power down, and it has caused some separation here.
One person who I know I haven't had many conversations about this week is Peter Himmerich. He's coming off a really good win at Tallinn, 70.3. That was when we were all in Milwaukee. And he got a silver at Ironman Hamburg as well. But what can you guys tell us about him? So I know he's got a strong run to follow up a strong bike.
Yeah, I think he's just a consistent world-class performer. He, like all the top men and women, they don't have too many weaknesses. As you mentioned, he had that win at the 70.3 European Championships 2 weeks ago. He's had a couple of top 10s on the PTO Tour last year. So we know he's no stranger to being at the front of these world-class fields.
I would say the one thing about Peter Himmerich is he's sort of become known as one of those guys who's a really strong runner, and often when he wins his races, he is coming back from a little bit and he runs through the field. That's been his MO this year. Now this course, like I said, And like we saw yesterday, it does seem to favour a slightly different cyclist. Maybe someone who is, we might look at it as a bit lighter and a little bit more of a specialist runner. That is because they tend to have much higher power to weight ratios. There's also some really technical sections where, you know, we just saw a little bit of a tight corner there from Mika Nut. You really have to corner aggressively, be willing to attack the corners, maybe be willing to see your race fall apart to gain a little bit of time in those sections.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when we start getting some of the segment times up to see which athletes are sort of excelling on what parts of the course. We saw in the women's race yesterday, certainly some of the women were faster in certain sectors based on their technical ability, their ability to hold speed coming off the descent onto that flatter section, coming back to transition.
So the men exited the water and they have taken to the bike course, the 80 kilometres, before they will go back to transition. As we see Sam Long there fastening up his helmet before he looks to do some damage on the bike course, known as the strongest biker in the field today. He'll be looking to climb back through the positions and put himself in an even better position for the runs.
He did actually lose a little bit of time on that first lap there though, John. He came out of the water only 3 minutes 55 down. He's now back to 4 minutes 20 off the lead on the bike. Now that could be because the front of the group in these men's PTO races, what tends to happen is because there is a lot of men together at the front of these races, early on they do ride a little bit aggressively, and the guys who came out of the water a little bit further back, they tend to make up their time towards the back end of the ride because they ride a little bit more conservative to their own numbers, a little bit more consistent throughout the entire 80Ks, whereas that front group, they really do tend to ride quite surgy, aggressively punchy at the front of the ride for the first 40K, and then that's where the splits and start to happen, and some athletes sort of start to slow down while others keep that pace.
Yeah, and I think part of that is, as we see...
Pictures here of Sam Laidlow in transition, came into this ill health. You actually bumped into him a couple of days ago, Crowe, and you said firsthand, looked awful, sounded worse.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday morning. He had fevers and a temperature. I mean, I guess it was a brave or potentially a stupid decision to start the race today, but he talked about in the grid walkthrough with Jack earlier his desire to maintain his world ranking, to get starts on the PTO Tour, and I think this is a smart decision for Sam. He's got some racing to come later in the year, and when you're sick, you're just not going to perform up to your normal level, particularly in a field of this caliber.
Looks like he's hobbling there as well, perhaps picked up an injury, but certainly hope that whatever it is, he works it out. As Crowe was saying, a season still has something for him, and we're excited to see him back on a PTO start line in 2024, no doubt.
This is sort of becoming the story of Sam's 2023 though, plagued with inconsistency and another race not going quite the way he would have liked it to go.
I think you're spot on, Jack, about Sam Long. Typically when you miss the group or you're a fair way back out of the swim, and this is not a new scenario for Sam. This is how a lot of the races play out. You typically get onto your power schedule and stick to it, and when you make gains, it's in the back half of the bike ride. So, I mean, Sam's MO hasn't changed here. He'll just be holding his numbers. He'll be trying to ride each one of these 8 laps as steady as possible and then run a really great 18K. So you're right about the front group. It's very erratic with its pacing early. Part of that is tactics and strategy, and I think part of it is necessity. Just a big group doesn't manage well on a course like this with the climbing and the cornering.
I was talking to him in transition before the race started, and I sort of expected him to be a little bit tired after the birth of his daughter.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jack. We are going to go down to Rachel because she's got a couple of moments with Sam Laidlow.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, obviously you've just retired from the race there. We knew coming into this you had some problems last night. PTO got a doctor over for you, touch and go whether you're going to start. You did. We're always wondering if and when you're going to retire. Just explain to me, were you a bit depleted out there? What's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, I woke up this morning feeling a little bit better than yesterday, and I figured that I'd rather the pain of regret, I guess, than the pain of failing. I'd rather the pain of failing than regret, and so I wanted to give it a try. But already in the swim, I was starting to cramp pretty bad, and then, this morning, I was just really, all my muscles were tight, and as soon as I got on the bike, I was just felt my quad, and I just didn't want to push it too much. I got World Ironman champs in 3 weeks, and yeah, I mean, if I was to finish, I would have finished dead last by a long way. And when you're racing at this level, there's no margin for error. And yeah, I just hope the other guys have a great day. And yeah, I'm excited to see who performs.
Hasn't been your week, has it? A delayed flight by 8 hours, and now this. We do wish you the best of luck for the rest of your season, Sam.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's the sport. It's up and down.
Yeah, thank you. Go get yourself inside and get dried off. Guys, back to the race. It's unfolding, isn't it, at the sharp end?
Thanks, Rachel. Ashley, utter disappointment for Sam to come such a long way, and these races are so big, there's such a lot on the line as well. Can you let us in from the athlete's side what he might be going through?
Yeah, it's a really tough seeing that, I guess. He has come a long way. I think most of us have to be here in Singapore, so I can understand why he was tempted to start today. But obviously when you're feeling unwell, it's really hard to race, and especially in these conditions, to be honest, in these hot and humid conditions, it takes even more out of you. So yeah, if he's looking forward to Nice, the World Championships, unfortunately it's probably a decision that he was forced to make, but might end up being better for him in the long run.
Now we have a very interesting aspect of the broadcast now. We had a lot of fun with this yesterday, Ashley, actually. We've got fastest sectors, so we're able to map out across the field who's going fastest through certain sectors. Jack absolutely loves this stuff as an F1 fan. Peter Himmerich, fastest through sector 1, Jack, looking very strong on that bike as he goes across the Benjamin His Bridge.
We saw a lot of purple sectors from Ash, who's sitting here with us in commentary yesterday, so good to have her in here, and I'm going to ask her a few questions. We have seen a big decisive move happen in that lap. It sort of happened right in front of our eyes. The top 5 have sort of established a group, so that's Peter Himrich's the one who's driven it, Mick Knut's right on his wheel, Kristian Blummenfelt's there in 3rd, Aaron Royal's in 4th, Ben Knut's in 5th. Now they've all got a little group working together, and it's a big gap now back to 6th, which is Josh Amberger, who's a minute down. So there has been that sort of 30-40 second gap form, and we have actually got our front group working together. I think maybe most notably of that group is Mick Knut and Kristian Blummenfelt there, probably the 2 best runners, along with the surprise packet of the day so far, Peter Himrich. Don't sort of think of Peter Himrich as a guy who'll fade as this race goes on. He's someone who will get stronger and stronger the longer the day goes. So him being in this front select group of 5 already and setting that faster sector, I think we're going to see maybe the breakout career of Peter Himrich's season here. And I know that's going early with it, but he does get stronger and stronger and stronger the longer these races go.
Certainly an interesting move. I didn't expect to see this much separation after 20k with so much strength in that front bike group, but it's a good move. I mean, I think Mika Knut, he's playing to his strengths here. I think that was a great, I don't want to say it was an attack, but it was certainly an orchestrated move on his part, and Peter Himrich just sees the opportunity to go with him, as have Kristian Blummenfelt, Ben Knut as well. So Ben's in a really nice place. We haven't mentioned Kristian much, which is...
Jack, can you give us a little bit more information on these bike sectors and how we're treating it on the broadcast?
Yeah, so we've got 2 bike sectors here today, same as yesterday. They're quite similar in a way, but quite different in a way. So we see sector 1, it does tend to suit the sort of stronger climber, stronger technical rider, and then sector 2 tends to suit that person who can put down a lot of power for long periods, because there is a really long, just gradual downhill. It's not quite as technical in the corners. It does have that pinchy climb in it though. I think the thing we saw yesterday is that the sectors did suit slightly different athletes. Like we saw Ashley Gentle riding really well through sector 1 and Annie Haag riding really well through sector 2. I think both sectors suit strong climbers though. That's the sort of takeaway, and people who are very technically proficient on the bike, John.
Well, Ashley, you're here. You know, you can give us a real good assessment of the course. Can you break down those sectors for us and the bits that you enjoyed, and perhaps if you've got any thoughts on who out of the men might do particularly well?
Yeah, I guess this this part of the course in transition is these people that come from short course, they're very familiar with these kind of like parts through transitions where there's a few corners, but it is quite wide and there's plenty of space. So yeah, most of these men will navigate those sections really easily and quite well. But obviously there's some climbs here, and the first one is quite gradual, but there is some pinchier climbs up there too.
So right now we have Peter Himmerik's brother who is in transition with Rachel. Over to you, Rachel.
Great timing, hey. I've got Gert here just as his brother came through as well, and I said, are you going to cheer for him? He went, no, he's not that good at technical sections. Is that something you're working on?
He's been working on that for a long time already, but he knows it's one of his lesser strong suits, and in those situations I prefer not to provide distraction and let him do his thing.
Maybe that gives me an insight as well to Peter's mentality. Does he not like you out on the course, kind of giving instructions, you and the coaching team? What is he like as a person?
Usually he likes to have information during the race, but it depends on the situation really. If he's in the front, he likes to go and just think about nothing and go for it. If he's rather at the back, then he really wants to know what are the gaps. So his strong suit is the run, so it's a bit contradictory that he's going for the bike now. But I guess he wants to make a gap on the real good runners today.
The commentators were just saying, surprise package of the day, Peter. Are you surprised, or did you secretly know he was in this kind of form?
I know he was in a very good shape, and last 2 weeks ago in Tallinn, he also did a very good bike part. It's not very well tested in this humidity yet, so let's see how he ends.
Yeah, we were just talking about that off camera. I said, has he actually done any training in this kind of humidity, this kind of temperature? You said no. He's been here a week. How has he found this week then?
This week, it really depended on the day and when you go out for a run or a bike. Like everyone that's here, it's surprisingly hot. I was even amazed myself. This morning I did a 1 hour run and I lost 2 liters or 2 kilos of humidity, and I even paced it very low. So it will be important that he deals with that well. So he indeed did not train in advance on this type of humidity, because the rest of the race schedule this year it's more about locations where you're not confronted with these type of conditions. So the 1 week that he's been here, I hope it's enough to be acclimatized, but you never know how a body reacts during the day.
And we know he's really strong on the run. What kind of run legs do you think he has at the moment? What kind of pace has he got?
Pace on a normal non-humidity course, 3:15, 3:20 per kilometer. I think here he has to go for 3:30, because it's very hard to make. You already saw it at the women's race yesterday. It was 18 kilometer, I noticed from the GPSs. And the contenders, they were 2-3 minutes slower than they usually are in the PTO races. So at least 10 seconds per kilometer on top of your normal pace, I think.
And what's it like being the brother of a PTO athlete? What's it like being on tour?
I've been doing this for a while already. He's in the circuit already, not the PTO, but before the Ironman circuit for a long time already. It can be challenging, at least to balance that with your home situation as well. He has 2 children already. I have one myself now, so I realized it a bit later. It's sometimes a bit difficult to find the balance home, and I'm not even the athlete, so for me it's an easier situation. What else? It's really an honor to be here, because this is the highest level in the world. Triathlon has really been going up the last years. And also these PTO events, every time I've done all of them that Peter raced. He didn't do the US, but I've been to all of them. They're really stepping it up every time. This is really amazing, and great scenery, great course, and I think the run is the nicest part of it.
Well, that's where he excels as well, your brother does, on the run, so we wish him all the best luck for the rest of his race. He's having a fabulous day so far. Go and enjoy watching if you can when the nerves are high. Gert, thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
A couple of big moves have happened while we were talking to Peter Himmerik's brother there. He's actually got a little bit of a gap now to those 4 men behind him, with Mick and Knut almost 20 seconds back now. So he has really gone off the front of the ride here. Some other really interesting things that we've been following. Gustav Iden's lost quite a bit of time. He's now 2 minutes 45 back. So I mean, that's not exactly where we're used to seeing him, but that has been his 2023. Jason West holding steady at about 1:30 back, so sort of has stemmed the bleeding a little bit. Sam Long's the one. He's now 5 minutes back. That's over a minute he's lost already on this bike.
I want to ask Ash, if I can, as we see Peter on screen here in the small chainring going up this climb. I know I had a chat to you and Josh at the race hotel, and after doing the bike course reconnaissance, you changed your gearing on the bike, which I imagine helped a lot during the race. We know a lot of the men have big gears on 58 front chain rings. Do you think that gearing change helped? I mean, Peter seems to be riding and managing his cadence, keeping it in that certain range. And I know Sam Long, for instance, had just a 58 chainring and no option to change. And I think that's probably a very, very big gear to ride on this course.
Yeah, definitely. So we were only able to view this course 2 nights ago in a minibus because, as you can see here, it's a major highway, so you can't ride it in regular time. So a lot of the athletes were actually quite taken back because we weren't expecting this kind of course. So yeah, I actually changed from a 54 1-by back to a 52 2-by. So I stayed in my big chainring the whole time, but I did have that 52, which I think definitely helped. I would have been a little bit concerned if I only had that 54. And these men here, I think a lot of them put on a 2-by because they had just some huge plates at the front, which would have been quite difficult with these hills. So Peter Heinrich was actually in his small chainring there too. So it's interesting to see what different combinations these men had, and some of them actually didn't have a choice to change. So yeah, some of them are in a 58 big chainring, which yeah, is a pretty huge gear for this kind of course.
Yeah, it's a big gear, and you've got to go over the Benjamin Shears Bridge 16 times. I think it speaks to the fact you really need to select your equipment based on the course profile.
So Jack, we see the 5 top fastest bike laps so far. Are you surprised to see Sam Long, who statistically is our fastest biker? He's not in there.
It speaks to a couple of things. Maybe there's a bit of like equipment choice that Crowe and Ash have just talked about. I think it also speaks to this course, which we've been talking about all weekend. It just suits a slightly different cyclist, and we've also got to take into account Sam's position in the race. So at the front of the race, they're still sort of establishing a pecking order, maybe putting in a little bit of a higher effort now relative to Sam, who is still probably just riding his own tempo, so riding a bit more consistently. But he is a bigger athlete. He really excels on, if there was a sort of a course that was a 40k straight highway out and back, dead flat, that's a course that suits Sam Long perfectly. He pushes really high power. He's quite aerodynamic. Those courses suit him to a T. Whereas when it's a bit more punchy, there's some steep climbing, it maybe doesn't quite suit him as much as the lighter climbers like a Peter Heinrich, a Mika Nude, a Kristian Blummenfelt. And that's why we're seeing them at the top of the fastest bike splits.
I do know that Sam Long did have 2 chain rings that he was choosing out of, so I'm actually interested. I'm trying to see here which one he stuck with, because he did have a 58, but he also had a 54, so I'm not sure what he ended up going with, but I knew that he was going to be watching the women's race to see how it looked like it played out. So I guess, yeah, it's easy to sit here in the commentary box and kind of make these calls, but it's interesting to hear from the athletes themselves after the race and get a real insight to what they end up choosing or how they actually felt out on course.
What was your experience like racing out here in Singapore? It's a hell of a backdrop as well. I mean, obviously you go away from the city on the bike, but when you come back to it, it is very striking, isn't it? As you see, we see there, we've got the Singapore Flyer, there's loads of tourist attractions, and then obviously now the sun's bouncing off of the very reflective buildings we got here as well. Is there anywhere else in the world like this place?
It's a super unique place to race, and it was absolutely incredible. Obviously, being out there on these highways on the bike, there's obviously no crowds, and you know, you're out there just you and yourself and anyone that's riding with you. But around Marina Bay was absolutely incredible yesterday. There was so many triathletes, so many fans, so many people cheering, so it really added to a great atmosphere. And obviously the architecture around here too is just pretty striking, and it makes for good TV, that's for sure.
And a good experience for you guys as well, right? Milwaukee, I was there. That was so well supported. A similar idea, obviously a massive weekend for triathlon stateside. We have that again, way more age groupers out today as well. I think they're on a different course right now doing duathlon. But how good is it when you're hurting, when you're digging deep, to have people, you know, doing crazy stuff, running alongside you, you know, with their tummies out, but screaming your name and throwing the shirts in the air and just getting behind all of you guys?
Yeah, there was so many people out there yesterday, and also today, just being around the venue, there's so many people that watched and was so, happy to see so many triathletes out in their home country enjoying it and, doing triathlon. So, I think it's pretty special to have this event here, and it's definitely very well supported by the locals. They're pretty happy that we're all here racing and enjoying their country.
And did you know that it's so rare to actually be swimming in Marina Bay as well? Like, you're a select few, and they've even got experienced age groupers that had to undergo some assessment, I think, like prove themselves to get in the water. So not many people do it. You were one of them that have been the chosen few.
Yeah, we definitely feel very fortunate. Even in the swim familiarisation, you saw a few locals giving us quizzical looks. They didn't realise that, that would be allowed. But yeah, we're very lucky that PTO was able to put a race on here, because it definitely wouldn't have been too easy to pull it all together. But yeah, as you can see from these images, it's very spectacular.
Have you managed to visit the Marina Bay Sands Hotel yet?
I have in the past, but not this year. But I'm hoping to get there before I fly home, that's for sure.
Well, you need to. I mean, Crowy's already said that he's going to buy a round and the bar at the top there, because he's got to get up there and do the obligatory selfie. So anyone that his friend, apparently, he's going to take us up there and grab a bevy. Is that right?
My paycheck's not as big as yours, John. I think you'll be shouting the drinks, mate. But I'm intrigued by this race. These are certainly bigger time gaps than I expected to see after 30 kilometres. I don't think... we see...
is that Gustav?
Gustav.
Oh, it is. Oh.
The race is sort of going from bad to worse for Gustav.
That's around the far U-turn too. He would have done 1 million of those in his life, so that it would be interesting to get some camera on that. It's really unfortunate.
He's having a terrible year, and it's... Of all the athletes in this course, he's technically so good. You wouldn't expect to see that.
It's funny, Crow, isn't it? Me and you talked about this a lot during the week. If this was 2022 at this course, Gustav Iden would have been the unbackable favourite, but 2023 has just been such a tough year for him, and you sort of hate to see this. It's actually quite heartbreaking. Hope he's okay, really.
Seems to have an injury to his hand.
And the bike must not be rideable, because you know that Gustav, if his body was okay and his bike was okay, you would know that someone like himself would get back on that bike and continue. So yeah, it's really heartbreaking, as he's had a really tough year off the race course as well. So yeah, it's really hard to see this.
Yeah, no athlete, as we saw with Sam Laidlow as well, it's a tough decision. No athlete ever wants to DNF. We saw Sam Long go around past that turn. Gustav had been losing time. I want to say he was almost 3 minutes back, so he wasn't having a good day, but this has just added insult to injury.
He was actually up to 5 minutes back. Ash, I was going to ask you this question. To me, he looks like he's a little bit sore. I don't think he looks too bad. To me, he looked more like almost defeated, like he was just like, oh, can it get much worse? That's sort of what I felt looking at his facial expression. And I don't know, he sort of just looked really down. What did you think? Like, if you put yourself in the perspective of, he sort of had a year last year like you had this year, to then have this year of ups and downs personally and professionally that he's having this year, can you take us inside like his mindset and what he must be feeling right now?
Yeah, I guess it's always great, when things are going well and everything's rolling along nicely, but when everything's not going so well, it can really bring you down. And he said in the press conference as well, he said for him, they collect a lot of data, and he said the data is amazing when things are going well and you know how good you're going. And he actually said, well, when the data shows that you're not doing so well, it is actually quite difficult as well. So he knew that going into this race he wasn't in top form, and he was actually aiming for a top 10, he said. So that's not a Gustav Iden that we usually hear, just aiming for a top 10. He's usually thinking that he can win most races he enters. So it won't be a top 10 today, and it's really hard to see him like this. He's obviously injured himself, and it's just not his day today, and yeah, really sad to see, obviously.
As we see Peter Himmerich continue to grow his lead out to half a minute now.
Yeah, Crow, we've just seen there that group of 5 has now become a group of 4. Peter Himrek out in front of it, Kristian Blummenfelt, Mick Canute, Aaron Royal working together, and then a big gap of 1:45 to Ben Canute.
Crowe, I don't want to sound cold, and obviously very sympathetic towards the efforts of Gustav and the fact that he's clearly nursing some injuries here. But just to pick up on a point that we were talking earlier, I'm not sure if it's still relevant, but does that impact that relationship between him and Kristian, the fact that they're no longer on the course together? Does that impact that at all now, the fact that he's out? Because he can't keep him in check.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's disappointing for Gustav, as it was for Sam Laidlow. No athlete wants to end their race like this. Kristian, he's all business at the moment. He's in a great position, 28 seconds back. Whilst we are seeing some separation here and these gaps starting to increase, I don't think they're race-winning gaps at the moment. You know, in this heat and humidity, we see Jason West in 9th there, 2:20 back. David McNamee, 2 minutes 30 back in 12th place. They're noted runners in this heat and humidity. So we will continue with interest to watch how this bike unfolds and what happens to these time gaps. At this point, I don't think it's a race-winning lead for Peter Himrek by any stretch.
Not with Kristian Blummenfelt breathing down your neck, just 28 seconds behind at the last mat.
The one name who's sort of surprising me a little bit, John, Crowe and Ash, is Aaron Royal. Now, he spoke to me in transition before the race and said he had been battling that bug, and he was really unsure whether he should even be on the start line. He sort of felt like he was maybe operating at 60 to 70%, and yet there he is in that decisive break. He's still holding on to Kristian Blummenfelt and Mick Canute, who seem to be riding really strong. So let's keep an eye on that and see, hey, maybe he's sort of got into the race and he's feeling better than he anticipated.
Yeah, well, Jack, Aaron was one of the athletes you talked about having spent some dedicated time, I think in Thailand, for 10 or 11 days between Milwaukee, between the US Open and this race. And I think if it's one thing we know is, you know, top-end fitness and threshold is very important, but in these conditions, just getting those physiological changes that your body needs to operate well are just as, if not more important.
Well, we talked at breakfast this morning, didn't we, Crowe? Me and you sat there and we had a long chat with Daniel Bakkegaard at breakfast over a coffee, and he was one of those guys who was there with Aaron Royal and Mick Canute. He talked about, and you talked about, that sometimes to win a race, all you have to do is be the fittest and strongest, whereas in other races there's other factors, and this is one of those races where maybe how absolutely fit you are doesn't matter as much as it does in other races, because the big defining factor is how well you've adapted and prepared for these conditions. And again, you can't see on the TV screen, Crowe, but the conditions are absolutely brutal out there today.
Well, there's not as much cloud cover. I want to say it's 2 or 3 degrees warmer. The heat index is very high when the sun's out. As we see, Gustav still getting some medical treatment.
He looks a bit broken, doesn't he?
So these are pictures, sadly, of Gustav Iden's race. He came off the bike, and that is the end of his race. He does seem to be a little bit injured, and the staff are saying to him roadside as a couple of his competitors passed him at that 180-degree bend. He got some attention, some scrapes down the leg. Looks like he's got a hand injury as well, but the pain that he'll be going through will extend further than these superficial injuries, hopefully just superficial injuries that we see right here, Crowe. These are live pictures right now.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of road rash. It looks like he took the impact on his hip. He'll be sore for sure. And I mean, it was so surprising to see him 3 or 4 minutes back from the lead anyway. You know, he is unbeaten and possibly, I want to say, one of the best performed ever over this 100-kilometre distance. So we thought the fact that he made the trip meant he felt like that he was in some form, but Ashley brought up a great point. When you do train and use the science and you get a lot of your confidence from the preparation and seeing those great numbers in training, when they're not there, where does your confidence come from?
It's funny, isn't it, Crowe? Because a lot of the talk in the paddock with the athletes and everyone supporting the race in the week in the lead-up was, is Gustav telling the truth? There was so much conversation.
He playing possum?
There was so much conversation about it. Like, everyone almost didn't believe him. And he said to me in transition, he goes, I don't believe in lying to everyone, my competitors, the fans, and everyone's like, oh yeah, okay. And it's because we got so used to seeing him win every race that he started in last year, and in quite dominant fashion, Crowe. So to see him actually that far back and then end the day like that, it's just different for us.
To that point though, Jack, when we have seen him interviewed, he's never been shy to say, and not in an arrogant way, but in a confident way, I think I'm ready to win. So we took him on his word when he said that. I guess we should take him on his word when he said top 10 would be my expectation for this race today. As we see Peter Himmerich continue to push off the front here, he's still sitting around that 30-second mark back to the chase group. Interesting watching his gear selections. He seems to be riding a smaller gear going up these climbs than the other men in the race. We've seen him down in the small chainring at least one time, so he's got a plan. He's going to stick to a cadence range that he wants to stick to, and it was interesting when he completed that last lap coming through transition. He did get off the throttle to make sure he got plenty of water, and we saw that in the women's race yesterday. The athletes taking more time through the aid stations than they otherwise normally would.
Crowe, as we see Peter here make the sort of crossover with that chasing group of three with Mika Newt leading it, Kristian Blummenfelt sitting in second and Aaron Royal in third, what would be going through his mind there as he makes that path, finding himself in a position leading a PTO race, the biggest race he's ever led at this stage in the bike?
Yeah, I think he'd be excited. This is what you dream of as an athlete, having one of these days. And you know, we heard his brother talk about he didn't expect to see Peter off the front like this. He's known for his run, and I think his performance 2 weeks ago at the 70.3 European Championships told us he was in form, but I'm certainly surprised to see him off the front as well, because like you mentioned, typically he has put together 3 good disciplines but always finished with a good run. That's where he's shown us his hand. So this is definitely a different race strategy to what he has employed in the past, and I think he'd be excited by it. I think every athlete likes to have more than 1 or 2 strings to their bow, and he's showing us he's definitely got more to his.
We're going to keep an eye on Peter Himmerich, but right now we're going to go down to Rachel. She's with Els Visser, who competed yesterday.
Yeah, thanks so much, John. Els, I want to actually speak to you firstly about how you see the race unfolding. Peter in the front had his brother. He was a little bit shocked. Are you?
Well, to be honest, I saw the swim and then I had to make my way to here. So actually, I haven't really seen the race unfold, but yeah, I think it's super unpredictable here, hey, with the conditions and also the tough course. You start with a warm swim, hard bike course, and also, yeah, you don't know what's going on in their mind. So it's not finished until it's finished.
We just saw Gustav as well come unstuck on the bike. How technical is the course, and would you say it was quite easy to actually have the fall like he did there?
Yeah, I would say there are some tricky points on the course, and I would say maybe the first lap really kind of not take it too easy, but be a bit more cautious and aware of what is coming, so you know a bit more what to expect in the laps ahead. And yeah, it's always kind of a balance, you know, the risk you want to take, and yeah, maybe he just had a bit too much speed and yeah, fell off his bike. Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate day for Gustav. I want to speak to you about yours, though. I know you weren't happy with yesterday at all. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. Have you had a chance to reflect yet, and do you put your performance down to anything in particular?
Yeah, I still didn't talk to my coach because he was on a flight himself. But to be honest, I can't really find any excuse. I also don't want to make any excuse. I feel that I'm in a good shape, I'm fit, and yeah, yesterday I just felt terrible, no energy, I couldn't push, and my body just didn't want to move forward. So yeah, I'm really disappointed about that. I knew beforehand that I couldn't compete with the top girls in the field, but I was still at least hoping to show a performance I'm capable of. And yeah, I'm disappointed that I didn't show it, and it's such an incredible event, and you just want to show your best here, and I couldn't show it. But the only positive I would say is that I made it to the finish line, you know, and I got the support, and everyone cheered me on to get there, and that made me at least, I would say, feel a bit better today.
I'm sure you'll be analysing your race with your medical head on yourself a little bit later on when you get the chance to as well. You have 2 chances at redemption, like you just told me, so good luck for those, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Top 3, pressure's on. Who do you think is going to take the podium in the men's race?
I I kind of hope maybe that Mika shows a good performance because he's just like a young kid, and yeah, I would say it's like cool to see him on the podium. I would say like Jason, he's in a good spot, and the third, well, let's say Kristian.
Okay, there you heard it. Els has picked her predictions for the race. Let's see how it unfolds. Els, thanks for chatting to us and good luck for your final 2 races of the season.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Els. Peter Himmerich in that #1 spot, Crowe.
Yeah, we're seeing some lap times come through. Peter went through that last lap in 13.5 minutes, about 5 or 8 seconds quicker than that next group. So they're holding their lap times fairly consistently here. Peter did do a 13:20 lap to create a bit of separation, but it looks like this top 8 or 10 athletes are sort of lapping around the same time. They're keeping their effort level really steady, really consistent, and we've talked a lot about that, managing your core body temperature and your effort, not going into the red. You were talking a bit before, Jack, about Aaron Royal being up the front, and he is one of the athletes who you mentioned to me before has spent some dedicated time in between Milwaukee and the Asian Open today, just trying to stimulate some of those changes that the body needs to really be in a good place to perform in these conditions.
Well, we're seeing it. Mika Noot in second, Aaron Royal sitting in fourth, Daniel Backegaard in fifth. They're all guys who spent dedicated time in conditions just like this, trying to replicate the conditions and get those sort of acute adaptations to heat training that you need to perform really well in races like this. Peter Himmerich, he's a guy who always performs well in tough races. He comes to the front when the course is tough, when the conditions are tough. His brother said he hasn't really tested himself over humid conditions, but he has definitely over hot conditions and over hilly, hard bike courses. So it's not really surprising we're seeing him here. Of any PTO race that we expect him to do well at, this is probably the one. And then it's getting interesting that the gaps do seem to be blowing out quite a bit bigger as we're 41 kilometres into the bike course, halfway through or just over. Getting an eye on Jason West here, Crowe, about 3 minutes down.
Yeah, and I think Jason would still be happy. As we see Peter again, he does this every lap. He's been taking a lot of time through the aid stations. I think it's smart. He's getting as much water on board. We heard his brother talk about losing 2 litres this morning per hour, and some athletes, obviously the sweat rates are different for these athletes. Some athletes lose more fluid, lose more electrolyte. Peter's taking extra time, and we saw the women do it yesterday. Very smart in these conditions. Back to Jason West, I think he's still in a great position. I think he will still run well in these conditions. I think he has a race plan. He's racing his race. He's not being... As we know, Jason West has laid down some historic run splits. You know, I know we're all very good at saying that was the greatest thing we've ever seen, but I want to say his run time and his run split in Milwaukee was one of the best run splits I've seen in men's triathlon. I mean, it's hard to compare apples to oranges sometimes, but what we do know is he was up against some of the greatest triathletes we've ever seen, and his run split was actually 4 minutes quicker than the second quickest we saw that day.
Well, at the US Open a couple of weeks ago, Crowe, Jason West came down from over 5 minutes back to get into the position he did second in the race, and that was a course where we didn't sort of see as many blow-ups as we're expecting to see late into this run course because of how hot it is, because of the hill. So Jason West all day today in the lead up to this race at breakfast, or around the breakfast table, he was quietly confident, and he said he was going to play it conservatively all day, and we are seeing that here with the percentage of max heart rate data. Mika Noot working hard in that front group to sort of keep that gap to Peter Himmerich close, working hard in coalition with Kristian Blummenfelt and Aaron Royal. Peter Himmerich at the front, sort of in that similar realm, high 80s, low 90s, but we do see Jason West down in that low 80s, which says to me he's sitting back, he's conserving, he's playing the long game, realising that there's going to be some blow-ups from the likes of maybe Peter Himmerich, maybe Mika Noot, maybe guys who are working a little bit harder, a little bit earlier, and might pay for it later into the run. Now, I'm not saying that Peter Himmerich and Mika Noot are going to blow up Crowe, but what we're seeing from Jason West is him sort of guaranteeing that he can come through the field late versus taking the risk of going a little bit harder now and paying for it later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're spot on with that analysis. I think what we're seeing is an athlete execute his race plan and doing exactly what he said he was going to do, and he told us that pre-race, and he's in a very, very good position. We've seen on multiple occasions in races with the heat and humidity that we see here in Singapore, 2 and 3 minute gaps can be erased in the blink of an eye. So this race is far from over. Jason is in a great position. We see him there in a group with Josh Amberger and Sam Appleton. So yeah, I think with those heart rates we're seeing up on the screen, it does look like the guys off the front of the race are working slightly harder. These conditions, again, it's all, I keep harping on about it. It's how you manage yourself. You have to be hyper vigilant with your pacing, your hydration and nutrition. There is much, much less margin for error when you race in this sort of heat and humidity.
Crowe, I'm just trying to put myself in the mind of Jason West. With the position he's in, like, it might seem quite bad that he's in 11th and 3 minutes 15 seconds down, but you know, that's only to Peter Himmerich, and it's actually only 2 minutes to that sort of main chase group of Mick Anouk, Kristian Blummenfelt and Aaron Royal. Now, everyone between him and that group, I think he would look at as being able to run 4, 5, 6 minutes faster than. So do you think if you could take yourself in his mind as someone who used to do exactly what he does, which is play it conservative in the bike and then run through the field, would he be thinking that, I think I can put this much time into these guys, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to chill out, I'm going to relax, I'm going to make sure I'm the freshest out of everyone in this sort of top 11 going into the run so that I can run through it and play my strength?
Yeah, I think there's an element of that, and there's also just an element of a very confident, composed athlete racing to his strengths, not getting sidetracked, and it's kind of what we see Jan Frodeno do, and we've seen him many times. I mean, Jan doesn't race other people's races, he races to his strengths, and I think that's what we're seeing Jason West do right here. He looks comfortable, he looks composed, he looks completely relaxed. We saw him take some time through the aid station. I think he's in the A1 position right now.
One thing that we all like to have a little fun with is, of course, with the Mystery Pro predictions. Interestingly, I don't think the Mystery Pro's on target today. Obviously, we saw the sad news that Sam Laidlow DNF'd, but he's got Jason West out there on the top spot, Kristian Blummenfelt in second. I mean, just latching onto your conversation there, gents, can Jason West run through this and take top spots?
Yeah, absolutely, John. I don't think a race has sort of ever played out this good at this stage for Jason West in the PTO Tour. I think we're seeing him sort of play his cards exactly how he would have wanted to if you had have asked him this morning or during the week. We see here up this climb, which is sort of something we saw a lot with Annie Haug and Ashley Gentle yesterday. The strong runners, those guys with really high power to weight ratios, sort of tend to go to the front and make their moves up this long climb because they can take advantage of the fact that they're a little bit lighter and their power to weight ratio is a little bit better versus the sort of traditional cyclists who do tend to slow up at this point of the bike course. So, Crowe, it's not exactly a surprise to see Jason West make that move around Sam Appleton there and sort of push the pace a little bit and maintain his tempo on this long climb.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We saw the gap start to open up, and Jason clearly wants to stay in touch with this group, so he took it upon himself to go around and get back up towards the front of the group he's in. And I think he's just racing a really smart race. He's sticking to his race plan. We're getting more lap times in it. It seems as if Peter Himmerich is still lapping out at around 13.5 minutes per lap. Kristian in that second group lost about 10 or 15 seconds on that lap compared to what they'd done previously. So Peter is riding really well, holding things really, really steady. We're seeing the bike sector times come up here, Jack, and as we would expect.
Just one last thing on Jason West, just going back to that US Open, had mechanical issues on his bike, didn't he? So it really slowed him up, and he ended up burning quite a few matches to try and get himself back into contention. Still brought it home, but it looks like he's just getting better and better, and we're looking forward to seeing how he can put together the rest of this race from where he is. You guys sounding confident you think he can do it, and maybe even go one better than he did in Milwaukee.
Well, John, we're still a long, long way from the
course.
finish, but Jason is in a great position as we look at these bike sector times, and Peter was 6 seconds faster than Mick Anouk, about 8 seconds quicker than Kristian Blummenfelt, and I still think Kristian's in a great position as well. So there's a lot of this race still to play out. Peter looks great though, his cadence is good. He's taking his time through the aid stations. So this is really turning into an exciting race. I just don't think these 2 and 3 minute time gaps that we see, they don't define this race at the moment. Those kind of time gaps evaporate very, very quickly in these conditions.
I think what you said then, Crowe, is a really salient point, that it's not necessarily about, oh, we're seeing this person in this position, so it means they're going to win or it means they're going to podium. what it means is that they're in a position that they would want to be in, and it sets them up to have the potential to have the race they want to have. And it's sort of just like Jason West, would he have taken this position before the race started? Yes, he would have. Okay, so that means his race is set up to have a good one. Same with Mick Anoot, same with Kristian Blummenfelt. And I want to touch on that with you, Corey. So Kristian Blummenfelt, who we're about to see up on the far right-hand side, of course, Peter Hemmerich is about to make that crossover with them. He has extended that gap for about 20 seconds from when we saw them make this crossover last time. Exactly where he is right now is where we saw them cross over last time. So if you sort of look at that gap, that's probably another 10 seconds further ahead. Kristian Blummenfelt, Crowe, he's playing a much more conservative game versus what he was at the US Open. At the US Open, it was Kristian who was in Peter Hemmerich's spot, and then he got caught by the group and probably paid for it later in the run. Do you think he's learnt from that and he's sort of making a decision to sit in that group, or has Peter Hemmerich just rode off the front and there was nothing Kristian could do about it?
That is a very good question, and I wish I had an absolute answer for you. What I think it is a little bit of both. I think being the champion athlete that we know Kristian is, I think he learns from each of his races. I also think there's an element of the unknown here, and maybe Kristian himself doesn't know. Having raced the Olympic test event 2 days ago, he talked in transition with you before the race about not knowing exactly what to expect today, and I think it's smart by him to play more of a conservative game. I still think he is in a great position, and for me, he's still, I think, the race favourite at this point, based on seeing the Kristian that we think we're going to see and who we've seen before.
Pictures there of our current race leader. Always on one of the top spots is Annie Haug. She's with Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, John. Well, Annie, thanks for coming out of VIP. She was in VIP, enjoying herself after coming second yesterday. Right now, at this moment, how are you feeling post-race?
Oh, really good. I mean, it's always nice to watch the guys being relaxed, have your race done. It's always nice.
I mean, for you yesterday, it kind of was a race of two halves, wasn't it? Up until that moment, about 14K on the bike, when the inner tube, unfortunately, the spare one that Annie was carrying kind of got wrapped round the back wheel of the bike. The first half then of the race, let's talk about the first half, that was going pretty well, wasn't it?
Yeah, everything was going perfectly. I mean, I had a really good swim for my abilities, and my bike was really good, so I moved really quickly in front, and yeah, things went really well until they doesn't anymore. But that's racing, you know, things happen which are out of control, and yeah, that makes winning so something special, and you can't take anything for granted because things like that happen.
And that second half of the race is what we're calling it now, the last 13K and then the run as well. Do you get frustrated during that? Do you kind of kick yourself and say, if only that hadn't have happened during the race?
No, because I think that's counterproductive. I mean, I always try to stay positive and turn every bad thought into a positive thought to take energy out of it. And I think, okay, now I have a rest. That means I can push the last lap really, really hard and catch up, and maybe it's my chance to show how fast I can run, because it challenged me, and yeah, challenges get thrown towards you and you have to make the best out of it. But I don't want to play the if game, because Ashley was just, I think, unbeatable yesterday, and I think the second place for anybody is the place I wanted to fight, and I got it back, and that was really relieving for me.
Tell me about that mindset which you have to have as well as a triathlete. You're showing it now, the fact that you cannot dwell on things like technical problems or problems with inner tubes, because it's not just about the swim, bike, run, is it?
No, I mean, of course we are professional athletes and we always want to win, but first of all, I always want to have the best possible performance I can squeeze out of my body regardless of the place in the end, and you can always perform to your limit. And on some times you're lucky, and on some times you're not so lucky, but it doesn't mean you can give it all.
We saw Jason West run the legs of everyone last time out. He's in a perfect position. Can he do it again this time, yes or no?
I think so. I think he's in a really, really good position, and if he doesn't struggle with heat, then he will outrun everyone, I think.
Well, Annie Haug said he may outrun everyone. I'm asking all the women for predictions, and she said just that. We'll have to wait and see. Annie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So here is our race leader, Peter Hemmerich, over a minute into second place, Kristian Blummenfelt, as he comes through the slower portion of the course here. one of 10 children, Peter Himmerich, so
awesome.
Very used to fighting for things throughout his life. Been a pro since 2019, which doesn't give him like loads and loads of time at the really highest level, Crowe, but he's obviously, you know, taken the experience that he's got to the very highest level in short order.
Well,
he's looking strong today.
He's been around for a long time. He is a very experienced athlete, had a lot of great results. Seems to be still extending his lead and still looks good, taking his time through the aid stations. If we look at we're getting a close-up of his face there, completely relaxed. Doesn't look to be in any sort of stress at all. One thing I did notice on the last lap when he got to that turnaround point where Kristian had crashed, I'm sorry, not Kristian, Gustav, where Gustav had crashed and was still sitting on the road, we just saw Peter take the turn a little wider. So maybe having seen Gustav crash, some of the athletes, when they ride past and see another athlete, potentially there's oil or something on the road, because you wouldn't normally see Gustav crash on a corner like that. As Ashley said, he's taken those corners in his sleep normally.
Really great to get a look here at the chase group, Crowe, which we haven't sort of had a close look at for a while, but Kristian Blummenfelt leading it. When we've seen those two crossovers, the first time around we saw Mika Newt leading it, the second time around we saw Kristian Blummenfelt leading it. We haven't seen Aaron Royal go to the front of that group at all, so Mika Newt and Kristian Blummenfelt seem to be rotating to try and sort of keep that gap in check to Peter Himmerich. We're seeing this every single lap, aren't we, at this aid station, Crowe, just before they take this sweeping left-hander out of transition. Peter Himmerich is making a really conscious decision to bath himself, almost drown himself in 1 or 2 full water bottles to try and cool himself off. That says to me, Crowe, that he isn't just head down, full gas, giving it everything. That says to me that he's actually quite cognizant. He's thinking clearly and straight and has the long game at front of mind.
Yeah, I don't think he's full gas. I think that's a really great observation. I mean, all of these athletes will be dumping water on themselves to get that convective cooling effect that you get. They'll be trying to drink as much as they can tolerate as well to stay fully hydrated. But yeah, it's just an interesting card that Peter's playing here. I don't think a lot of his opposition would have expected it. The races we have seen him win, he normally comes through later in the race on the run. I still think that second group's in a good position. Kristian's in a good position. Mika Newt looks good. We know he's done a lot of heat acclimation for this race. We know he's a good runner. So there's still plenty of this race to play up, but Peter has put himself in an awesome position here.
What's happened here with Aaron Royal? Chain stuck maybe, Crowe?
Yeah.
Rear derailleur issues. The bike mechanic's absolutely sprinting to go and help him.
So what are we looking at here, Jack? Some issues here for Aaron?
It just looked like a little bit of a stuck chain potentially. Maybe the chain sort of dropping out of his rear derailleur, and they sort of had to link it back into so that the chain would run through that rear derailleur, and it looked like it had been getting sort of a little bit stuck, Crowe. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, it could have been just a stiff link that you get. Maybe it wasn't running through. It was bothering him enough to stop, and it looks like it's cost him 30 seconds there. So whatever it was, some little mechanical error. It could have been a stiff link, or maybe something was caught in the rear derailleur.
And it's quite a bad place for it to happen, because he was in a really good working group. He'd been sitting in behind Kristian Blummenfelt and Mika Newt. He was letting them do all of the work. Considering he said he didn't feel that great leading into the race, he did find himself in almost the perfect position. So a really misfortunate, mistimely mechanical, sort of exactly like we saw with Arne Haug yesterday.
I'm guessing, but I'm loving this. I believe these are stickers of Peter's boys. He is a father to 2 boys, Quinn and Oliver. I think on the other side we saw a different sticker. I'm guessing at it, but proud daddy out there doing his thing on the race course. He was a former sports teacher actually to juniors, really wants to motivate as many youngsters as they can towards triathlon. That's a big driving factor in everything that he does. Moved away from teaching to pursue his career as a professional triathlete.
Well, he's certainly going to motivate a lot of athletes, particularly in his home country, if he keeps turning in performances like this. And we noticed him going up over the bridge. There did seem to be a little bit more upper body movement, Jack, a little bit of a shoulder roll, but on the flats he still looks calm and composed. His cadence looks great. We can see him getting on board his nutrition. And I do love to see those little personal touches that the athletes have either on their helmets or their bikes. Just a mantra or a saying or the name of their children, the picture.
I'm not someone who likes to get bogged down talking about, oh, what's this guy's cadence? How does this guy look? How's his run form? What's his run mechanics? I sort of hate it when all people talk about during a commentary is just that over and over and over again. But I do think with Peter Hemerick, we need to touch on it like you did then, Crowe. He is really spinning a high cadence up those climbs, far more than I think anyone else I'm getting a sort of eye on. And there is a lot of sort of debate about, well, what's best, pushing a bigger gear, lower cadence, pushing a smaller gear, really high cadence. And there is a bit of a theory that if you push a smaller gear and a bit of a higher cadence up a climb, that it does conserve your legs a little bit for the run on these really tough and hilly courses. Did you find that in your racing days, Crowe?
Well, it depends. I think what you need to do is race how you train, what you prepare for. But you're right, every athlete has a different sweet spot with their cadence, just like they do with their turnover in swimming and their stride length in running. So Peter trains this way. We saw him hit the small chainring there again. I'd be interested to see what it is. It's probably a 42 or 44 smaller chainring, but there's different theories out there that are bound. I think the best thing to do is just to train.
Just pause there for a second, gents. I'm not sure that a point of interest. We've actually managed to get hold of the bike mechanic that was assisting Aaron Royal. So he's with Rachel. Maybe they can shed some light on what happened to Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, you're speculating, so I thought I'd get Foy, head mechanic down here, who's racing everywhere. If he looks away from the camera while we're doing our interviews, when all the athletes come round into here to transition, if they go slower, he's all eyes on them just in case they need his help. Aaron Royal there had a mistake. He raced down. What was the problem with his bike? He's got a technical. He's got to go. This is exactly what happens in triathlon. It's brilliant. He's racing off. This is how much happens, the drama which goes on down here. Foy was posed. You could see he wanted to tell us something. We'll keep on him because we're not sure who's coming in. He didn't tell me. Let's see who comes into transition here. I don't know, but that is exactly what happens down here in transition. Maybe, guys, if you're lucky, he'll come back and explain what happened to Aaron Royal's bike.
And here is just those pictures. So this is a replay, I should add, of what happened.
It looks like there, Johnny's just pulling his rear derailleur cage out. It looks like it's got pushed in somehow towards the disc wheel. I saw him just grab it and pull it out. Yeah, they're pulling that rear derailleur cage out from the disc wheel. Not sure what. Normally that happens from a direct impact.
That's Tom Bishop there that we just saw on the side of the road. The PTO US Open, he had a mechanical at almost the same point of the race, and he's had it again here. And this here that we're seeing is Mike Phillips. So that's 3 mechanicals we've seen in the last sort of 5K of the race after it was really smooth. We sort of expected there to be big time carnage in this race because of the conditions, and you wonder if some of this is caused by the conditions, the really hot roads. But to have 3 mechanicals like that, Tom Bishop walking up on the hill, Aaron Royal having the mechanical, Mike Phillips, one of the strongest cyclists in world triathlon, stuck on the side of the road. We also had Gustav Iden with that crash. This race is really becoming quite a chaotic, anything can happen at any moment race, Crowe.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's got a flat tyre there. I think that's part and parcel of racing. We did expect to see carnage, probably not this way, not mechanicals, and it's not usual to see so many mechanicals. I mean, the bike technology is incredible these days. These bikes are $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 machines. These athletes travel with people. The race provides a lot of people to make sure that they're all in working order. So it's very, very unusual to see so many mechanicals.
Things are completely changing here now, Crowe. We're seeing Aaron Royal now being caught by Stepanak and Bakkegaard. 2 people that he probably didn't expect to see in the race again because he got that gap. He was in a great group, and now he finds himself suddenly back with them, and those two men have made the pass and sort of pulled up another position. I think what we're seeing today, which we didn't see yesterday in the women's race sort of got established, and it just played out how everyone expected it from about halfway, and this men's race couldn't be any more different. It is complete chaos. Literally anything could and is happening, and I mean, from here, like, strap on in, buckle up your seatbelt, anything can happen.
It's very interesting to watch Daniel here. He's just riding a high cadence. He seems to be trying to just manage his effort As he sprays Aaron there.
Little water fights out on course, why not?
Well, they've just spent time training together over in Thailand and probably established a really strong friendship, so how good is triathlon?
Nice little bit of camaraderie between training partners there as we see Daniel get stuck back into his work as we go back to the shots of Tom Bishop walking up the hill.
And he's getting around Peter Hemrick. See him there put his fist in the air and say, keep going. Tom
That's
Bishop's
great.
one of the nicest guys in triathlon, Crowe. He'd be really disappointed because he was targeting these two PTO races, the US Open and the Singapore Open, but two mechanicals, as we see Mike Phillips now, he's lost probably over 3 to 4 minutes. His race is done. Tom Bishop's race is done. He's walking in the middle of a literal 10-lane freeway in Singapore.
Has Tom got a flat tyre?
It looks like he's got a flat rear tyre, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Crowe?
it's a flat rear. As we saw them trying to fix Mike's with a little bit of sealant there.
It says to me there must be a bit of debris on the road, or maybe the debris brought on in combination with the really hot tarmac because of the conditions. This is chaos.
It's heartbreaking for the athletes. It's a long way to come. They've scheduled their seasons around big races like this, but unfortunately it is part and parcel of the sport. Long lonely walk back for Tom. He expected to be riding up over the Benjamin Shears Bridge 16 times. I don't think he expected to be walking up over it.
It's a long way back to transition from there too. This bike mechanic, he's having a day. He must be stressed. He was doing an interview with Rachel, and then out of nowhere he drops the mic and he sprints off, and then he's gone, bugger this, I'm grabbing Mike Phillips' bike. He sprinted 80 metres with it to the bike rack. Everyone's experiencing it here today.
Daniel Bakkegaard's an interesting athlete. I think he had a plan to be really purposeful and intentional with his race dynamic and his race strategy.
I've just got to apologise for the language, for that colourful language from my Australian friend there. Sometimes gets lost in translation. Some of these words don't play so well out on a British broadcast, my friend, but I'll let you off that one as you look absolutely, both of you look dumbfounded here. My Australian friend's a little bit different. Maybe I'm overcooking it, but better to be safe than sorry.
Me and Crowe just looked at each other there. We're actually
What
not
did
sure
I say?
what the swear word was.
Not necessarily a swear, just something that we tend to veer away from, especially on a Sunday, the day of rest, right? In church, we wouldn't say things like that.
That's certainly not the strangest thing that's happened today anyway.
Isn't it exciting though? So we're 59 kilometres into the bike course. We've had a 2K swim. We've got 21 Ks to go on the bike and an 18K run. And we've already had this much carnage on the race course. We expected there to not be that much bike course carnage, and that the run course was where it's going to all happen. I still believe that we are going to see that carnage on the run course, and it maybe makes me think that the carnage we expected is actually going to be maybe doubled or tripled from what any of us thought was going to happen. So yeah, I'm really excited for the last hour and a half of this race, Crowe.
This is so disheartening for Mike Phillips. This sort of disruption to your race, just standing idle on the side of the road, it is going to be very, very hard for him to get back in rhythm and salvage anything from this race. But we know Mikey's a fighter. He'll do his best. We see the mechanics still. I think they tried to do the quick fix, which was a little bit of sealant. That clearly hasn't worked. Now they're going to change the whole thing.
Well, Crowe, he's been on the side of the road for about 6 minutes now. Put yourself in the athlete's mind. Does he keep going? Does he want to keep going? How deflated is he, knowing that maybe he's probably going to be becoming last place at the end of the day if he does finish? So what is he thinking right now?
I mean, every athlete's different. I think Mike in this situation would be thinking, I still want to get something out of this day. He still has big race goals for the rest of this season. He would have tapered off his training for this race. And not that it's a waste, but he wants to get something out of this. And so the rest of this race could turn into a very, very good training session for him.
It's maybe particularly hard for Mike Phillips, Crowe, given that the bike is where he makes all of his moves, and he actually just tries to hold on a bit in the swim and then hold on for dear life on the run. So maybe even more frustrating as we see Tom Bishop also now decide to pull up a stool, take a seat in the middle of the top of the Helix Bridge, one of the highest points on the bike course and one of the busiest roads in Singapore. So it's not often that the Singapore locals would have ever passed that point of the bridge and seen a cyclist sitting there in the middle of the road. That must be completely absurd for them to sort of look at, and quite fascinating.
Super frustrating for Mike Phillips, but again, as we saw with Anne Haug in the women's race yesterday, there's sometimes you just got to expect the unexpected. I think they will get this wheel fixed eventually, and I think Mike will get back to his work and he'll try and salvage something out of this. He has big race goals for later this year.
Wait, Crowe, I've just thought about this. If he gets lapped here as Peter Heimrich comes into transition, if he gets in front of him, Mike Phillips actually gets lapped out of the course and can't continue. So at this point here, we have to keep the cameras on this because we've got Peter Heimrich coming up behind Mike Phillips. If he does catch him, Mike Phillips' day is done and he's out of the race. So that is actually something to keep an eye on there. Really unfortunate for Mike Phillips, but he does have to come off that mechanical and really put in a surge, because if he doesn't, he's off the course.
Very, very interesting as we see some time splits flash up on the screen now. Mika Nude is now at 1:29 behind Peter Heimrich. 20 kilometres to go. Kristian Blummenfelt still towards the front of this race in third, and I think still in a really good position. And again, we just see Peter taking the time to go through the aid station, get the fluid on board, pour some over his head, and then get back into his rhythm, back to his work.
He's slowing up through this transition, through this aid station like he has at every lap, Crowe. We saw Mike Phillips, he literally just turned the left-hand corner there as we saw Peter Heimrich puts the power back down on the pedals. You're going to see Mike Phillips now has about 80 metres on him. He really needs to put the foot to the floor there, or his day's done. So actually quite a fascinating little thing. It's funny how first place and last place can sort of interchange and make one of the stories of the day, even though it has nothing to do with the win.
Yeah, I think, Mike, it's so hard when you just stand on the side of the road for 8 or 9 minutes just to get back straight up to speed, up to threshold, especially in this heat and humidity. So, but Mike will do what he can. Some things are just out of your control. I mean, we saw him, great pictures of him there, similar to Anhaug yesterday. He wasn't flustered. He wasn't emotional. He just trying to keep things calm and waited for the mechanics to do their job.
Gents, I'm going to peel back the curtain here. I just had a nature call. I don't know if you've spoken about this, but apparently the bike mechanic said that he had 5 tyres explode on him this morning before the race. Did you pick up on that?
No, I hadn't picked up on any of that. Who did, Mike Phillips?
No, what John's saying there, in transition before the race, it was when I was doing the interviews, the mechanic was furiously running around. Sam Appleton had a mechanical, Aaron Royal, Matt Burton, Mike Phillips. There was so much chaos in transition. This climb here has come at a really unfortunate time for Mike Phillips as well, as the camera just moves away from it. But Peter Heimrich was closing him quickly on that climb. Peter Heimrich, a better climber than Mike Phillips. It'll be really interesting to get back to that and see what goes on.
Yeah, so it's the difference in temperature, because the bikes have been in air-conditioned rooms. They've come out to what is oppressive heat, and it seems like it's affecting equipment as much as humans, and it might not be the last of it today.
That's very interesting, but the athletes, I mean, they've raced in these conditions before. I mean, in this heat, you typically don't put as much tyre pressure in. So
Mike Phillips just looked back at Peter Heimrich there, Crowe.
Yeah, well, you can see that gap was 80 metres. It's now about 20. So Peter is just sitting in that rhythm. We see the little bit of the shoulder roll here, but he looks similar to how he looked 2 or 3 laps ago. So not far to go for Peter now before he hits T2. Unfortunately for Mike, it looks like his day could be done pretty soon.
Sport can be really ruthless at times, can't it, Crowe? Like Mike Phillips had that really unfortunate mishap, and then the ruthless nature of sport, like one of the world's best endurance athletes having the race of his life at this point, chasing him down. Peter Heimrich isn't really thinking about, oh, poor Mike Phillips lapping out. He's thinking about the opportunity that lays in front of him. So he's not going to let the pedal off the gas just because Mike Phillips is there to sort of let him continue this race. It's sort of a dog-eat-dog world, the professional triathlon.
Yeah, well, that's professional sport. I mean, there's a camaraderie. We saw Tom Bishop cheering. I mean, his day's done. Probably heartbroken as well. He's come halfway around the world, but he still sits out on the course and cheers for friends and training partners as we see Peter make that pass and they exchange pleasantries. Not a great feeling for Mike, but really not much he could do about that.
That's day done for Mike Crowe. So that's Sam Laidlow's day done, Gustav Iden's day done, Mike Phillips' day done, Tom Bishop's day done.
Yes, it's quite the war of attrition out there at the moment, I think, and probably more to come, because I think, as we've seen so many times, when you get off the bike and run, that's when your heart rate spikes, that's when the effort's the highest, and that's when usually the carnage is the most. So as you mentioned, we have seen probably a lot more chaos in this bike course than we expected.
Going to pause from the action now. We'll keep this in the small screen, but we're going to throw it down to Rachel, who has one of the competitors from yesterday.
Yeah, thanks. I've got Radka, and actually she was watching everything unfold with me there. It was quite the dramatic few minutes, and we just watched Mike Phillips get eliminated there. The fact that Peter just overtook him, and we think he'll come back round into transition and end out is how disappointing is that for Mike? I mean, I don't know if you've ever experienced it yourself.
Yeah, it's really disappointing, and there's nothing Michael could do, or the amazing bike mechanics. They try to fix it with a pit stop, and obviously the gash in the tire was too big, so the pit stop went all out, and they had to change the whole tire, and of course that takes for ages. And Mike was so calm here. We watched him. He is such a nice person, and he can keep his calm, and he was still fighting. He jumped on the bike maybe like 100 meters before Peter Hemmerich, and he's a strong rider, so I was hoping he can still stay ahead of him, but the race is lost with such a long standing around, and the racing is fast and furious here. There's no time for such a long puncture.
We saw a little bit of drama, didn't we, in your race with Annie and her inner tube kind of having a little bit of a problem with the back wheel. Obviously much more here. Do you think that's down to anything in particular, or just really bad luck?
Yeah, there's way more happening on the back. I think the boys are taking the corners really crazy hard. They can't just hold back and brake. So I saw Gustav, he just turned the corner way too fast, and they are risking way more than the girls, I would say. Maybe we were a bit more careful because just before our race it was raining, so the roads were just a little bit humid, so I think we were more cautious, and boys go straight into it, and that's racing.
It is, I know, it's fast, it's furious, like you just said. Congratulations on your 8th yesterday. I do know you have a flight to catch, and you got a transfer in about 35 minutes, so I'm going to let you rush off, but well done for yesterday. Can't wait to see you back on the PTO Tour very soon.
Thanks so much, Rachel. I loved it here, and yeah, thanks to all the PTO organizers, and love Singapore, love the Singaporean people.
Well said, perfect. Thank you very much, Radka.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you, so sorry. Thank you so much, thank you for waiting.
So Peter Hemmerich leads out the PTO Asian Open. Mikanut is in second, a minute 30 behind, and making up the podium as it stands with a long way to go, Kristian Blummenfelt. He is in that second pack of two. Behind him, Stepniak, Beckergaard. They're a little stretched out, gents.
Yeah, well,
finding a little partnership to work with.
Peter's still looking good. As he continues to slowly extend his lead, we just got word that last lap was a touch over 14 minutes. So the lap times are starting to slow down. The boys don't seem to be pacing as well as the women did yesterday. We saw the women really just steady with their lap times. We saw athletes like Imogen Simmons actually come through towards the end of the bike. In the men's today, we're seeing some of the lap times just drop off, only by 15 seconds a lap, but it still speaks to the fact that I think they possibly haven't ridden it as strategically as they would have liked.
You actually, but correct me if I'm wrong, Chloe, I thought you said that you kind of expected that out of the men more than the women. You thought that the guys were going to go quite hard early and just try and stay as close to that red line as they can until they just blow up.
In a cooler race, that's what you would do. And I think what was surprising for me today was there was such a big group together out of the water, so I thought they would go the other way when I saw that. I thought it would be a little bit more steady, and we may see fireworks towards the back half of the bike. As we see Aaron making it up this 10% climb as he heads back to T2. And again, contrasting styles. Aaron out of the saddle, Daniel in the seat, slightly higher cadence. Yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, that's the great thing about the sport. We have our predictions on paper, we have our favourites, but we don't do the race on paper. Recent past history provides some sort of form guide, but there's always surprises that get thrown out on race day. And Peter's just having a belter of a day today. It's really good to see. He's taken the bull by the horns. He is not being intimidated by some big names, and he's showing them a clean pair of heels at the moment.
Yeah, and just on that, he had first place a couple of weeks ago in Tallinn. He did get a DNF in Roth before that. He was second in Ironman Hamburg, came fourth at Challenge Chamarin. And I say that because he said this season has already passed his expectations. Jack, if he can bring this one home, land himself a top spot on the podium, any step on the podium, that is a massive result for him.
Oh, John, you don't even understand how big a result it is for him. This is a guy who, he's struggled to make ends meet as a triathlete his whole career. So he flies economy to every race. Kristian Blummenfelt, Gustav Iden, names like that, they fly business class everywhere they go. They can afford to do all of that. This is the first race this year that he's dished out that extra little bit of money. He bought the business class ticket because he realised this could change his life if he had a good result. No one expected it, but him doing that sort of shows that he was ready.
Well, I love the story so far, and I'm excited to see how it will unfold going forward as well. 33-year-old Peter Himmerich having a great day here in the blistering heat of Singapore. But more than the heats, it's like wearing a blanket out there, isn't it, with that humidity. It really is like nothing I've ever felt before, but that's coming from a man that's grown up in the UK, where it rains for most of the year.
No, it is brutal. The heat and humidity today, it is brutal. This is a super impressive ride by Peter. I mean, the women yesterday had tough conditions. They, as we heard Ashley talk about, they had a little bit of cloud cover though. A lot of the cloud cover has burned off here. The heat index is a little bit higher than yesterday and the humidity's still right up there. So this is a super impressive bike ride from Peter Himmerich.
And talking of super impressive, just look at the view. The Marina Bay coming up, the Singapore Flyer, the second biggest Ferris wheel, I think, in the world. Just so much to keep your mind off of the pain of the ride if they want to take their eyes up for just a second. And I think that's Tom Bishop still making his way across the bridge. It's got to be even more painful walking up that than cycling it.
Can someone hail that man a cab? He's got the long walk back to T2. Maybe we'll take him up to Raffles to get a Singapore sling later on this evening.
Someone else who's having a good race today is Mika Newt. Rachel is with Team Newt in transition.
Yeah, I've managed to grab his coach, Ben, and we want to just obviously speak about your man who's in second at the moment and who's having a great day. I saw his mum on the start line and she kind of smiled at me when I asked him, does he want top three? Top three, oh no, let's say top 5. It was like she was almost not wanting to preempt fate. Obviously pretty confident, Team Newt.
I think we're pretty confident leading in here, even when he did not race since 70.3s last year, since October. So it's 9 months without racing, but yeah, we both were pretty confident with all the training. We've been prepared on the course very well. He had a humidity training and heat camp in Thailand the weeks before. And so even when his mom just smiled, I'd say we can also just win it if we have the best day. And then, yeah, keen to do it.
You're just asking me as well, how far back is Jason West? That's everybody's big question. We know how well he can run. What were you looking at in T2 between Mika and Jason that you think he'd have the best possible chance?
I'm quite happy with the 4 minutes we put already into him. And yeah, Mika had then a run injury, or it was not a run injury, he fell off his bike then, and so we can't run for a couple of weeks. And so I'm also confident on his running, but I think we can do a way better when we have a stricter and more detailed one. But yeah, hold off Jason with 4 to 5 minutes. I have my fingers crossed, and I'm just so happy that, yeah, you invited him and that he could be here and that he's now in front of the race and getting confidence back. And yeah, just happy for the whole team that we can be here.
It's always hard to measure your fitness, isn't it, when you haven't had a race? How have you been doing that in training? What kind of sessions have you been putting in to try and replicate that race situation?
Mika is a type of racer who don't need a race before, because we are doing the preparation on the course pretty much well in the races. And he's not keen to show up everywhere. He's just keen to show up somewhere and just smash it over there. And I'm, yeah, as I said, pretty happy that he's in front. And Kristian Blummenfelt, we had breakfast together this morning, and he asked Mika, oh, are you going to do some damage on the bike? And he just smiled. He's a little bit shy, you know, and he said, yes.
Well, maybe this is when we're going to see a boy become a man. We know he's the youngest in the field. He's 22 years old, maybe, Ben. We're going to see him on the podium for the first time at a PTO. That'll be special in front of you and his mum. He's doing well so far. 4 minutes is what we're after between him and Jason West. Let's see what happened. Thank you so much, Ben. Good luck to Mika.
Thanks, Rachel. Thank you.
Well, whilst that was playing out, there was a change in the order as we saw Kristian Blummenfelt pass Mika Newt. just while we hold on pitch to the triathlon, and here it is.
Not so much like a defining moment in the race. Mika Newt and Kristian Blummenfelt have been rotating turns this whole bike course. Mika Newt sort of sat up a little bit there, let Kristian come around, do his turn. They've been rotating turns for the entire ride since about kilometre 10. Aaron Roy was there with them for a little bit, sitting in behind them, watching them take turns but never doing one himself. But Kristian Blummenfelt and Mika Newt have been working really well here together all day, John. They've sort of formed a little bit of an alliance, and you sort of have to sometimes, because Peter Hemrich's got off the front. He's established that lead. He's now got that out to over 2 minutes, so that's quite a big gap. But Kristian Blummenfelt and Mika Newt clearly made a decision early in that bike course. Let's work together. Let's rotate turns. Let's catch Peter.
I mean, what a great option for a wild card into this race. Mika Newt crashed earlier this season, I think, Jack, as well. I think he broke his fibula, didn't he? So this is actually his first outing of 2023. I mean, first of all, what a race to come out and show yourself. I caught some pictures of him working in plastics in Germany on the bike, and then, of course, went out with the guys in Thailand. But give us an idea of this youngster coming through and how much we should be excited about seeing him in the future.
Yeah, so funny sort of little bit of a backstory about that crash. So Mika Newt was on a podcast series I was doing called The Road to the PTO European Open, where he, Colin Chartier and Frederick Funk were training, all targeting the PTO European Open. During that build, he actually crashed his bike right as he was almost home. We were only a couple of weeks out from the PTO European Open, because Mika Newt had made the decision to target all of the PTO Open races this year, and he wanted to finish inside the top 5. So he had his eyes set early on in the season at finishing as a top 5 ranked PTO athlete. That's how highly he thinks of himself as an athlete. That's confidence from Mika Newt. Now, unfortunately, that crash has led to a season of no racing for Mika, but it's no surprise that he picked a PTO race to come back on. He was begging to get on this start list. He wanted this wild card so badly. He got it, and now he's making the most of his opportunity by sitting up at the front of the race.
Gentlemen, we're on to the last lap of the bike here. I think we need to start turning our attention to the run. Just getting word in again that Peter again has lapped almost identically. 14 minutes for his lap time. He's taken another handful of seconds out of Kristian and Mika, but they are still in a great position as well. And just getting a little visual there on Kristian. We hadn't seen him on the coverage for a little bit. He still looks good. He still looks good. I'm super interested to see the first few kilometres of his run, how his legs are going to pull up 2 days after an Olympic test event on a different continent. Like everyone else, I'm just really interested in Kristian's mindset, the way he's sort of rewriting the triathlon rulebook.
Yeah.
He is arguably the best triathlete in the world and has been for 3 years across a range of distances. We know his resume, it speaks for itself. He is 0 from 3 in PTO races, and you know, I think when you're the best in the world, you're held to a higher standard. I know he holds himself, he's been very vocal about wanting to win one of these races. Probably why he squeezed it into his schedule. I mean, his August, September is absolutely packed with racing, but he was desperate to be here, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of legs he has after that Olympic distance race in Paris 2 days ago.
And we've got to keep eyes on at the start of the run, Crowie, as to will we see another Kristian Blummenfelt cramping incident? We know it happened at the US Open. We know it happened at the Canadian Open last year. We've got hot, humid conditions here. He hasn't ridden his TT bike for 2 weeks since the PTO US Open. He went straight back on his road bike and hasn't hopped back on his TT bike. So all the ingredients for, you know, that cramp to show itself again seems to be there. So really interesting to see whether it sort of plays out that way or whether he's fine.
See the searing heat across the transition zone as we see Jason West coming through in 8th position, over 4.5 minutes down.
So Jason, 4.5 minutes down now, but I still think he's in a really good position. As is Aaron Royd and Daniel Backergar. We've spoken frequently about their little heat training camp in Asia prior to this race. Business as usual for Peter off the front here, just watching him take those corners coming off the Benjamin Shears Bridge. It could have been any of the other 7 laps. He looked identical, same line, same cadence. As we see poor old Mike Phillips here, the end of a tough day for him.
Just getting word that Jason West, his pace is dropping off. He's losing a little bit more time. than what we'd seen, and he was actually a bit quicker in Milwaukee as well on the bike. I noticed that, as a phrase that you've been using, it's apples and oranges. Very different dynamics here today as well.
Yeah, I mean, courses are different, days are different, and conditions are very, very different.
Absolutely.
So, and again, we see Peter just with that high cadence, still down and holding the aero position. I mean, typically when the speeds drop off, there's not as much aero penalty for sitting up, but he's chosen to stay down in this position and still looks good, still looks composed. We're getting a close-up of his face there. We know he's been hyper vigilant with his hydration, as we see a picture of one of his children there on his seat tube. Yeah, it's interesting, Kristian, you mentioned it, Jack, about the cramping. You know, we mentioned him being 0 for 3 in the PTO races. They were 2 seconds and a third, which most people would kill to have those results on their resume. Kristian's been very vocal about wanting to win one of these races. 2 of those 3 races he was actually in a very, very good position to win, and probably should have won before he cramped up. So it's going to be interesting to see here with that residual fatigue from the race in Paris, the travel, the heat and humidity, and the lack of time on his time trial bike. We will watch with interest when he hits T2.
As we sort of approach the last 5 kilometres of the bike here, Crowe, just taking a look through the top 10 as it stands right now, it's quite an interesting top 10. It's got a lot of people that we expected to be there, like we all expected Kristian Blummenfelt to be there, Daniel Bakkegaard to be there, maybe even Jason West to be there. But then there's some names that I don't think a lot of people even knew who they were before this race and definitely didn't expect them. No one expected Peter Hemrich to be at this position leading the bike by over 2 minutes. No one expected Kasper Stepanak. I don't know if many people even knew who he was. I think he's only ranked about 60, 55 to 60 in the world on the PTO rankings. We all know Mika Nut. He's ranked 160 on the PTO rankings. Now, that's sort of a little bit conditional on not having raced much this year, but there's just some names there that we don't even sort of know about as big name triathlon stars, but they're really establishing themselves on the world stage here today.
As we see Kristian and Mika attack that 10% gradient back up onto the Benjamin Shears Bridge as they head back towards T2. Kristian not looking as comfortable as we've seen him. I mean, it's all relative, isn't it? Nobody's comfortable out there. It's 32 degrees Celsius and 99.9% humidity, so no one's going to be super comfortable. And you know, we used that word a lot yesterday with Ashley on the bike in the run, and also Anne, but there's a little bit of wear and tear showing on the boys here. Peter's in a great position, but you know, we're getting word that Sam Long's still hovering at 5 minutes back. You know, these time gaps can be erased very, very quickly once we hit the run. So we're going to learn a lot this first lap of the run. We're going to see whose game it was to hold a little bit back, who can run a decent pace and who can hold that pace for the whole 3 laps of the run.
So we're looking at the fastest bike sector here, Crowe. It's probably not quite as far out in front for Peter Hemrich as I expected, which shows he might just be making little bits of time up on these guys consistently throughout the race all day long. I assume he's probably stayed about that far in front of them for every segment all day long to build that 2-minute lead. An absolutely fantastic ride from him. It's no surprise to see Mika Nut and Kristian Blummenfelt there in 2nd and 3rd. Ben Canute is the sort of one. He's 5th on that, but he's almost 6 minutes back on the race. So it shows that a fast sector doesn't necessarily mean that you're having a fast race, but then it also can with Peter Hemrich as well. So,
well, you've spoken often the last 2 days about different sectors suiting different styles of riders based on the course profile of that sector, the technicality of that sector. The best riders are the most consistent across all different styles of cycling, so they corner well, they climb well, and they time trial. But it's rare to see someone who sort of encompasses all of those qualities. We know Jan Frodeno has them, and the top people often do.
We're seeing here the fastest bike sectors in Sector 2. It's all very similar.
As we see Peter here speaking, he's not sure if it's the last lap or not. Yeah. He's asking if it's the last lap, so...
He's dialed in, isn't he?
Well, is he dialed in? I mean, usually they'd have a Garmin. We can see he does have a bike computer on there, so he knows the ride's 80 kilometres. I think that shows a little bit of, I don't want to say a lack of composure, but you know, when you start to get tired, when you start to get low on fuel, your mind does start to play some tricks on you. So something to keep an eye on. I mean, we see that often in hot, humid races. People go from feeling good, feeling composed to sort of a little bit of, I don't want to say hysteria, but panic. It happens quick when you're light on fuel or you're dehydrated. And I find it interesting that he's got a bike computer. We've seen him check it regularly, and probably just checking his power and his cadence to not know how far he's ridden.
Corey, I have a question for you on this, because that's how I sort of see it as well. I go, okay, that means he's working very hard. He's sort of losing a little bit of his cognitive function. We all know what that feels like. Anyone who's ever done a training session where you have to do 8 intervals of something sort of knows that at the deep end you go, oh, have I done 6, have I done 7? They're sort of like that with an 8-lap course. You do tend to sort of lose count of those kind of things if you are working really hard. How much of it is that, and how much of it is that Peter Heimrich has never been at the front of a big race like this before, and he might be sort of not used to being in this position with no one to follow, no one to look at, no one to chase? He's the one leading the charge.
Yeah, it's certainly a different mindset when you're off the front. But he's been in big races before, and he's won big races before. So I think it's more the former. I think he's a little light on fluid. Maybe he needs to get some calories in pretty quick.
All right, guys, we're going to go down to Rachel because she's got Gustav Iden in transition.
Yeah, thanks, Gustav. Well, thanks for coming out and chatting to us. Obviously, you're kind of cut, you're wounded. He was hobbling. I probably didn't want you to tell me that, but he was. I was just saying, how are you after that coming off there on the bike?
Yeah, it's not been my year this year. I was looking forward to this race, and I had a okay swim. And then I started riding, and I was feeling horrible. But I tried to stay in there and stay positive. It was extremely hard because I was cooked and couldn't keep my power. My heart rate was high and everything was bad. And then on top of that, I had a crash under normal conditions and feeling okay. I guess I could have powered through, but today was just a little bit too much.
What do you think that was down to? We know obviously you've gone through a lot this year, but in terms of kind of your first longer distance race and the heat, the humidity, what can you put your finger on it at the moment, or will it take time for you to reflect on what happened today?
Bad consistency in training, yeah.
Now, I asked him, I said, have you been watching the race and trying to see how the other athletes are doing? He said no. Obviously, then I got out the app and showed him where everyone was. Yeah. In terms of how you feel it will unfold now, we see a couple of the athletes go past. Peter's got about 2 minutes on Kristian there. We were just speaking to Mika's coach, and he said he wants about 4 minutes back to Jason. He's got about 2.5. I'm giving you a lot of numbers here, a lot of permutations. How do you now see it playing out?
Peter is a really strong runner, and he's usually racing quite smart. So I would imagine he has control here. But Kristian has been showing great form. Obviously, he cramped in Milwaukee. I think this course is better for him, but he just came from Paris. Jason looked great out there. Yeah, I think it's wide open still.
You always say, well, you have actually, I won't say always, you've said in the past, Kristian sometimes pushes a little bit too much. Today, how do you feel he's going? Is he pushing, or is he kind of riding within himself at the moment?
Hard to say.
I know you're not his coach, I'm putting a lot of questions on you, Gustav, but...
yeah, he is sometimes not the smartest racer, but he has he at least takes his choices during the race. The issue is to take the wrong choices sometimes, but now we see Peter coming in here. If he has a good transition and looking good out of the T2, I think he has a shot for the victory.
Well, Gustav, it's lovely to see you back. Thank you for chatting to us, and we really hope you bounce back from this and we get to see you racing back to your full potential soon.
Thank you.
So that sums up Gustav Iden's day. It's been a terrible year for him as well, but he'll be in full support of Kristian Blummenfelt, who is cycling towards transition at the moment. He'll be getting ready to put his runners on. And here we are in transition.
Yeah, as we see Peter make the change from bike to run here. We're going to learn a lot the first few kilometres of this run. Not only how Peter looks and what kind of pace he's holding, but he has extended the lead. It's out to I think 2 minutes 40 back to Kristian and Mika, and Daniel Bakkegaard's making a late charge in this run, similar to what we saw Imogen Simmons do in the women's race yesterday. And he looks a little ginger, Peter. Sometimes it can take you a little bit of time to get more fluid, not fluent. But yeah, now we see him get into stride, and as Gustav mentioned, he is known for his run. So he's in the box seat here, but we're still a long way to go in this heat and humidity. He's very experienced. I'm sure he's had a race plan. He's executed it so well to this point, and he looks like he's getting into stride now. So we'll look.
And just as a summary on his ride, he idolises Sebastian Kienle. I mean, what can you say about the ride from Peter Himmerich today?
Well, that would have made Sebi proud. Who doesn't idolise Sebastian Kienle? He's a gun. He's a legend of our sport, and yeah, Sebi would have been proud of that ride as we see Peter getting into his work now, and he looks to be turning those legs over quite nicely, so he looks great, actually. As he gets to the first part of this run course, which is like a flat, slightly technical section around the forecourt of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel. He looks good. Has a slightly different arm carriage to your traditional run style, but that's how Peter runs, and there's no right or wrong way to run. It's what's fastest. And he looks good here. We see him again wearing one of those cooling headwear pieces. It's going to be great when we get some of these time splits out onto the run course. We didn't get much vision of Kristian and Mika late in that ride. We sort of were getting word that Daniel Bakkegaard was closing on those guys.
Okay, here we go through transition, and Kristian Blummenfelt has dismounted and he's run his way into park his bike. And I'll hand it over to you experts to try and analyse what he does through here and how he looks.
Well, he hasn't cramped, so he's already one step ahead of where he was in Milwaukee. And yeah, I think again it's just very experienced here, Kristian. We just see him get through transition really well. He'll have a great, he's always one of the fastest in transitions, and he's now out on the run. As we see Daniel Bakkegaard come in and rack his bike. Mika Nut's out in third spot. Great race so far for him. Daniel has really closed the ride. He's closed the ride out really well, and I think he's got Aaron Royal with him there. So we can see Peter on the left of our screen. Peter Himmerich still looking really good, turning the legs over, but we are just in the embryonic stages of this run course. There's a lot of this race still to unfold. As who was that who made their way out there behind Daniel? I didn't see who that was. Or maybe that was Casper, who was racking and getting out. So yeah, he's right in the thick of this race too. Daniel taking a little extra time in transition here. Casper got through very quickly, so he's through and out onto the course. Every second that you're standing still is awful in transition. You don't want to. Oh, Daniel, a little bit of confusion. He doesn't know. Oh no, someone's told him to go back, and
he's got to get everything in the bucket, or he would suffer a penalty. I think we saw that with Sarah Perez-Sala yesterday.
But Kristian Blummenfelt had a fast transition there, John. He made up 20 seconds on Peter Himmerich in transition. Wow. So when they crossed paths then, that gap would have maybe been a little bit smaller than Kristian Blummenfelt expected it to be. And you can see as Kristian Blummenfelt takes that right-hand turn, we still haven't seen Mika Nut in the shot. Oh, there he is now. So he's about 5 to 6 seconds back. So Kristian Blummenfelt did get a little bit of time on Mika Nut in transition there, and he did catch up a little bit on Peter Himmerich. Peter Himmerich still looks amazing though. To me, he looks great. He looks fast. He looks fluent, as Crowe would say. But so did Kristian and so did Mika.
So here is Peter Himmerich. He is on the run course, 18 kilometres, 6 kilometres 3 times as they travel around the Marina Bay. And now past the very popular nature park, Gardens by the Bay, then it's fast and flat as they meander around the sites. There is Marina Bay Sands and Kristian Blummenfelt as he's starting to eat up the paveway. Looking strong right now.
Can't wait to get some splits from the start of this run course.
To me, Crowe here, Kristian Blummenfelt looks amazing. I think he looks a lot better than what he did at this stage 2 weeks ago at the PTO US Open. We know he would have won that race. If you eliminated the time spent standing on the side of the road, we know he would have had a fast enough run to get him that win. Now, we don't like would have, should have, could have in triathlon. It's whoever won. But today, he seems to be in a position to win this race. He looks amazing. Expect to see him chase really hard here. He's already taken a little bit of time back on Peter Himmerich. Don't think just because Peter Himmerich was 2 minutes in front that this race is done. We've got Kristian Blummenfelt chasing hard. We've got Jason West, who's just come off the bike.
Yeah, and we just saw Aaron Royal heading out at the start of his run as well. Yeah, Kristian looks good. He looks good. We're going to get some splits shortly and we'll see who's doing what. It's still very early in the run, but Kristian looks like he set himself up well here, all things considered. I mean, you know, people were talking about the crazy race schedule and all of those things. The great athletes don't set their schedule or their agenda based on what other people can and can't do. They, as we saw Jason West there, he looked like he was flying. He'd already taken flight.
So it wasn't so long ago that Kristian Blummenfelt was in another part of the world entirely. We've been speaking about it already. He was racing in Paris. He had a successful trip over. He's turned himself around and he got himself over to Singapore. Jack, you were in communication with Kristian. I mean, just crazy. I know that we've been thinking about it in awe, Crowe, but you were in contact with the man.
Yeah, he seemed really confident every time I talked to him that he was going to have a good performance despite that, and that's what we're seeing here on screen. He looks amazing running. We just saw on camera, if you were looking at the camera following Kristian Blummenfelt, we saw Jason West and Sam Long running together, cross paths with Kristian Blummenfelt, about 10 seconds separating each other. So Sam Long had a really strong end to that run. He actually made back about a minute. Jason West came back a little bit. They're about 4 minutes 30 and 4 minutes 40 down on the lead of Peter Hemrich. They're two runners we expect to keep an eye on. They will work their way through the field. But yes, John, to me, Kristian Blummenfelt looks amazing here. So does Peter Hemrich. So did Jason West. Jason West looked like he was flying. We're in for an absolute amazing battle here on the run, Crowe.
Yeah, it's setting up very, very nicely as we see some of their transitions. But Jason West absolutely flying through transition. He knew he didn't have a second to spare, and that shows me his intent on this run. He just cannot wait to get out on this run course and start eating into this lead, and I cannot wait to get some run splits from early on this run course.
And our race leader, Peter Hemrich, was a long way off, 30 seconds there going through transition. But talk about what's necessary in order so that you can still continue to race, Crowe.
Well, I don't think it's necessary to give up 30 seconds in transition. I think that's very unnecessary. I mean, it just goes to show, I think, the experience and the intention of Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt. They were biding their time. Now they've hit the ground running, so to speak.
Do you think he's minding his P's and Q's a little too much then? Just taking it a little conservatively?
No, I just think
he just needs to sharpen up.
No, I just think it shows, again, the intention of Jason and Kristian. They were waiting for this run. They may have been biding their time a little towards the end of the bike, and now they're itching to get into their work here. And Peter still looks good too, though. I mean, we can see the arm carriage. It's a little different to your textbook run style, but it's effective. His leg turnover's good, and he's known for his run. He's closed out races from this position many times in his career.
So he did have that little bit of a slow transition, Crowe. I did notice that his shoes were in a bag, so he had to take his shoes out of his bag, take them out, put them on, whereas we saw Kristian Blummenfelt, his shoes were there, he chucked them straight on. What we have seen over the first 2K, which we've just finished the first 2K, Peter Hemrich and Kristian Blummenfelt ran that in exactly the same time. Both ran it in 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Mika Newt, 30 seconds back, he ran it in 6 minutes. So what we're seeing is that Peter Hemrich here and Kristian Blummenfelt, both running exceptionally fast, about 3:15 per K, exactly the same pace as each other.
Yeah, and I think it was the Milwaukee coverage at the US Open, you mentioned that, you know, not a lot can change at the start of the run. You really get deeper insights a little bit later on as people start to who can hold pace. It's not about just going quick early. It's about holding pace deep into this run. So yeah, we'll watch that with interest. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what his shoes were doing in a bag. You can't run with your shoes in a bag.
I'm wondering if maybe it was because of rain, like maybe expected rain, like the women's race, maybe get wet or something. I don't know, but yeah, I hadn't really seen that much before either, Crowe. You're right in what you say there. Peter Hemrich finds himself at the front of the biggest race of his life, so of course he's going to run fast early, isn't it? What we've got to watch with Peter Hemrich is how he runs at the back end of this run, and whether, you know, maybe he did burn a few too many matches on the bike, or whether he is just having one of those perfect days.
Yeah, his face, he looked composed. His face looked calm. He didn't seem to be in too much distress. I mean, it's all relative again. It's hot and humid out there, and this is fast, world-class racing, so everyone's in a little bit of distress, but yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye closely on his style, any changes in his technique, his facial expression. We see him running with, is that a bottle of water in his hand? We did see him take time through that first aid station. He took a lot of time, like he did in every aid station on the bike course. So it's obviously front of his mind just to keep on top of his cooling and his hydration, and he's doing a really good job of it at the moment.
Daniel Bakkegaard sits in 5th at the moment. He has dropped back 30 seconds on these guys as well, as is Aaron Royal. So what we're seeing basically right now is Peter Hemrich, Mika Newt, Peter Hemrich and Kristian Blummenfelt are running sort of the same pace. So Jason West is also running about that pace. He's actually about 5 seconds per K faster than them right now, so he is biting time back into them. Everyone else around them is running a bit slower, about 30 seconds slower over that first 2K.
Yeah, one thing I'm fairly confident with Jason West is that he will hold pace well through this run. So whilst he didn't take a lot of time early, 10 seconds, and obviously he needs a lot more than that if he's to win this race. Let's see what happens. I mean, in these conditions, when you fall off a cliff, you fall right off it. Pacing, everything, it just drops right off. It's not like the cooler conditions. We talked about it yesterday. Far less margin for error in this heat and humidity. Peter looks to be managing it really, really well at this stage. Still turning the legs over as he heads out to that first run turn in the Marina Barrage, and we're going to, as we get some vision on Jason West, he certainly doesn't look as good as we've seen him in previous races on the PTO Tour. But again, early stages, and he was just slowing his pace there to go through that aid station and get plenty of fluid. We see a lot of the athletes running with drink bottles, which we haven't seen in any of the other races so far this year. So all of these athletes, and we've all been in and amongst the athletes the last few days and at the race hotel, they've all been talking about the heat and humidity here, the conditions, hydration, staying on top of that, nutrition, pacing, all of those things. And Jason's been super disciplined with his performance so far today.
And I remember, I think it was the PTO that did a piece on Jason West. It wasn't long ago where he nearly threw the towel in on his triathlon career. Things were so tricky for him. Sorry, you spotted something, Crowe?
Yeah, one of the athletes who Jason West is just coming up on, he seemed to drop something and go back to pick it up, which is not ideal.
Looked like Aaron Royal maybe dropped his nutrition there by the looks of it, Crowe.
But he's certainly turned it around from having those darker thoughts and giving up something that he obviously loved but just wasn't working out for him, to now having these performances here in the PTO and being a real contender.
As we see Peter at the far run turn, going up that elevated walkway at the Marina Barrage, he handed off a drink bottle there at the aid station. And I love this part of the course. It's not only the most scenic, but it's also, I think, the most pivotal in terms of the dynamics of this run. But yeah, it's great to see Jason stick at it. I mean, pro triathlon's a tough gig. It's a tough gig. You've got the best endurance athletes in the world, as we see Jason West make the pass on Aaron Royal. So it was Aaron Royal who dropped his nutrition or his drink. So Jason's making his way through the field. That's what we've seen him doing the previous PTO Tour races, and he has got the fastest sector, 5:25. It's coming up on the screen now, so we'll watch that. He's going to need to start taking big chunks of time at some point if he wants to catch up to the 2 leaders. But this will be the race scenario, I think, that Jason West has visualised this week. That he would hit that run course with some time to make up, and he would just try and do it in a really steady fashion. That's what he seems to be doing. He's moving well. He looks good. Aaron Royal's still looking okay too. It's good to see Aaron up there. I mean, he had that mechanical on the bike. So yeah, he's just shaking out a bit of the tension out of the arms and shoulders there. But yeah, it's great to see Jason West, you know, come through and post some of these results. We see the talent that he's got. We see the ability that he's got, and that's what the PTO Tour has done. It has stepped up the level of pro racing at this middle distance and enabled these world-class athletes to get paid what they're worth.
There's nothing quite like seeing an athlete reach his or her potential, and we are seeing this happen time over with Jason West as our leader is starting to pass some of the competition out there, Jack.
We just missed the pass, but Peter Hemrich and Kristian Blummenfelt, they didn't actually see each other because Kristian Blummenfelt is eating into that gap. So he was up the climb as Peter Hemrich was coming down around it. We're seeing there that fastest run sector, Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt establishing themselves at the front, as is Peter Hemrich, although Peter Hemrich has slowed down slightly after that first sector. So Kristian Blummenfelt he came off the bike 2 minutes 20 seconds down on Peter Hemrich. He's now only 1 minute 40 seconds down. So he's made up 40 seconds from the time they left the bike to right now at about 3K into the bike. Jason West, like Crowe said, and something that I think is guaranteed, he's not going to drop off this pace. So if everyone else starts dropping off, Jason West is there to pick them up one by one by one. He just doesn't have runs where he's not consistent right throughout the run. And even if he does drop back, it's only by a tiny little bit. We just saw Sam Long there cross Peter Hemrick as well, Crowe.
Yeah, and Sam Long's doing what he does, which is just pick his way through the field. Great to see Sam Appleton's name up on the leaderboard for that run sector as well. We saw Sam intermittently on the bike. He was towards the front of the race as we see Kristian there, still looking like he looked when he came out of T2. We're going to learn a lot, I think, in this second lap of the run. The first lap is playing out, I wouldn't say as expected, but certainly they're not running the same pace or paces that we saw in Milwaukee or even in Ibiza. Different conditions, different course here. As we see Mika Newt going up over the Marina Barrage here, seems to be struggling just a little, but this is the toughest part of the run course.
Yeah, it's lost about a minute to the leader.
This is the part of the run course where your heart rate's the highest. He seems to be leaking a little bit of time here, but hopefully he can get his legs back under him and get back into a nice rhythm.
He's still sitting there in third place, Crowe, but he is definitely the slowest mover out of everyone in the top 10 right now. So obviously that bike has taken it out of him. And like we heard his coach say earlier in the broadcast, he has actually had a bit of an interrupted build with his run.
As we're getting some splits now that Kristian is really eating into this lead. We haven't had much vision of Kristian in this run. What we have seen is look good. Peter still looks good. Jason West looks good. As we go back to Mika Newt there, yeah, he doesn't seem to be as fluent as we've seen him. Sorry, I've said fluent again. I'm not talking about languages here. As we've seen him in the past, and I just can't express to you how hot and humid it is here. You know, those athletes out there watching this who have raced in Asia know what this feels like. It's tough, and even Jason, a beautiful runner. It looks like it's hard work going up over that elevated walkway today, and it is hard work.
And these conditions, Crowe, they expose any weakness. So any part of your build that was a little bit underdone, like Mika Newt, Lucy Charles Barclay, we saw that they didn't quite have the run mileage they would have liked, and they are perhaps paying for it. This course, it's brutal, and any weakness or flaw you have in your overall triathlon game today, this course will find it out.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned a couple of times over the course of yesterday and today, far less margin for error. And it magnifies every little weakness, every little mistake, every little tactical error. Missing nutrition, whilst often not crucial in cooler climates, can be fatal here.
And for those that might have missed the very start of our broadcast, the air temperature was over 31 degrees Celsius as the gun went off. It might be a degree warmer than that, if I can even use those words. And the humidity is oppressive. It is stifling out there as we focus in on the run of Jason West, who is, in today's field, the fastest runner, and he's looking pretty strong, Jack.
I think something to look at. So we're seeing the overall standings right now in our top left hand of our screen. Jason West's in 6th and Kristian Blummenfelt's in 2nd. So it might not look like they're actually in a battle, but they are in a battle. They're the two that are running fastest out of everyone on course, even a little bit faster than Peter Hemrick in 1st. So we are going to watch that battle and watch that gap. Kristian Blummenfelt is losing about 10 seconds to him over the whole course right now, but how will that develop? They both are the two best runners in this field. Expect them to come closer together. Jason West is definitely moving his way through the field as we see him pass Casper there. So Jason West now up to 5th. If he was ever going to win a PTO race, he's in the box seat.
Yeah, well, the mystery pro will be licking his chops right now, having picked Jason West.
Or her.
Or her, sorry, I apologise.
You
His
said
or
him
her
yesterday
chops.
too, Crowe. Do you know something we don't know?
I think there might be something in there.
He's been told.
No, I don't know. Let's get back, guys. Let's get back to the action.
Unless it is Crowe.
Guys, please, can we get back to the action? Jason West
He keeps
looking
disappearing
great.
every now and then. I don't know where he's going.
As he made the pass on Casper. Nice segue, thank you. As he made the pass there on Kasper Stepniak, who's having a great race himself, but Jason looks good. Peter still looks good here too. So what's all important is we just need to keep a very close eye on these splits.
Will this be the Jason West show here in Singapore? It is, the race is unfolding before us. Peter Hemrick currently leading out. He is the 6th fastest runner. He's known for that strength, however, he has faster runners behind him today.
Yeah, well, he's got Kristian eating into that lead, and I agree totally with Jack. I think the athlete who's on Kristian's mind is Jason West. You know, they've had a few battles on the run course this year, and as we see Jason West now make the pass on Mika Nude, and as we spoke about, these positions can change rapidly in this sort of hot, humid racing. Things change very, very fast. So, you know, we've got to keep an eye on the splits, we've got to keep an eye on the pacing patterns, the rhythms, also how they look, their technique, and Peter's still off the front here, holding strong as he gets towards the end of his first lap. I think he's going to make the turn and into transition shortly and make that U-turn out onto the second lap of the run. Jason looks great. He's got the fastest Sector 2 on the run now, 7 minutes and 22 seconds, and he looks, I want to say he looks better now than he did 5 minutes ago on the run. He looks like he's really enjoying his work here.
Well, Crowe, it's interesting because Jason West has done both PTO races before this one this year, the European Open and the US Open. Speaking to him after the European Open, he was disappointed with how he paced it. He went out way too hard. He did 250 per K for the first 3K, and he felt like it hurt him later on in the race where he blew out to running 320s per K. At the US Open, we saw a different tactic from him. He conserved early and ran home strong late. It looks like he's done the same again here, Crowe, and has sort of started a little bit more conservatively and now is really finding his rhythm. He's just going to move up past Daniel Baekkegard here, which will take him into third place. So that means that we have Peter Hemrich in the lead. Kristian Blummenfelt's now only a minute behind Peter Hemrich, so he's really eating into that. And we're just here watching the gap being closed by Jason West to Daniel Baekkegard to take him up into third.
Swim, bike, very much the entree for Jason West. The main course is the run, and he's really delivering on it once again.
Actually, the main course is the whole 3 disciplines. I mean, you don't run well if the swim and bike takes too much out of you, if you don't pace it well, and if you don't have a strategy that you execute. He knows the fastest way for him to get from point A to point B, and what we see him doing is having the discipline and the confidence to stick to his plan, race his races. We see Kristian come in at the end of his first lap in the run, so he'll be heading out on lap 2 shortly as we see Jason make the pass on Daniel now, and Daniel's still having a great race here. We see him, what's he got in his hand there? His what? Oh no, a gel. I was going to say he was repositioning his watch there, but it was a gel. We see Kristian in the white race suit that, similar to what he wore at the Tokyo Olympics. It's got the cooling technology in it, and he'll need every bit of that today.
So Crowe, Kristian Blummenfelt, he's a minute down on Peter Hemrich. Jason West is 3 minutes and 20 down on Peter Hemrich. So we've got about a 2-minute gap between Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt, and Kristian Blummenfelt only a minute behind Peter Hemrich out in front. So what we're seeing at the early stage in this run is that Kristian Blummenfelt is eating into that gap to Peter Hemrich quickly, and that Jason West is as well. The battle of the 2 best runners in the sport is playing out in front of our eyes here in Kristian Blummenfelt and Jason West.
See Peter there having a good look, a good long look over his shoulder. He'd be getting splits out on course. He would know, and he would have seen Kristian at the first turnaround at the other end of the course at the Marina Barrage that Kristian was eating into his lead, and they're going to cross paths very soon. Kristian is certainly making up time. Peter's still looking okay though. I think he's still looking good.
Well, it's quite phenomenal to consider everything that Kristian Blummenfelt has done. He's pretty much been in perpetual motion all August.
We can see Kristian Blummenfelt at the top of our screen there, John. If you look directly at the top of our screen, that's Kristian Blummenfelt. So that gap between them right now, that's about 450 metres at that point. 450 metres is nothing. Kristian Blummenfelt, if you go back about 100 metres, he would have looked over to his right and he would have had a very good view of Peter Hemrich. He would have seen that gap be a lot smaller because the last time he was there, Peter Hemrich wasn't even in sight. He wouldn't have caught eyes on him there. So he would now know he's eaten a lot of time into him. That will motivate him because Kristian's got the mindset of the hunter right now. He has that carrot out in front of him and he's chasing it. If he does make this pass, which we do expect soon though, then that mindset changes. He takes over lead of that race, and then his thoughts are all about Jason West, 100%.
I disagree a little. I think he's thinking mainly about Jason West right now. I think he feels comfortable where he is to Peter, and I think he wants to get a sighter on where Jason West is. I think he's already got the mindset of the hunted. I think Jason West is coming, And, you know, we're going to see Kristian's champion qualities here today. He's going to have to dig deep on this one, and I think he can.
The mercury is rising in the PTO Asian Open. There's Jason West passing the opposite side of the course, obviously, to Peter Himmerich. And there is Kristian Blummenfelt hunting down the Belgium athletes. Under a minute behind and counting.
Yeah, as we see, this is the, for me, look, you saw Kristian have a little look over there. That's the interesting little dynamic right there, because I think Jason West he's thinking, if I want to win this race, I have to catch Kristian, and I think Kristian's thinking the same thing. No disrespect to Peter at the moment. Peter is still leading this race, but it would have been great to be in the minds of those boys there where they cross, but I think that's what they're thinking. We saw Kristian look over and we saw Jason look over as well, so you know, there's still 11, just over 11 kilometres to go. That's a long way in this heat and humidity. A lot of things can change. Peter is still out the front of this course as we see Jason go through the little special needs aid station there to get his preferred nutrition.
So Peter Himmerich, Kristian Blummenfelt, the bikes have been racked and the men are out on the course. They are chewing up the 18 kilometres for big prizes here in Singapore. PTO points are plenty, but more than that for Kristian Blummenfelt. Massive strength of schedule, but he has the missing trophy in his cabinet at home, and that is of a PTO race. That will be in his mind today, as he is in second place at the moment, chasing down that man, Peter Himmerich.
Yeah, and we see the leads now under a minute from Peter back to Kristian, but Peter's still moving well here. He's still moving well. He's still on top of his nutrition, hydration. We're seeing most of the athletes run with water bottles in their hand, and you do not often see that. I think that just speaks to how hot and humid it is here, as we see Jason West log up another fastest sector on the run. You have to be some sort of athlete to race the best short course athletes in the world in Paris on Friday and then come to Singapore to race the best middle distance athletes in the world. I mean, it just speaks to the mindset of Kristian, the legacy that he's trying to leave, and just the competitor in him. Yeah, he's rewriting the triathlon playbook. The challenge is on so many levels: recovery, crossing time zones, different conditions, different distances. Yeah, it's great to see someone challenge themselves in this way on the biggest stages.
I think we're going to get very used to seeing the purple sectors in Jason's West's name on the run here, John and Crowe. He is, like he always is in a PTO race, he's having an exceptional run. Peter Himrich's still running well, though. Of the top 5, he's the next fastest mover. It's just that Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt, at the moment in this race, seem to be sort of a step above everyone else, and clearly the two best runners in the sport.
What I like there is Peter taking the time. He's not panicking. He's not running through aid stations. Even though he knows the boys are sort of closing in, he's still taking the time to do the things he knows he needs to do. And I think that shows experience and composure. So, yeah, he's still in the fight.
Kristian Blummenfelt is only 40 seconds behind now too, John. He took another 10 seconds out over the last sort of kilometre or so, so he is closing that gap quite quickly now.
So there's Jason West running through the course. Another strong runner known to us who finished the race yesterday is Chelsea Sodaro. She's with Rachel.
the fastest run split yesterday, didn't she? That was Chelsea, of course, standing next to me. I thought this was the perfect time to chat to you as we're on the run, and you can speak about exactly how you managed to do it, and maybe through telepathy you can put it to the guys as well, how they should be dealing with the run course. But firstly, how did you manage to do it? What was the run course like out there? That barrage section is tough. I've ran it, not as fast as you.
It was such a spectacular race yesterday. I think this venue is just next level, and what a place to compete. So I think it was really thrilling for us, of course, and hopefully everyone watching from home.
In terms of the run course as well, are there any places where you thought were particularly good to try and pass or try and gain time on your opposition?
You know, there are some sections along the water where you can see maybe 500 meters in front of you, and for me it's all about momentum. You know, I got a little bit of hope when I got off the bike and immediately passed 3 people, and then it's just all about picking off the next one, and every time you pass someone you get a little more momentum, you can get a little more excited until you're where you want to be, hopefully.
The commentators said around the little bit as you come out of transition here where the trees are, it's a little bit more oppressive in terms of the heat. Did you feel like that yesterday?
I actually felt like we had a little bit of cloud coverage yesterday, and also the trees shaded us a little bit on that section. So I didn't notice it to be particularly hot there, but this weather, the heat, humidity is affecting everybody.
Seems a little bit tougher than it was for you yesterday. Question, do you like being the chaser or do you like being chased?
I like being the chaser because that's what my skill set allows for. And I think I really prefer to be in the situation where I'm hunting rather than being hunted. And I love the feeling of getting off the bike and thinking it's time for me to go to work and hawk some people down.
I'm guessing that's the feeling that Jason West does have now. He's hunting down Kristian Blummenfelt and Peter, actually, who's obviously still in the lead. He moved into T2 in 7th. He's now up to 3rd. How much more do you think he's got in him? It's 2 minutes down to Kristian.
I think that anything is possible for Jason. He competes with so much heart, so much grit. His run talent is next level, and he's been showing us every race this year that we can't count him out.
We saw him doing about 2:35 for a moment in a K in Milwaukee. That's fast. Do you think we can see faster? He wanted last week about 55:30. He got 56:22 in the end. Do you think he can go faster, or is this too humid for him to go that fast?
I don't know if we'll see those run times out here. It's not necessarily the fastest course, and the conditions aren't super fast, but I think we'll definitely see times under an hour, and yeah, it's going to be spicy up front.
The race is on. Jason West is hunting down the rest of the pack. Just how far can he go? We're about to find out. Thank you, Chelsea, so much.
Thanks so much, Rachel.
So would you kindly asking you to ignore the last graphic. I think that Kristian Blummenfelt may have missed the timing point, so we will update you as and when we get accurate standings.
He's just come through the next timing split there, John. He's only 20 seconds behind Peter Hemrich now. Jason West is about 2 minutes 30 down on that. So that gap of 2 minutes 10 seconds between Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt has held firm over the last couple of K, and they are both eating massive time into Peter Hemrich in the front. That catch between Kristian Blummenfelt and Peter Hemrich is about to happen. So Mika Noot here, extremely disappointing start to the run for him. Stomach issues. We just saw him duck into a porta potty as well off screen, so clearly dealing with some GI issues in the stomach. Maybe some fueling issues with the late race and the hot conditions out here, but also underdone on the run, maybe overbiked a little bit, maybe a little bit of racing experience there, only 22 years of age, and conditions where maybe you did need to be a bit more conservative, and Mika Noot overbiking and sort of paying the price for that now a little bit.
And that may be, going back to the US Open, we were speaking about it in Milwaukee, about the fueling, the strategy. A lot of these triathlon races, long course, the men and women are in the water early. But of course, we are starting about 3 p.m. local here. So that's a completely different strategy about how you approach your morning, because you're not all of a sudden getting up super early and taking on whatever it is that your nutritionist says to do. So it's those that have done it seem to have it under wraps, but it might be catching some out.
Yes, a lot of things in the sport. You need to fine-tune things. There's a little bit of trial and error. We did see it with Magnus Ditlev in Milwaukee. Wasn't used to the evening start. Ate lunch too close to the race, and it seems like a little thing, but it can throw your race right off. So Mika seems to be dealing with the same things there as we see Peter at the far end of the course, going over the Marina Barrage elevated walkway again. Jason making his way out to that point. He's about to make that climb up and around. And Kristian somewhere in between. I think he's getting close to getting up onto Peter's shoulder here.
Here we're seeing the catch about to happen, Crowe. This is on the downhill section, so they've just climbed up, and then just right now at the very bottom of the descent, Kristian Blummenfelt running noticeably faster down that hill to Peter Heimrich. That gap to me looks all of 5 to 6 seconds, Crowe, so that change in leadership is about to happen. Like we've said, Peter Heimrich not running slow, Kristian Blummenfelt just on an absolute peak career day here. And I hate to say it, Crowe, but is he going to finally get that PTO win he's craving? We don't know, but he's in the box seat.
It was great watching that vision of him run down the hill. Running downhill is a skill, and he had great leg turnover, leaning forward. What I found interesting was he had Peter Heimrich in his sights, but he was taking an extended look across to the right. He is mindful of Jason West in this run, I think so. But he looks good. Things are looking good for Kristian here. Peter's still looking okay too. He seems to have a little bit more strain on the face, but I think you mentioned a few minutes ago he was still 3rd or 4th quickest out on course, so yeah, he's still on course for a career day here. It's great to see how he just attacked this race early on the bike. And
you can feel his presence as well now, fellas, as well. It gets claustrophobic out there with the humidity, and then when you've got the top guy, the big gun, coming past,
yeah,
there it is. We have a new leader here on the PTO Tour Asia Singapore. Kristian Blummenfelt out front.
They exchanged a few words there too. These two know each other well. They've raced on the circuit a long time together. So as we see Jason right at the top now of the Marina Barrage, he's about to tackle that downhill section. Doesn't look as fluid as Kristian did look running down there. So still moving super well though. I mean, yeah, this guy. What an athlete.
He looks amazing, Crowe. To me, we're 10K into the run, so we've only got 8 kilometres to go. Kristian Blummenfelt has really sort of, early on the run, Jason West was getting time back on Kristian. Kristian Blummenfelt he's stopped that, and he's actually turned it around. He looked like he was moving a little bit quicker than Jason West down that descent.
I mean, if you were building a triathlete, this is almost the prototype. It's the blend of physiology, physicality, mindset, and just good old-fashioned toughness. He is tough. I mean, I think that's one thing that people who watch Kristian, they always comment on, that just how he takes it on. And yeah, I mean, we've seen it in all formats of racing. We've seen it in Ironman, we've seen it in middle distance, we've seen it in short course, Olympic racing, and we've seen it in the shorter formats, the Super League, triple super sprints. He just takes the bit between his teeth and gets after it.
Just taking a look at the run sector map here, Crowe. We know the bike was 2 sectors. The run is 3 sectors, however. I think there's there's only really one big difference between these sectors. The red sector has a big hill in it, so it's actually the hardest sector. It's got a long, flowy, fast section, but that hill at the top, you can't really, the pictures don't do it justice. It's very steep and it's very hot up there. The green section, it's fast and flowy. It has a couple of technical turns. The blue section, again, completely flat, just like the green section, but the blue section does have a couple of twists and turns. Right now, they're making their way up at the end of the green sector, about to get onto the blue sector. The blue sector is where you see them come through transition. That's where the run finishes.
Yeah, I think clearly the green sector, sector 3, is the quickest sector here. You're also running on the bitumen, which is quicker. Sector 1 is more technical, twists and turns, breaks your rhythm up a little bit, and it's also on those pavers, which you can lose a little bit of traction on with these new super shoes. And as you mentioned, sector 2 has the climb, so it's not going to be the quickest, but it's great to compare, as we always say, apples to apples. We're not comparing different parts of the course. We're comparing each athlete on the same part of the course to see, their pace. And
Crowe, Jason West still looks great here. He's still running extremely fast, but for the first time today, we've seen a bit of a switch, and Kristian Blummenfelt is now running faster than him. That's official. Over the last 2 kilometres, Kristian Blummenfelt has covered it faster than Jason West.
yeah, checking his pace there on the watch. It's something we're accustomed to seeing him and Gustav do. They're very methodical, sticking to their pace, their plan. He's some athlete, this boy. I mean, this is great to watch. I've picked him for a lot of the races that he's done, and I think I'm not on my own. I mean, he is a special athlete, but I didn't think he could get it done today. I just wasn't sure. I thought he'd be on the podium, but this is incredible.
There's just so many things that you can say about Kristian Blummenfelt. We can't mention enough that he was racing just a couple of days ago, and before that he was coming off of the back of cramping issues and then an extraordinary effort in Milwaukee. None of these races have even been on the same continent, Jack.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that, John. How many people doubted Kristian and his race schedule? He raced the PTO US Open. He then flew to Paris and raced the test event, one of the hardest races on the calendar.
Though, really, because this is superhuman level efforts.
The only person who didn't doubt Kristian was Kristian. Kristian was so confident. Talking to him last night when he was flying in, he didn't even seem fazed by it. Everyone was sort of asking him but it's a lot of racing, and he literally just oozed confidence. It was almost like he knew something we didn't know. That's how confident he was, and we're seeing it out here on the run course today. He looks like, I said it yesterday about Ashley Gentle, he looks like the Terminator out on here. He's not slowing down, he's actually speeding up. I think he must be driven on and motivated with 7 kilometres to go here by that allure of winning his first PTO race. That is the one thing he hasn't been able to do. Crowe touches it on all the time, and I completely agree with him. I think we're looking at the best triathlete on the planet right now, the most complete triathlete on the planet right now. That's no disrespect to Jan Frodeno, by the way, who is an amazing athlete himself. But to me, this is the guy right now. The one thing that's escaped his grasp, though, it's a PTO title. He must be driven on by that right now.
Usually in this sort of heat and humidity, you would be reluctant to make a call, even with this sort of lead. 6 kilometres now from the finish. They're about to make the turn, but I mean, he just still looks good. He's always got that half grimace, half smile on his face. He still looks like he did on the first lap, and like you said, Jack, the splits that we're getting off from the timing mats, from our spotters on the course, is that he is the fastest man on course right now. So yeah, he looks like he's headed to his first PTO Tour victory. It's been an incredible schedule. I actually thought with your pre-race interview he looked a little more timid than normal and a little more unsure, but yeah, I mean, to set yourself the schedule that he set across continents, across race distances, racing the best ITU athletes in Paris, then coming here, you know, racing that race in Milwaukee 2 weeks ago, the previous round of the PTO Tour, up against what was one of the best fields assembled this year then. It's a very, very ambitious schedule, but I guess it just speaks to the mindset of the man and the athlete that he is. He doesn't set his agenda or base his limitations on what other people think he can and can't do. He works with his team. We've talked often about their approach, but above all of that, he just has an incredible desire to win, to push himself, to race the best people, and he's ultra competitive.
We have just seen again there, Crowe, of the last kilometre, another 3 to 4 seconds. Kristian Blummenfelt has taken back on Jason West. The gap between them now is 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So we've ran 12 kilometres, 6K to go, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Kristian Blummenfelt looks great right now. We can't call it because Kristian Blummenfelt, we know he's had those cramping issues. He looked amazing at the PTO Canadian Open when he was running in a battle for first and second with Gustav Iden, and then literally out of nowhere he stopped and cramped and it derailed his race. So you can't ever go too early with Kristian because we do know he has that history of cramping. But for right now, with what we're seeing with 6 kilometres to go, he looks absolutely amazing.
Have I made a mistake? Because I thought I had called it. Have I gone too early?
As soon as you said it, I thought to myself, if he cramps right now.
No, I'm confident. I mean,
someone got stung out in Milwaukee for calling a race too early with the men a couple of weeks ago.
I'll put my neck on the chopping block. I think he looks great. I mean, the cramping we saw in Milwaukee came at the start of the run, and the cramping we saw at the PTO race in Edmonton, the Canadian Open, was, I want to say, a third of the way through the run course. So, I mean, who knows? At this stage, I think he's got his nutrition, hydration on point, which was a concern racing 2 days ago, traveling. I mean, he's still ripping around these corners at speed.
Great support there as well from the locals. Big weekend for triathlon here in Singapore. 6,000 age groupers taking part in various events this weekend. This PTO race really is the headliner though.
John, we're just seeing the cross here between Kristian and Jason. Jason didn't look at Kristian then, but Kristian did not take his eyes off Jason. We saw it from about 100 metres back. Kristian was looking up and to his right, eyes on him, and he kept that gaze right as he saw him. And then as soon as Jason went past him, Kristian even looked back a bit, but Jason was head down, all business. To me, that showed that Kristian is here, he's in the battle, he's aware of where Jason is, and he knows what he has to do. And to me, it said that Jason West was just in a little bit of a battle with himself, trying to maintain his cool, race his tempo, run his tempo.
Show that poker face, no pain.
Yeah, as we're getting some footage of the Canadian Open last year in Edmonton, where Kristian, I mean, cramping is one of those things that's so debilitating, it just stops you dead in your tracks. But even when it happened there, we saw him, he shook it off, and he got back on it, and here we're seeing the vision from Milwaukee 2 weeks ago, dismounting his bike. Very painful, but even he had, I think, the third or fourth quickest run.
Yeah, at times he sort of tethered himself to Jason West and was running with him.
We see him stretching out those cramps in Milwaukee. I mean, he came to a dead stop a few times in Milwaukee and still had one of the quickest run splits. I mean, it's incredible. Don't often see it. Normally, cramping spells the end of your day. So, I mean, that footage from Milwaukee, that is incredible. He's trying to get going. He's had a couple of false starts there.
Crowe, now that we're on the start of lap 3, Kristian Blummenfelt has really started taking time out of Jason West. The gap between them, it got down as low as about 2 minutes. It's now blown out to 2 minutes 30. That says to me that Jason West is falling back and that Kristian Blummenfelt is getting faster. Do you know what? I think he can smell the wind, Crowe, and I think that sort of motivated him. And I thought I've been able to see it in his face. He looks so determined, and he always has that little bit of a heart grimace, like you said, but you sort of can tell with Kristian when he's a man on a mission and when he's running with purpose, and I feel like I'm seeing that in him right now.
He's certainly running with purpose. It's interesting that Peter is still holding strong there. We need to get another split. The next split will be very telling because Jason West, well, it's certainly he's come off the pace. There's no question. But we've got Peter Hemrick there, still running in second position, and he still looks like he's going well. So, I mean, he'll be trying to lock up that second spot on the podium, and I think Jason will still be trying to roll the dice to, or has he rolled the dice, Jack? Do you think he's already rolled the dice to try and get the win, and now he's just got to try and lock up third on the podium?
Yep, that's where my head's at, Crowe. I think he's already rolled the dice. I actually think Jason West is starting to really hurt now, and instead of being the guy who is on the hunt, feeling great, picking people off, I think he might have gone into a little bit of survival mode here and he's starting to hurt. And now the battle for him becomes holding on, trying as best as he can to take time out of Peter Hemrick. He's not quite taking enough time out of him now to finish second. So now we've got to keep our eyes on Peter Hemrick. Will he be able to maintain his pace, or will he blow up? If he blows up, Jason West can catch him. But if he doesn't, if he holds strong, he can have a career-defining day here, finishing second at a PTO race when nobody was talking about him.
We're just seeing some splits up on the screen here of Sam Long, has run himself up into 5th position. Interestingly, 6 minutes down, I mean, that's kind of what Sam was after the first or second lap on the bike. So he's been holding strong, although he doesn't look great. We're getting some footage of him now, the first footage we've seen of Sam in a while since the bike, but he, to his credit, mentally a very, very strong athlete. He often races alone. He often gives up quite a deficit out of the water and has to bike and run solo, and he's done it again today, and so far he's done it well. He's managed to get himself up into 5th place.
Crowe, I think what we're seeing with Daniel Bakkegaard in 4th and Sam Long in 5th is they were two guys who, to me, they seem to make early decisions to race their own race. Daniel Baekkegard, he dropped off the back of that bike pack and rode his own pace. And then he came back at the end of the bike because of that and has had a really consistent run. Sam Long as well, we were commenting on the bike, he dropped back. He was holding his own pace while everyone was attacking out in the front. They're now in 4th and 5th, and that's because they've played a smart, conservative game, which you have to in conditions like this if you want to perform your best.
Yeah, well, it speaks to two different strategies and two different mindsets. Athletes who want to win, take some risks. Maybe tactically they have to expose themselves a little bit, and in these conditions you can come unstuck, so it's almost victory or death. Other athletes make the decision because of the conditions or because of their lead-in. Maybe they haven't had a perfect lead-in, that I'm going to be a little more conservative and I'm going to set my sights a little lower on a top 8 and just work my way into the race. And you're right, it speaks to two completely different mindsets when the gun goes off.
Yeah, and we saw that with Mika Noot, didn't we? Like, he made that decision the same as Kristian Blummenfelt made that decision. Mika Noot, as we just saw on the right-hand side as he crossed paths with Jason West, his race is completely blown apart. Whereas Kristian, who we look at now, he's having the race of his life. So they both took a risk. It paid off for Kristian. It didn't pay off for Mika. And then we see Daniel Baekkegard and Sam Long racing conservatively and having great days as well.
Yeah, I want to say I feel Kristian was a little more conservative on the bike than we've seen him today. Whether that was because of the racing and travel schedule, whether that was because of what happened in Milwaukee, he didn't want to get to the front of the race at no point of the bike ride. He was content to sit just off the pace and let some of the others do the heavy lifting, and you're seeing the pay dividends for him right now.
Me and you have been speculating a lot all week, Crowe. Did his move at the start of the bike ride at Milwaukee cost him his race and lead to that cramping and lead to that blow-up? Me and you both felt very strongly that it did, and him getting that 40-second gap was almost for nothing. And if he had just stayed patient, he would have won that race. We're seeing maybe today the result of that.
I don't know if that surge caused him to cramp, but I thought it was a little bit of a tactical error, and we did speak about that. When Gustav's in the race, Kristian seems to be a little more tactically aware, I think, and not take those sorts of risks. And it was incredible. Again, it just speaks to his mentality and where he sees himself compared to his competitors. Considering the company he was keeping in Milwaukee on that bike, I find it incredible that he tried to launch off the front like that.
Sam Long here looks good to me. I mean, for Sam Long, he's had a bit of a crazy patch in his life. Him and his partner had their first newborn, and then a couple of days later he made the trip over to the US Open, had an amazing result there, and has now left that newborn baby and his partner at home to fly across the world, and again having a consistently great performance here at the Singapore Open.
Sandwiched in there was a bike crash as well, which made him think that he might not have even made the start line. So it's good to see him making good progress here in Singapore. But all eyes on Kristian Blummenfelt right now, Jack.
Yeah, as we take a look at that run split there, John, with 3.5 kilometres to go, Kristian Blummenfelt has taken another 10-second off Jason West there, so he's extending his gap. Not many of us expected to see this. I think Jason West had established himself in everyone's mind as the best runner at this distance. But today, Kristian Blummenfelt is maybe
hold my beer.
He's maybe throwing his hat back in the ring and saying, don't forget about me. Last year, you all knew of me as the best runner in this sport. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm still the best runner in this sport.
There were lots of questions coming into this race, weren't there, for multiple different athletes, including Gustav Iden, Sam Laidlow. But the biggest question of all was Kristian Blummenfelt. Can he deliver on this strength of schedule? Can he traverse 3 different continents and still deliver? And to this moment, it looks like he's doing the unimaginable.
Well, isn't it funny, John, that the one race it looks like he might win is the one that comes off the back of the chaotic schedule? You know, he did the PTO US Open and he was quite fresh for that. After that, he flies straight over to Paris. He does that race. He flies back over to Singapore. And so at the end of that little patch of 10 days where he's had an absolutely chaotic race schedule, he's putting together his best race, which maybe says a few things to me. He's known for a very hard training approach. He does a lot of high volume. Every week he does is very, very hard. So maybe he's actually done a little bit less in those weeks. And I know this might sound crazy, but has actually tapered off a little bit for this race because he hasn't been doing the training volume inside the last 3 weeks. So he might actually be feeling quite fresh coming into that race, hence why we're seeing the performance that we're seeing today here by Kristian.
And we know how scientific that team are. Gustav Iden was talking about the numbers. There's a lot of feel out there, but the numbers were telling him that he wasn't in the shape that he needed to be to really deliver on these big stages. But imagine that the numbers are actually looking pretty good for Kristian. You know, he's doubled down, he's got the confidence, and he's running with conviction.
So we're seeing Daniel Bakkegaard at the bottom of your screen here. If you look up to the top right-hand side of your screen, you'll see Sam Long. That gap there is about 150 metres, so it's a touch, but it's probably between 20 and 30 seconds. Sam Long is moving faster than Daniel Bakkegaard. The battle for the minor placings here, they're not done. The battle between Peter Hemrich and Jason West, it's not over by any stretch. This battle between Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Long for 4th and 5th, just because it's not fought for the win, don't forget, there's a lot of money on the line for each position you make up late in this run. And we saw it yesterday with the women's race, with Chelsea Sodaro running through the field from 6th to 3rd. That's actually a big discrepancy in how much money you make. So Sam Long and Daniel Bakkegaard, they'll be as motivated and as in this fight as Kristian Blummenfelt will be for the win, because trust me, that money matters.
Someone's losing out on $6,000 between 4th and 5th. So they will be doing everything that they can to make up those positions.
And it isn't just about money, John.
Oh, I know.
It matters. And trust me, all of these athletes talk about it. It gets talked about way more than you would know when you're having breakfast with them, when you're going out for bike recce with them. Money is talked about at these PTO races because they are giving such good prize money, and the athletes are very motivated by it. But they're also the ultimate competitors. Triathlon at this distance, in my opinion, we have the best endurance athletes on the planet, the most complete endurance athletes on the planet. And they are driven by competition, and they are driven by being the best in the world. They didn't get into this sport because of money. That's where basketball and soccer take pride of place. They got into this sport because they wanted to be the best endurance athletes on the planet. They wanted to be world champions. They wanted to be PTO champions. So money matters, but also that little battle between 4th and 5th, that's ego between Sam Long and Daniel Bakkegaard. That's wanting to be better than each other. The same goes for Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt. Kristian Blummenfelt would be motivated by winning a PTO title, by winning the money, but also by showing everyone, hey, I'm the best in the world.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he has got a book in his future for sure, and when he pens that, I will be skipping to the chapter dedicated to 2020, the summer of 2023. It would make some reading for sure. Now down the field, looking like Denis Chevreau he's eating up the tarmac. He's now into 6th. He's been doing a lot of aquathons, but he's run quicker than 2 hour 40 in the marathon for 5 Ironman races, so you know that he can go at a fair clip, and he's definitely doing so today.
Yeah, something that Denis Chevreau has always done is race smart and conservative. So he's approaching this race with the tactic like we talked about with Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Long, and it's working for him as well. I'm going to race my own race, and he does that historically, and it means that he does come through fields like this. So it's not a very surprising result. Smart, conservative racing sort of has paid off for the people we see in 4th, 5th and 6th today. Whereas the guys up front, Jason West, Kristian Blummenfelt and Peter Hemrich, maybe taking the more risky get to the front and try and hold on approach. The funny thing is though that Kristian Blummenfelt's not holding on here. He's the fastest mover on course, so I mean his day just keeps going from better to better.
And he looks aggressive with his run now, doesn't he, Jack? Just looks so powerful out there on course, such a big presence.
Well, he's keeping on taking time on Jason West here. Jason West is now 3 minutes behind him. If you had have told anyone that Jason West was going to lose a minute to Kristian over the last 5K of this race, you probably wouldn't have believed it, but that's exactly what's happening.
1.8 kilometers is the distance to the finish line. Kristian Blummenfelt can almost smell the honours here. It's not done until it's done.
I'm starting to get excited though, John. I can't lie about it. I'm excited because I believe this to be the best triathlete on the planet right now. He's given a high five. That shows that Kristian is either a man of the people or he knows he's got the bag in the race in the bag. I'm getting excited because for me, I've wanted to see Kristian win one of these PTO titles to sort of cement himself. He's won an Olympic gold medal, an Ironman World Championship, an Ironman 70.3 World Championship, a WTCS World Championship. This was the one thing that he was missing from his resume. The only thing.
It's quite remarkable what he's done. As we focus in on Sam Long, spoken about his month as well. It's been pretty chaotic, but he always adds something to the racing as well, doesn't he, Jack?
Well, he's engaged here in a battle with Daniel Bakkegaard. That gap still, to me, looks to be about 100 metres. Keep in mind, it was about 150 metres 2.5k ago, so it's not a foregone conclusion that Sam Long overtakes Daniel Bakkegaard here for 4th and 5th. They both look like they're hurting. When you saw Daniel Bakkegaard cross paths with Jason West, he looked like he was hurting. Sam Long here looks like he's hurting, and you expect that because we're right at the back end of the run course here. It's so brutally hot out there. We're about to approach the hill.
Well, Kristian Blummenfelt is starting to smile now. Lots of support out there on the course. He's having some fun.
Oh, what a relief this must be. He must be on cloud 9 here. He just couldn't win one of these, and he's done it here today, John. This is... And he's in such dominant fashion. Of course he's going to be celebrating. Like, he's in another postcode here today. He's having one of the performances of his life, and that's saying a lot because he's had some amazing performances. And to be able to celebrate with 300 to 400 metres to go, it shows just how big a gap you've got to second.
It is remarkable, quite remarkable. I just can't believe what he's doing. Just on paper, it just didn't seem like it was possible.
And he's digging in here, so he's celebrating, but every time he gives a high five, he gets back to business and he pushes a little bit more. To me, that says that he wants to have the fastest run split, and he wants to have as big a gap as possible to second place to show just how good he is and just how far in front of everyone else he is today.
Well, he sees the blue now, and he's coming down towards the finish line. His resume is quite something, and it's about to get even deeper. Kristian Blummenfelt, a quite remarkable race, an incredible schedule over the summer of 2023. This man is rewriting the triathlon playbook. He can quite literally do it all. And he's closing in on that tape.
What an athlete.
Kristian Blummenfelt is the PTO Tour Asian Champion 2023. He's done it. He's pocketed himself a PTO Tour race, and he's done it in quite some fashion.
Finally, Kristian, you've got one. How good, and you heard him sort of scream over the finish line. Trust me, that's what he's thinking. I finally got one of these things. Everyone kept saying I couldn't win a PTO race, but here I am, I've won it. Finally.
And everything was against him for this race. Just the fact that he was in France a couple of days ago, well, probably not even that, a day ago. The weather, the conditions, the cramping issues that he had the last time he raced over 100 kilometers. He put it all to bed.
Yeah, everyone kept saying everything was against him, but here he is winning the race. So Kristian Blummenfelt got on that flight from Paris with 48 hours or less than that to go before the race. So that meant that Kristian Blummenfelt was here and he wanted to win. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't think he could win, and he's proven to everyone today that he could, and he has.
Drink it up, Kristian Blummenfelt. You deserve it all. That is a remarkable achievement. Still only just 29 years of age as well, reaching his prime. There's a lot more to come from Kristian Blummenfelt, and it's a real privilege to be here to witness greatness.
That's what he is, John. And I think he's the greatest triathlete on the planet right now, and he's just shown greatness here as we go back to that battle for 4th and 5th between Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Long. Sam Long has closed that gap again to about 60 metres. That's about sort of 40 metres quick, closer than what he was about 500 metres ago. So this battle here, it's probably the last battle we've got. Peter Heinrich looks like he's wrapped up second as he's just about to cross the finish line. Jason West's in third, but this is the big battle left on course for 4th and 5th between Sam Long and Daniel Bakkegaard.
And what a race for Peter Hemmerich. He sprints his way across the finish line. He comes home second at the PTO Asian Tour. What a remarkable performance as he jumps into the ice bath.
Career day for Peter Hemmerich. Like, if you had Peter Hemmerich as second on your podium today, you are a triathlon genius. No one was picking that. What a day.
He was already happy with his season, but he has absolutely eclipsed everything that he has done this year.
John. Dennis Chevreau is about to make the pass on Sam Long. We didn't even think he was in this battle. We knew he was closing time, but we didn't think it was quite that much time. He's just done it. Peter Hemerich's up into 5th. Sam Long's back to 6th. With this pace, it looks like he's going to get 4th here as well. Out of nowhere, we thought this battle for 4th was between Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Long, but there it is. Dennis Chevreau's made the pass. He's gone from 6th to 4th. Sam Long's made the pass. He's gone from 6th to 5th. And just like that, Daniel Bakkegaard from 4th to 6th.
Unbelievable. Dennis Chevreau, the Ironman European Champion 2022-2023. He's made his mark on this race. Sam Long moving along with him though. We'll keep a close eye on how this one shakes out.
Sam Long hasn't let Dennis Chevreau just run past him though, John. He's pushed past Daniel Bakkegaard and he's got back up onto the shoulder of Dennis Chevreau.
And there is Jason West crossing the line. He makes up our podium here in Singapore.
You see Sam Long holding on here in the fight. Jason West ran 1:01:03 there, the second fastest time. Kristian Blummenfelt ended up running 30 seconds faster than Jason West, running a 1 hour and 30 second run time.
I was on the
Yeah,
bike.
silver for West in the States. It is bronze for him here in Singapore. Been a great season for him.
Just heard Jason West say to Peter Hemmerich then that was super well done, and it was. Everyone will be respecting that performance of Peter Hemmerich today. Dennis Chevreau just looks to have broken Sam Long there as we got the quick glimpse back. He looks like he was about 40 metres in front and had broken him, and Sam Long did a quick look over his head to see where Daniel Bakkegaard is. We see the two best runners in the sport here congratulate each other, get around each other, discuss the day.
And they will be welcoming home the remaining athletes. I'll be interested to hear how those guys break down the race.
I wish we could hear in on this conversation. It would be fascinating. But Kristian Blummenfelt looks ecstatic. He looks over the moon. He grabbed the tape and took it back out and showed the crowd, and he's got a big smile on his face. And yeah, I'm so happy for him. What a day.
So Sam Long looks like he's been left. All he can see are the heels now of Dennis Chevreau. Can he get back in this one, Jack, or is it done?
As soon as Dennis Chevreau went around him, Sam Long literally pushed past Daniel Bakkegaard to get on the shoulder of Dennis Chevreau. He wasn't out of the fight, but he held on as long as he could, and Dennis Chevreau looks to have broken him here. The thing that tells you that Sam Long doesn't think he can catch him is he looked over his shoulder. When he dropped back by about 40 metres, he looked over his shoulder.
Right. Well, we'll see how that plays out with Sam Long, if Daniel Bakkegaard's coming in behind him. That's obviously why he was casting over his shoulder. But look, a couple of legends in your screen as well, as Crowley breaks down the race with the winner, Kristian Blummenfelt. They will talk on camera, which we will get to listen to when this race wraps. But for the final time, Sam Long will come around towards the finish line as they get closer to the bars and restaurants here in Singapore. I'm sure the guys will be out on the town later, celebrating a wonderful race, an incredible weekend here for the PTO.
The PTO's newest playground.
That crowd support seems to have done something to Sam here. We have seen him just pick up the pace a little bit again. They're so close to the finish line though. Sam Long's known for being able to dig in. He fights to the very end of every race. He's used to, he has to, because he's chasing every single race. So he is used to really digging in and fighting for every metre at the end. but we have just seen him sort of slow down again. And the crowd support early on this stretch really picked him up, but I feel like he maybe had one last little sprint in him, and that might have been it. But it isn't, the gap between him and Denis Chevreau, it's not extending quite as fast as you would have expected, considering maybe Sam could have easily given up there, but he knows he's got Daniel Baekkegård behind him. He doesn't want to drop down to 6. He wants to maintain a top 5 finish here today. And speaking of career days with Peter Heinrich, Denis Chevreau, 4th at a PTO race, that's a massive career day for him as well.
Well, he's ranked 22 in the world currently. He will be a big mover when they redo the rankings next week, and he is taking a look over his shoulder to put eyes on Sam Long as they look to close out this race very soon. He adjusts his kit, he makes the turn. Both of these athletes looking to finish their race now. Extraordinary efforts from Denis Chevreau and that man, Sam Long. And there is Denis Chevreau coming in, the flying Frenchman, bringing this one home. A quite fantastic performance from the number 22 ranked in the world. He brings it home with the PTO Tour here in Singapore with a beautiful run. Worked hard for that one, Jack.
He looks like he's given it everything, John. I mean, that's what happens when you have to work your way through these elite fields. To run yourself up into 4th like that, you actually have to give it everything and absolutely destroy yourself. So collapsing at the finish line, no surprise. And Sam Long, who we just hear scream out of
exhaustion.
Yeah, it is. It's out of, I just gave that everything I had.
Yeah.
Like, I went to the depths of my emotional capabilities there, and it's sort of animalistic. It's sort of like a gladiator back in the day. You go into a place that you don't go to at any other aspect in your life apart from sport.
Daniel Baekkegård coming home as well. Yeah, he looks angry, doesn't he, Sam Long?
He's just an emotional guy, right? Like, he might not be angry, he just feels everything. So to take himself to the depths required to get a result like finishing 5th at a PTO race, which you have to understand, when you're caught in a battle like that for 4th, 5th, 6th, just because you didn't win the race, you've actually had to work harder for the last K or 2 than the race winner. Yeah. So you go to these really deep, emotional, physical places. That's why you've seen Denis Chevreau collapse. That's why you're looking at Daniel Baekkegård twisted and collapsed on the floor. He looks like,
he's in bother.
He looks like he needs a hospital. And that's why you saw Sam Long screaming at himself, standing up and then screaming at himself again. It's because a battle like that, this deep into a race, under these conditions, it just takes you to depths within yourself that you didn't know existed.
And I feel like I keep rinsing and repeating the same kind of lines, but you always get a couple of athletes that just have breakthrough performances. Denis Chevreau adding his name, Peter Heinrich as well. Wonderful to see. These PTO races are shaping up beautifully again for 2024. And what a treat it's been here this weekend in Singapore. Kasper Stepniak coming over the line now as well. The Polish athlete, again, with a terrific performance here today. Got a wild card to be here, delivered on that. Aaron Royal, Sam Appleton. These hits a little different, these PTO races, don't they, Jack?
You're seeing everyone is just crossing the line completely cooked, John, and it's conditions and it's course here. The men's race today was a lot hotter and a lot more humid than the women's race yesterday. These are the conditions we sort of expected to see in both races. We saw it here today as we look at Aaron Royal and get a close-up of him bent over on one of the fences, and he just looks completely spent, as everyone who's crossed the line, maybe with the exception of Kristian Blummenfelt, has looked. But you can see these guys here to finish in the top 10 today at the PTO Asian Open. It's really taken them to the absolute depths of...
It's like a war zone out there, isn't it, over the cross line?
Yeah, literally. And like to come 10th in this race, this is where you have to take yourself. You know, these races at the PTO, on the PTO Tour, they're such high level that you have to take yourself to these places, John.
Unbelievable stuff. All right, so we're going to get a few more opinions now. We'll send it down to Alex, who's with Crowe.
He is indeed. John, thank you very much indeed. You know, I was going to pick up on exactly that point, which is that it's not until you stand here at the finish line and you see these heroes making their way down the home straight that you recognise. People walk off football pitches exhausted and tennis courts disappointed. These athletes have left their soul out on that course at time. You have to have massive respect.
These men are absolutely spent. The conditions were oppressive today. We saw chaos and carnage, and we also saw the cream rise to the top. But all of these men deserve our utmost respect. It was just brutal conditions for an endurance event, and we saw a world-class performance across the board.
Do you miss it on days like this? Once you've been there and you've done it and it's in your blood, do you miss it, or are you quite happy to have parked and have a cup of tea and a hot knob?
The honest truth is the competitor in you misses it, but that commentary box is air-conditioned, it's catered, they're bringing in coffee and cake. These gentlemen, they earned their money out there today. That was world-class competitive racing, the toughest of tough conditions. And you know what you miss as an athlete? It is in your blood. You miss challenging yourself and taking yourself to the brink and then sometimes over it. And we saw that from a lot of the boys today.
We are hopefully going to speak to one or two of them in just a few moments or two. You completely understand why they need to take their time. Although the smile is biggest on the face of Kristian, and rightly so. What a performance. What did you make of that today?
The great athletes, they challenge themselves and they do things that other athletes don't even contemplate. I mean, it was a crazy schedule. All the experts were questioning it. It seemed crazy on paper, but you know, he's gone and raced in Paris at the Olympic test event, did what he had to do there, hopped on a plane, flew across time zones, has come here into completely different conditions and then just turned out another world-class performance. He seems to roll out of bed and do it, and it looks easy, but we just know it's not. It's incredible.
What did you make of the tactics and the performance itself today?
I thought the tactics were incredible. I think he, more than the rest of us, understood the gravity of the challenge. He knew how his body felt. We could only speculate from the outside looking in. Incredible performance he turned in Paris 48 hours ago, and I think he played his tactics, he played his cards perfectly today. He did what he had to do in that swim, got himself in the front group, wasn't as aggressive on the bike, potentially because of the cramping issues he had 2 weeks ago. You know, the conditions here are different to Milwaukee, but kept himself close enough, and then, you know, got to his bread and butter, which is, you know, getting to the front of the race and then putting the thing to bed, and he did it again.
Yeah, we're going to ask him exactly this question in just a moment. So in fact, here he is, Kristian, congratulations. Come on in, let's put you in the hot spot. I don't want to start by saying finally, but does it in some ways feel finally?
Definitely,
PTO champion.
Definitely. Like, it's been a race I wanted to win for, since it since 2020, like Daytona, and I've been chasing this one, and especially after the 2 races I've done already this year with Ibiza and US Open, I felt, oh, it's a massive relief.
Job done. You put a bit of rock and roll into triathlon. You stepped off the plane almost straight onto the pontoon and dived straight in. I mean, it wasn't a lot of hanging around. I'm not sure where preparation feels in Triathlon 101, but what have you learnt about yourself over the course of the last 2 weeks and the way that you have peaked in the last of the big three, as it were?
I guess I learned that it's very tricky to balance the 2 different distances, like Olympic distance. We're in Paris 2 days ago with the test event, and very important to get experience there. So I couldn't really choose one or the other. I had to do both because, of course, I didn't want to miss out on this race. So very happy with the way the jet lag has been going. Like coming straight here, having a good night of sleep. I would say 5 hours this night. It's plenty compared to what you normally get first day in Asia. So also happy with the way like the caffeine kicked in when I started coming for the race started.
Fantastic, Crowe.
Mate, congratulations. You continue to entertain us and surprise us. Looked like different tactics to 2 weeks ago. Why don't you talk us through how the race played out for you today?
Yeah, so I should have done more TT bike work, I guess, in between those races normally, but because test event was so important, I've been really spending time on the road bike, and all I did was 40 minutes on the turbo on Thursday, just to sort of see if I could fix something with the cramps, because I don't think the cramps came off lack of salt. I think it's more like a position thing, and so I was really aware of that and tried to stretch out more and also be a little bit careful the second half of the ride, and really trust my run. and also it's warm, it's humid. Like you can really hit that basement early if you're blowing up, and yeah, try to be careful there.
Mate, I was going to say get some rest, but I know you're back on the circuit. You've got another one next week. So what do you do? Talk us through what the next 24 hours looks like and what the next week looks like for you.
Yeah, so now it's very important to refuel, like with liquid and calories, and also back to Europe tomorrow. Easy training, getting familiar with the course in Finland, the 7.3 World Championship, and I think it's a week after we have Super League again, 20 minutes of racing, and then so next week is my last long distance race, I guess, until Paris next year. So it's a massive relief to finally get this PTO win before I can sort of go back and sort of continue working on the Olympic dream to take another gold.
There were one or two rumours that you flew from Paris to here in a private jet. Can you confirm or deny? And now you've picked up 100,000. Will you be flying home in one?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if 100,000 is enough to fly a private one, but I flew commercial, but it was directly from Paris, and I was able to sleep well on the plane. So without that, it would be quite rough.
Fantastic. We're going to have a little look at the story of your day here, and I'd love you to talk us through this, because actually you said, Crowe, on the start, and you wondered whether Kristian was just sort of working it out in the early moments in transition. But just tell us how this panned out for you, Kristian, first of all.
Yeah, so I felt the swim was nice, and like I heard the temperature in the water was warm, and a little bit careful there intensity-wise, but I felt like we came out in a good group on the bike. Try to be a little bit careful intensity-wise, and simply like trying to stretch as much as possible, and sort of saving myself for the run. And run legs was fantastic. Like I felt like I sort of just cruise it and stay in that gear. And I tried to go out in a pace where Jason could sort of catch in a little bit, maybe even like down to a minute, and then sort of kick back the last 6K. So I felt I was running quite control, and that kick that you know, that sort of
do it all.
Heat stress that you normally get in 6K was
it's closing in on that
didn't arrive. And they're coming to the finish
shoot. How good does that feel?
And the atmosphere with all the people in the course, and wow, like it's a race I've been working for a long time.
You're going to pick up on that. I thought you were going to add to it. I know we're obviously talking about how you have performed swim, bike, run, but a lot of the little details. Well, you were 30 seconds faster than anyone else in T2. Is that a focus for you? The little detail, as much as numbers, etc., power.
Yeah, definitely, and especially like a short course, you have to like every second matter, and if you're 3 seconds off there, you have to catch on 3 seconds for the first 1K, and that can cost it. So trying to be as efficient as possible, but I didn't know it was that much different.
Yeah. I've got to ask this question because somewhere, I'm sure, Jan Frodeno is watching this with a cold beer, just winking at the telly. If you had the chance to say something to him now, would you say, come on, Jan, one more dance, 2024?
Take one more year. Hawaii, Kona next year, and then
see you there.
I would pay to see that.
Yeah, well, I think we all would, and we'd love them. The rivalries that we're developing throughout the PTO are fantastic. Just a final word to sum up. Is it relief? Is it pride? Is it absolute sort of exhaustion and delight? Where are your emotions right now?
I'll say relieved and proud, like to be able to sort of do back-to-back races, and like when I sort of put my schedule out for the races I'm doing in August, a lot of people said like it's too much and sort of makes no sense.
Do you listen to any of that? Do you mind what the others have to say?
It's like good to sort of show them that okay, I'm sort of be able to bounce through it, and I'm doing it because like if I want to be happy with the season, that's something I will know next year in 2024 in Paris. So this year is all about that race, and the decisions we're doing this year is sort of building up to that.
Fantastic. Brilliant performance today. Many congratulations. We'll let you go and enjoy the top step. Kristian, well done to you. Wander out and go and take the adulation that is quite rightly yours as we bring in Peter. Congratulations. Come and stand between us, if you will. Packed with, I hope, cold ice, and deservedly so. Forgive me for starting with this, but I'm not sure too many people, and I'm going to put you in this bracket, saw a sprint finish for second in your armoury today. Have you surprised even yourself, or did you think that performance was coming?
I don't know how it happened, but yeah, on the bike I felt very good. I was like pushing the watts I was trying to do, and I was like, I'm riding away from everybody. Is this possible or not? But when I saw I had a little gap on Kristian, on Mika and Aaron. I was thinking like maybe I have to slow a little bit down because it will be a long day. But yeah, I had made the grab bigger, so I was very happy that I could lead in the run. But yeah, crazy hot race today.
Crazy hot race. What have you learnt about yourself today?
Yeah, my last race was the European Championship, and I had a very good race, so I had some hope for a good race. But at the end, you are racing here Olympic champions, world champions, so yeah, probably maybe I'm like one of the names nobody would have expected today, but yeah,
they'll be watching for you. Quite right, and they'll be watching for you from now. Again, we're going to have a little look at your story of the day here. We'd love to talk us through how you were feeling, how you felt your tactics panned out, and I suppose, you know, at what point you thought, hang on, this is going as well as I could hope.
Yeah, on the bike, when I passed Mika, I was looking to my watts. I think I lost my nutrition bottle lap 2 or 3, so I was a little bit in panic then, because yeah, it still is a race of 3 hours 20, and in these conditions you want to have all your nutrition. And I have to be honest, I really thought I had to do another lap on the bike, so I was a little bit surprised. I had to start running. But yeah, I had good legs on the run, and yeah, okay, Kristian passed me, but I think it's logical. He's Olympic champion for a reason. But I still find it's very crazy doing an Olympic distance on Friday and coming here and win this race. But I'm a happy second.
Good on you.
It is very crazy. Congratulations to you, Peter. I mean, you finished top 10 on the PTO Tour twice last year. You mentioned the race in Tallinn 2 weeks ago. So you had some form, you had some confidence. You look very composed on the bike, using a lot of experience, taking time through the aid stations. What I want to ask is the plan on the bike, did that come at the time you saw the opportunity and then you rose to your watts, or did you feel that was a possibility before the race?
I have to be honest, I never thought I was going to ride away from this field.
Yeah.
So I was a little bit surprised, and at the end also that it came bigger, because I really was like, the last 3-4 laps, I was really like pacing a little bit down. But yeah, the gap became bigger, and yeah, I was quite happy when I started to run, and I heard like 2 minutes, and I was like, what? Do I have 2 minutes on Kristian? But I saw him running, I saw him the first time at the U-turn, and then I saw like, okay, he's going to get me, but I have to be very, stay patient, because yeah, at the end you want to have a podium here. When I saw Jason, I really thought also that he was going to get me. But at the end, yeah, I found my second gear and could finish with a strong run.
Yeah, you finished really strong. I mean, I think you've won races, but this is possibly the best result of your career, I want to say.
It's a 50 grand payday. Well, that's got to help.
It's a big payday, which is always good.
Yeah, it's not good. I promised my wife when I would win, she could have a new kitchen.
Oh wow!
But
so
I'm only second, so I think it will be a half kitchen. But
half a kitchen, good. Maybe a new bathroom. We'll let you work that out with your wife. But
problems when I come home.
First world problems there. But you've won races. Did you feel a different pressure leading off the bike here, knowing you had Kristian? I mean, you've raced a lot of these men before, but is it a different pressure today, or did you just feel, in the moment, I have to do my own race? Because you ran a really steady race, you seemed to finish strong. How did it feel for you? More the mental side of it, having some of the bigger names chase.
I have to be really honest, before the first PTO in Edmonton last year, I think I was almost bankrupt. And I became sixth, and from then, yeah, I had also a payday. And mentally, that moment was for me like a little bit like financial stability. And yeah, since then, everything is getting better. And yeah, without PTO, I think probably I wasn't anymore a professional triathlete. And yeah, today everything comes together. And yeah, if you become second in a PTO race, yeah, you are hoping for more next year.
Well, good luck negotiating that kitchen down to a bathroom, and well done today. We hope to see you on the tour next year.
Yeah, we certainly do. What a story. Many congratulations. We'll let you step out and go get a bit more liquid into you, and obviously take your place on the podium in due course. As we bring in Jason West, come on again, have a quick word with us. Is that a wry smile, or is that a smile of delight? Tell me where your emotions are.
Oh yeah, I'm just thrilled. I mean, another podium in a PTO race, second in 2 weeks. I mean, couldn't really ask for anything else.
You are beginning to really announce yourself as a genuine contender now. We asked the question of Kristian what he'd learned about himself off the back of a chaotic 2 weeks. I wonder what you've learned about yourself off the back of Milwaukee and here in Singapore.
Yeah, I think this year was all about trying to go all in on the biggest races. I've had splashes of world-class performance, I think, but I haven't shown it on the big stage, and this year was let's go all in on the big races, and 3 PTO races and 2 podiums and a 5th. Like, yeah, I don't know what to say. You know, I'm just surrounded by such good people, and we just keep getting better. And you know, they just really put me in a position to be the best I can on and off the race course, and just blessed.
Fantastic.
Well, I'm going to steal Alex's line. We're all hoping to see the WestJet take flight. You didn't disappoint us. I was speaking to you this morning and you were talking about your race strategy. It seems like you executed exactly how you wanted to. You showed a lot of experience and composure when the race started breaking up on that bike, and just stuck to your plan. And why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, I think I wanted to swim hard but conservative, and I thought if those guys really go for it, I'm just going to let them go. But I felt quite good. I think the hottest part of the race was honestly the end of the swim to the beginning of the bike. It took a little bit to get cooled down, but yeah, then I just, you know, you have to be smart in these conditions. I figured patience would really pay off, and I kind of had a wattage limit of what I wanted to do, and I was like, let's navigate riding with the groups and everything within that. So I took a little spill.
Oh wow!
A little bit, like I think might hurt my pride more than anything.
Where did that happen?
Oh, it was about a lap and a half to go. One of these days I'll get a race where nothing goes wrong, but you know, you can't make excuses. You got to just pick yourself up and dust yourself off and keep going.
Mate, I think it speaks to your consistency and your level that you can have mechanicals, you can have spills, and I think that's what the really world-class athletes do. They put themselves in a position to win, and they can overcome some bad luck. So well done to you. You've had a 5th, a 2nd and a 3rd on the PTO tour. That's a great season, mate. Well done.
Before you go, I want to have sort of bring in some footage of you. This is you sort of in flight on the run before we sort of say goodbye and pop you onto the podium. How much confidence have you got when it comes to run time that you can you can haul yourself back from anywhere?
Yeah, I just kind of do my thing. Like, I don't really worry about what anybody else is doing. I was like, okay, let's run 3:15s, and I think I had looked at my watch and I averaged about 3:16 a K and something like that. But you know, I just have an idea in my head of what I think the performance can be, and I just go do my thing. And at the end of the day, like, you can't control what anybody else does. Those two guys had incredible races today. Peter took it on the bike, and that was incredible. And Kristian showed why he's number one. And just can't say enough nice things about those guys' races today. So, yeah, very well done to them.
PTO has big ambitions for 2024. How big are your ambitions?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm showing how consistently I can perform, and now the next step is, can I get that little bit better and start winning races? So yeah, the work never ends.
And are you noticing, as someone at the forefront of this sport, that the hype, the interest, the buy-in is building across the board? Is that something that you're aware of?
Yeah.
Or do you try and keep out of that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I try to focus on the things that are important, and I let maybe some other people handle those things.
Okay, good, yeah.
I'm not. My dream is to be number one in the world and have nobody know who I am, because I'm not into the attention. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I love the sport. I love getting better. I love what I'm doing, and yeah, the dream is just to be doing this.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that's going to be difficult for me, but...
You're going to struggle to stay anonymous if you keep doing what you're doing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Good luck staying under the radar now.
Absolutely. Let's let the WestJet fly. We'll see you on the podium. Well done, Jason.
guys.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
We'll let you step out here. And just, I suppose, there's sort of a quick word on the 3-2-1 that we have got. We're talking a lot about rivalries, and we're loving seeing the same names up against each other on a more regular basis. We have got a real sort of, we're talking about rivalry, as we say. It's beginning to really bubble, isn't it?
It's got a great feeling about it, doesn't it? I mean, plans to go bigger. We heard Peter and Jason say that had it not been for the PTO, they may not even be racing. So it's great to see world-class athletes get to perform on a big stage, get paid well, but more importantly, just get to show the world what they're capable of. I think the PTO's dream was to elevate this sport and take it to a bigger audience. We are seeing some great rivalries. I cannot wait for next year where we get more regular racing with all these men and women just locking horns, and we get to see the rivalries develop even more.
Yeah, the athletes are heading down to the podium. So just before we bring you the ceremony, let's join Rachel.
Dennis, 4th today. You came through absolutely storming. Let's start at the end. Let's start with the run. T2, 14th, down to 4th. How did you do that one?
I wasn't really happy with my bike, and I wasn't able to push hard. I don't know why. So when I start the run, I was thinking, yes, I have still energy, the heat, humidity, I will have to catch some guy, and he did. I didn't expect to take 10 of them, but it is what it is.
In terms of the humidity, being from France, you don't usually get to train in these conditions. What was the secret to you feeling comfortable out there?
Unfortunately, we have a very hot summer in France, so that's not good for our country, but for training it was okay. I train in a very hot condition, and I also make a lot of turbo training session to be useful to the heat. So I was ready for this one, yes.
When you knew you had Daniel Bakkegaard and Sam Long within reaching distance, how much motivation does that give you?
I just want to get them, that's it. I don't need extra motivation, you rest to have the best ranking as possible. And when you saw this guy, yes, you have to do whatever you can to catch them.
Sam tried to come back on you. You managed to hold on for fourth, your best position so far on the PTO. Dennis, congratulations.
This was my first PTO race, so yes, this is my best ranking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scenes here in Singapore as the sun begins to descend. It is time for the arms to be raised. We are off to the podium. 3, 2, 1. And let's hand you over to the medal ceremony.
Of the 2023 PTO Asian Open. Presenting medals today will be Ms. Ong Ling Lee, Singapore Tourism Board Executive Director, Sport and Wellness. Presenting gifts and flowers today will be Mr. Roy Teo, Sport Singapore Chief, Industry Development, Technology and Innovation, and Mr. Chris Kermode, Executive Chairman, PTO. In the third place, and the winner of the bronze medal representing USA, Jason West. Peter
some might say it's been a while coming for Kristian, but the smile says it all. Big Jack has come alongside to debrief on the race itself. Is that fair? About time? Or is that harsh, given the field and the calibre we've got? As we said, let's keep it nice and clean. Just tell us a little bit about your sort of debrief on the race that we have seen. To be fair, you called it in your course preview. You said it could well be chaotic out there, and so it proved at times. He looks like he's popped a rib as well, Aaron. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm going to lollipop you because you're saying some great content, but your mic's not working. Say this again. Give us a bit of a race debrief, Jack.
So it was just chaotic, right? And chaotic might actually be underselling what we saw. We've just found out that Jason West crashed his bike and no one knew about it. Same with Aaron Royal. That's why he had the mechanical. We saw Mike Phillips chaos, Tom Bishop's chaos. This isn't even before we get into the run battles late on that run. And that battle for fourth between Sam Long, Dennis Chevreau and Daniel Backgaard was insane. Kristian Blummenfelt won the race finally, the most chaotic PTO race, probably the best performance I've seen at a PTO race, I think, and Jason West consistency ever. And then, you know, Peter Heinrich, where did he come from? I think a lot of people didn't even know Peter Heinrich was racing. That's how far he came from out of the blue. So, yeah, that day was like, it was like a house on fire. It was chaos.
Which makes a spectacular viewing as well. Why? Why are we having so many narratives?
Well, I think we've got so many great athletes. We're taking the race to great locations, challenging courses. Each course is different. I love Kristian's race today. He lived up to the billing. I don't know if it's the greatest performance in the PT. I'm going to put it on par with, I think, what we saw from Jan 2 weeks ago. It's hard to separate those. I loved the rivalry that's developing between Jason and Kristian. Can't wait to see Gustav back in the mix. And Peter's performance today was special as well. You know, we have names and favourites on paper, but then we have people who come through and they level up, and we saw Peter do that today, and it was just great to see.
Right. Apparently you're ready to sing now. Testing. Is that working?
Hallelujah.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Quite enough of that. Tell us a little bit about, I suppose, because we were talking yesterday, weren't we, Corey, about the fact that you can have everything as you want it, exactly lined up, you can be performing to your very best, and then as Annie Haug proves, you get a plastic around the wheel and the whole show comes apart. To be fair, I think top speed today was actually clocked by some of the mechanics running around trying to get to bikes, etc. But how frustrating is it? I was actually talking to Annie earlier. She just said, you know, it's just part of it. But surely it has to seriously stick in the grill. If you fly to the other side of the world, you're on course to deliver something special, and out of nowhere, the whole thing gets derailed.
That's part of being a professional athlete, though, isn't it? Like, a professional athlete, the difference between them and someone who flies across the other side of the world to do it for fun
is... I think it's more triathlon than just being a professional athlete.
Absolutely, a professional triathlete, I should say. I mean that. They're used to this and they have to adapt, and the best professionals, when bad things happen, because bad things happen in everyone's race, no one, maybe apart from Kristian, had a perfect race today. The person who has the best race, they do that in the face of adversity, and we've seen almost every athlete on the start line today have to face adversity at some point.
Yeah. You've been there, you've done it, you've got multiple t-shirts. Are you seeing anything in the sport at the moment that is interesting you in terms of new tactics and the way that people are operating on race day?
What I'm really enjoying is seeing the big names race more often, and we're going to see more of it next year. I don't want to say there's any new tactics, but people are very fluid with their tactics, depending on who's in the race, who's not there. And we heard Kristian talk about that. Not having Magnus here changed his tactics today. The courses are really exciting. I'm loving some of the courses that we're seeing. You know, what we saw at the European Open was a little different to what we had at the US Open, which was again a little different to what we had today. So I'm just loving the variety of the courses. I'm loving that the big names are coming out to play more often. And as a fan of the sport, what's not to love to see these great triathletes, the men and the women, really just put it all on the line for our entertainment.
Yeah, and actually when you factor in the likes of poor Gustav Iden, who didn't have the return to this course that he would have wanted, Sam Laidlow as well, who struggled from the very off. I mean, are you seeing a depth to these fields now, which is getting stronger and stronger?
Yeah, I mean, try and make a prediction as to what the podium's going to be for a PTO race these days.
Good on the Mystery Pro.
Well, he got close, but he didn't have Peter Heinrich there.
Hang on, he got close.
Crowy's been saying he when referring to the Mystery Pro all weekend, so me and John Gooden have a slight theory maybe it might be him.
I'm sick of Jack. He's been throwing me under the bus all week.
Right, good, yeah. Chuck him back out in reverse as well. Sorry, you were saying the depth of field.
Yes, he or she. I just think anyone can win these races, and anyone can podium these races and get fourth or fifth in these races. We've had a surprise, you know, podium, 4th, 5th position in every race we've ever had in a male PTO race. There's a little bit more consistency in the female racing, but the men's racing at the moment, it's like someone is going to come from left field and no one's going to predict it, and they're going to put their name up in lights and establish themselves as a star of the PTO racing.
Yeah, I mean, Jack called it the last 2 days. He said we were going to see carnage and we were going to see chaos. I fully expected it to be on the run course. I think we all got more than we bargained for today. You mentioned the bike mechanics. They certainly earned their supper this evening. We saw crashes, we saw flat tyres, we saw some mechanicals, and that is part and parcel of the racing. That adds to the drama. Yeah. You know, you talk about a professional athlete. Part of that is, by definition, a professional athlete gets paid, but a big part of being a professional athlete is the mindset that you bring into these races, the way you deal with adversity, the way you bounce back. And, you know, we saw some very happy athletes this weekend. We've seen some disappointed athletes and we've seen some downright heartbroken athletes, but the good news is they get to come back next year for our entertainment and we get to see it all again.
And can't come around quick enough. I tell you what, we're going to take a quick breath. Let's hand back to John, who's going to take us through the final standings.
Thank you, gentlemen. So our inaugural trip here to Singapore, and we've had a great weekend, haven't we? The men's finishes up like this. So with a performance for the ages, Kristian Blummenfelt comes in first, twice a top 10 finisher in PTO races. Peter Hemmerich steps onto the podium into second. He goes home to Quinn and Oliver with a nice silver medal to show them, his sons. Jason West picked up third today. The silent assassin adds that to his silver that he got in Milwaukee. Dennis Chevreau, he has proved his pedigree with full distance, adds a quality result here in Singapore to take fourth. And then we go down to Sam Long, who's had a crazy month, welcoming baby Leo to the fold. He picks up fifth, and another man in that race at the end there was Daniel Beckergaard, so consistent on PTO races, comes in sixth. Kasper Stepniak was a wild card for this one. He's in seventh. Aaron Royal was hurting at the end there in eighth. Sam Appleton in ninth, and David McNamee was in 10th. It has been quite something out here in Singapore. We hope you enjoyed the racing. It was fast and furious. There was thrill, there was agony, and we're going to do it all again in 2024.
We certainly are. I hope the heart rates will have settled by then, because it's quite an exhausting viewing experience, let alone being out there and doing what it is that these remarkable athletes do. Should we have a very quick sort of, we're going to call it a season wrap-up, but just pick us through some of the, I suppose, the headlines and the stories from Ibiza, Milwaukee, and here in Singapore. First of all, Ibiza for you. We obviously had the three Olympians on the start line. Max Newman winning it.
Well, you stole my thunder. For me, was the excitement leading in, getting that clash of the Titans, the three Olympic champions, three of the greatest we've ever seen on the men's side of the sport, and all having really good days. Not often you see a race live up to billing, but of course then Maxi Newman came through and stole everybody's thunder with one of the performances of the season for me.
Yeah. What about for you from Ibiza?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the men, but Annie Haug as well. She had, I think that was the best race that any woman had on a PTO event this year. I think it was slightly better than Taylor Nibb, and dare I say it, even slightly better than Ashley Gentle yesterday. It's very hard. I'm splitting hairs there, because keep in mind, they are three of the most amazing performances I've ever seen. And I think Annie Haug had the most dominant display, even more so than Max Newman. You know, there was a lot of hype around the men's race, but Annie Haug, under the radar, put on one of the all-time performances.
Fantastic. Milwaukee.
Well, Milwaukee. I mean, how do you go past Jan Frodeno? We knew his class. I don't think anybody doubted his level. The question was, could he get his body right after torn Achilles, bike crashes, infections? And the answer was a resounding yes. He beat one of the best fields that's been assembled for a good few years, and that was great to see.
Yeah. Smile says something. What about for you? You can go Jan again, but it was big crowds as well. It was a big atmosphere.
Yeah, I loved the US Open. I can't go past Jan. It was special, you know, him wrapping up his career with a PTO title, you know, putting on the resume, and in the way he did, with a lot of doubt, maybe myself included, to be honest. So to see him prove everyone wrong and come back so strong, that was pretty special. Taylor Nibb was special too, you know, like, I think Taylor Nibb keeps showing everyone that when she comes to these races, she's a force to beat. So yeah, there was a lot of good performances at the US Open.
And you can go first here.
Today.
Yes.
I mean, It's Kristian Blummenfelt. Like, finally, me and Craig, we talk behind the scenes. Like we've had so many hour-long conversations over coffee about triathlon this week, and something we both agree on is that Kristian, we believe to be the greatest triathlete on the planet right now. He just hadn't managed to get one of these PTO races, and like he said, you know, when he said finally, when he crossed the line, and how happy he was, what a performance, and he deserved that.
Yeah, for you.
I mean, Kristian doing stuff out of the box, which we've come to expect, crazy race schedules, jumping between distances, that was phenomenal, but I'm going to go with Ash Gentle. Living up to the hype, living up to the billing, that consistency is not easy to achieve. 5 PTO starts for 2 first places, 2 second places, but coming in with some pressure yesterday, and I think probably delivering her finest performance of the season. And anyhow, just her level, her consistency, dealing with adversity. I really loved the women's race yesterday. I think this rivalry that's developing between Ashley and Annie is brilliant, and I can't wait to see Taylor added into that mix as well, and Danny Reef.
Fabulous. So much to look forward to. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been great fun over the last 2 days. Safe homes to both of you. And of course, that is it as far as 2023 is concerned. But there is so much to look forward to in 2024. Keep your eyes and your ears peeled in October, when hopefully there'll be 1 or 2 big announcements regarding the PTO and what is to come over the next 12 months. But here, I suppose at the end of 3 fabulous races, what are the headlines? Well, Ashley Gentle reigns supreme in the PTO. Jan Frodeno says farewell in style. And the Big Blue blows through here in the wonderful city of Singapore. From all the team, thanks for your company. Bye for now.
Don't be so damn surprised every time I come up. Take your shot, 'cause shoot me down. Stop me, I can't touch the ground. I'm the king, you're the killer. I'm coming up like a winner. I'm the god, you're the sinner. I'm coming